Hello, venido bueno, buenos días or buenas tardes, good day or good evening, depending on the location from which you're tuning in. My name is Kyle Rosen, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to our ucLADINO Symposium, Poetic Pasts, Ladino Culture by Other Means, ucLADINO's 11th annual conference. This event has been made possible by the UCLA Alan D. Levy Center for Jewish Studies, the UCLA Department of Spanish and Portuguese, the UCLA Department of Near East Languages and Cultures, the UCLA Department of European Languages and Transcultural Studies, and the UCLA Maurice Amado Program in Sephardic Studies. ucLADINO provides an environment in which community members, students, scholars come together to celebrate and study Ladino, with the aim of bringing the language to bear on the present through its preservation and its transmission. Reflecting a rich cross-section of Ladino culture, the perspectives and voices on offer today join us from around the world, from Bulgaria to Italy, Turkey to the United States. We have organized this event around a particular theme, namely that of exploring how to poetically approach Sephardic history through literary artifacts, written and oral testimony, as well as musical works. We construe the idea of the poetic past broadly. It entails for us cultural acts directed at transmitting an unsung Sephardic heritage to the present and future, acts forged through the expressive media of word and song, and which furnish stories and moral principles by which we can live. So now, very briefly, I'd like to share the schedule with you of our event and how it will take place, and kind of give you a map of the day itself. Great. So as you can see, today's event will be bookended by two keynote speeches, between which we'll have four central panels. Professor Tabea Alexa Linhart will be giving a talk, her keynote speech, from 9:05 to 9:50, which will be followed by a break. And then we'll enter into panel one, which is titled Exegesis. There'll be three panelists giving a talk. There'll be a short break with projected images. And then we will get into the second panel, another short break, a third panel, and then a lunch break. After lunch break, we will gather for another panel, panel 4, another break, some more projected images, and then finally a closing and a gathering, which is preceded by a keynote as well by Dr. Kara Judea Al-Hadef. We dedicate this program to two titans in the world of Ladino who passed away recently, Moshe Shaul and Tamar Alexander. Moshe Shaul was the founder of the journal Aki Yerushalayim and vice president of the National Authority of Ladino. He died last week. And Tamar Alexander, the current director of the National Authority of Ladino, left us just a few days ago. Interestingly, Tamar obtained her PhD from UCLA's Department of Near Eastern Literature and Languages back in 1977. And now, on a slightly different note, I would like to introduce our first keynote speaker. Professor Tabea Linhart is professor of Spanish and Comparative Literature and director of Global Studies at Washington University in St. Louis. She is the author of Fearless Women in the Mexican Revolution and the Spanish Civil War, 2005, Jewish Spain, A Mediterranean Memory, 2014, which I read and is excellent, and Unexpected Roots, Refugee Writers in Mexico, 2023, and co-author of Revising Jewish Spain, 2013, and Mapping Migration, Identity, and Space, 2015. Her current projects include Seek Agents' Secrets, a book on gender and espionage in the 1940s, and an article about Miriam Moscona, very much inspired by this conference. She is also one of the founding members of the Genealogies of Sefarad, Genealogías de Sefarad Research Collective. Thank you very much, and please join me in welcoming Professor Tabea Linhart. And after her talk, do not hesitate to write questions in the Q&A and so on and so forth. So thank you, and yeah, take it away, Professor Linhart.
All right, well, thank you so much for this, Kyle, and thank you for putting all of this together. Thank you, Chelsea, for being here, making sure everything is working fine. And thank you, ucLADINO. Thank you, ucLA, for making all of this possible. And especially thank you for all of you, who are here and who are, listening and participating in this conversation we are having. Just a quick note: a very big insect just flew inside my office. So if you hear weird sound, that's what is happening. I'm hoping that it won't cause us any trouble. And another quick note on translation. So I'm gonna give my entire talk in English. I have translated most of the quotes, but I have all the originals on screen. So everything that is in Ladino or in Spanish will appear on the screen, even while I will be using translations or paraphrasing some of the texts. And on that note, let me share my screen, which worked beautifully just a moment ago. So I'm hoping that it will work just as beautifully. And it looks like it is, right? Everybody can see it? Awesome, wonderful. All right. So, can you share a secret with me? Do you have a secret? I'm sure you do, as do I. Do you want to tell me your secret? What if you make a pact? First, you give me one of your secrets. You write it down on a piece of paper, then fold it and keep it in an envelope that looks just like this one. In exchange, you get to open another envelope, one that looks just like the one where your secret is now stored. And then you read somebody else's secret. Would you do that? Well, the idea for this secret pact or pact of secrets, sadly, was not mine. I just described the installation Secreto, a project that Chilean artist Maria Luisa Portuondo displayed for the first time in Valparaiso, Chile in 2016. The installation would eventually travel to many cities across the world, among them Rome, Berlin, London, Vienna, Seoul, Shanghai, Beijing, Lima, Sao Paulo, and Caracas. The installation consists of a structure with airmail envelopes attached to it. Each envelope contains a secret that Portuondo has gathered from more than 2,000 individuals in 18 countries and 20 languages over the years. Participants are allowed to open an envelope and read somebody else's secret, but only if they add one of their own. Portuondo's history with family secrets was the genesis of this installation. Her father, who used to send her letters with envelopes that looked just like the one featured in Secreto, had kept a devastating secret for most of his life. When Portuondo's father passed away, the artist, moved by grief and curiosity, assembled an interactive art project based on the notion, and here I quote her, that secrets can generate shadow spaces in our unconscious. The dual endeavor of revealing and sharing becomes a cathartic experience. In Portuondo's words, to this harmonious relation of reciprocity between reading and writing, a web of confidential information weaves itself, inviting us in turn to reflect on our own memories. Now, everybody has secrets. I know all of you have secrets. We keep some and tell others. Maybe we confess a few of our own. We build trust if we share or receive a secret, and then proceed to break it if we divulge what was not ours to give away. What remains hidden, what is revealed, and how it is revealed shape the most intimate of realms, our secret loves and desires, and the most public ones. And here I refer to state secrets. And again, this may be a good moment to mention that I'm actually working on a project on gender and espionage, and writing on secrets became to bridge to work on Moscona's novels. So secrets are in the in-between of what one should say, of what one should know, and of what one really wants to know, as well as the very fabric of seduction. Secrets not only involve veils and concealment, risks and jeopardy, secrets also are part of long histories of violence and exclusion. The ability to keep secrets, writes Charles Barber, is a power, and with that, a power that manifests in all social interactions. Barber adds that secrecy is something that structures all our engagements and all our relations with everything, and even configures our relationships with ourselves. And the power to keep secrets that, like all great powers, comes with great responsibilities is inexorably tied to language. Now, you may be asking yourselves at this point how these ruminations on secrets relate to our theme of poetic pasts and Ladino culture by other means. When you consider the call for papers for this conference, secrets are everywhere. And the diaries, religious manuals, family stories, burial practices, dietary laws, even dreams. Secrets also are pervasive in the long histories of inquisitory violence and crypto-Judaism that, in Maya Sokolovsky's words, defines itself through secrecy and thrives in the hallways or basements of houses. The work of David Giglitz comes to mind here, more specifically his studies of how the Inquisition on both sides of the Atlantic ended up responsible for culture of secrecy and deceit. And you probably are familiar with David Giglitz's book. As Sokolovsky puts it, rather than the logic of a secret that is uncovered and has been known, visible and present, the secrecy of crypto-Judaism in principle cannot be uncovered. The long history of crypto-Judaism, however, is beyond the scope of today's talk. Suffice it to say now that its cultural manifestation in the Western Hemisphere, from the diary of Luisa Carvajal and Mozo to Achi Ovejas' Days of Awe of Angelina Moniz Huberman's Castillos en la Tierra, belong to a Jewish literature that is as inherently multilingual as it is transnational. To go back to Portuondo's installation, secrecy always involves reciprocity, which then in turn requires a language. Ladino, I will argue, more than a secret language, is a language of secrets, a language that Mexican author Miriam Moscona uses to build trust and intimacy with her ghosts, her readers, and briefly with anybody willing to listen. Moscona, Mexican, Sephardi, and of Bulgarian heritage, is a poet and a novelist. And today I will talk about her novels, which are about secrets as much as they are about lives. Because telling life stories, both one's own and those of others, unavoidably involves keeping and revealing secrets. And secrets, I will argue, turn out to be the life force, maybe the lifeblood for Ladino. A few notes on my terminology here. To keep things consistent, I will use Ladino throughout, but acknowledge that the term is insufficient for a language that has at least about 20 names or so. In Cynthia Gabai's words, it is a language with more names than creatures who learn it. I will use Ladino, but also acknowledge Neo-Judaismo, a term that Gabai coins to assert the innovative ways in which poets, among them Moscona, use a language that is transnational and that, as Gabai writes, is connected to a notion of otherness in a Western linguistic context. Gabai studies a new lyric in a dying language as a form of resistance, a language that contains what is spoken in the past and what is constantly reinvented. There's no such thing, as you all know, as a unified Judeo-Spanish. Rather, the language has many variants and a high degree of polymorphisms. In Moscona's novel, Tela de Cebolla, Ladino is described as a thin strand of silk that ties us all together. And in a recent interview, Moscona compares Ladino to a fire dying in our hands. Before moving on then, let us listen to Moscona's own voice to 3 of her poems from her 2015 collection Ancina, which will allow us to see that silken thread that ties us all and feel the fire in our hands. Kyle, can you show the video now?
Yes, absolutely.
And I guess I need to stop sharing my screen to do that.
Voy a leer de mi libro Ancina, poemas en ladino o judeo-español, 3 poemas. Lo que fue. Aquellos polvos trujeron estos lodos, y estas nubes trujeron estas lluvias, y estas lluvias trujeron estos fríos, y estos fríos trujeron estos hielos, y estos hielos trujeron jazinura, y aquellos polvos son lo que fueron, que son estos viervos que más no serán. La tripa. Me dio su no saber, me dio su amor de un día. La lengua aprieta en el pincel, desinó la suerte echada. Mira, el hoyo come más hambre que la tripa. Las cartas avolteadas, el sacrificado encolgado del revés, me mira la mirada mía. Malos signos han besados, ande el hombre da su no saber. El mazal está salado, más mejor ser que parecer. 2 madres tengo yo. Me topo con una ciudad. Me recodro que ahí moraban mis 2 madres. Y mojo los pies en los ríos que de unas y otras aguas arriban al lugar. Cuéntame la historia otra vez. Y a mis 2 madres siento hablar. En distintas canticas hablan las 2. Les miro los suyos ojos y peino sus cabellos castaños y separo sus cabellos blancos de los cabellos pretos. Las 2 madres ríen por todo cual hablan con ellas.
All right, thank you very much. And let me get back to my presentation. Here. All right. Okay. And so now we know a little bit more about Moscona. We have listened to her voice, to her poetry, but today I will address 2 of her novels, Tela de Cebolla, which was translated in 2012 as Onion Cloth, and 2018, and her most recent novel, León de Lidia. If you read Moscona, a poet who writes fiction, a novelist who writes poetry, you will know that hers are not traditional novels with plot or character development. Instead, they are, among many other things, a way to speak to the dead and with the dead. I'd argue that Moscona wrote exactly the novels that she yearned to write and had to write, uninhibited and unflinching, not unlike the participants in Portuondo's installation. She uncovers family secrets that then point to even more deeply buried secrets, as though they were a root system. And at the risk of ruining the metaphor, secrets provide language with nutrients, keeping it alive. Moscona writes a life that is not just her own, but it is haunted by the presence and the secrets of those who came before her, her parents, her grandparents, her great aunts, especially her great aunts. Just like the countless other children of exile, Moscona's narrators grew up hearing stories about family members who stayed behind and who she only ever knew from photographs and stories, but who are undeniably present in her lived reality. Now, some may call what Moscona writes autofiction, the genre of choice for very best-selling authors and Nobel laureates. Autofiction, a term that Serge Dubrovsky coined in the 1970s, is a form of writing that may be confessional, and confessions are, of course, all about secrets, and that can also span several generations. Now, autofiction becomes a useful term for my purposes here if you take it at face value, namely as a work of autobiography conceived in relation to the freedom from reality and linearity that only fiction can provide. Now, Moscona is neither the first nor the only Mexican writer who has put this language of secrets to work, making her part of a community that would also include Angelina Muñiz-Huberman and Rosa Nissan. Muñiz-Huberman, as I'm sure you all know, was born in 1936 in France. Her parents eventually settled in Mexico. And when she was a young child, her mother confessed a family secret to her, mainly that their family had been practicing Judaism in secret for generations. Muñiz-Huberman made the secret an important part of both her creative practice and also her scholarship. And so in 1989, she published this anthology, La Lengua Florida. Another author who comes to mind in the same context would be Rosa Nissan, and her most well-known novels, Hijo que te nazca and Novia que te vea. I've argued elsewhere, many years ago, that Nissan's use of Ladino in her novels corresponds to more than an obvious ethnic mark or even a playful enrichment, revealing instead that fixity is only an illusion in any language. This also comes across in Moscona's work. Now, another reason to bring up Nissan here is Gita Shifter's 1994 film, Novia que te vea. In the film, the sound of women speaking Ladino and the artwork of Joy Laville create a stunning texture. And Moscona herself, as you see here, appears briefly in the film. Ladino may be dying like a fire in our hands, yet with Muñiz-Huberman, Nissan, and Moscona, Ladino is now part and parcel of a 20th and 21st century Mexican literary history. Let us then therefore take a look at Moscona's novels. And I will begin addressing León de Lidia, especially because Tela de Cebolla has already sparked a very rich bibliography. And I also want to mention that the characters in both novels can travel from page to page and from novel to novel. So León de Lidia is a book built on coincidences, encounters, and unexpected stories and images, a book that needs to be read many times. León is the narrator's father, who died when said narrator was 8 years old. Lidia is her mother, deceased in the novel's present, but very much alive in its pages. León and Lidia left Bulgaria after World War II, and after a brief period in Israel, settled in Mexico in 1954. Their parents, except for Lidia's father, who had died in 1919, came with them, and so the multi-generational family found a new home in Mexico. Coincidentally, as we learned in the book's last section, León de Lidia, or Lydian lion, is, according to Herodotus, the first gold and silver coins ever used around 700 to 550 before the Common Era. It's a coin made of electrum, an alloy of silver and gold. Moscona's book, however, is not a history of numismatics, but a family history, filled with secret letters, secret hiding places, secret laws. Like Portuondo, the narrator of Moscona's novel yearns for her parents' presence and to know their secret histories. This yearning comes from a place of grief. From that pain, writes Moscona, for which I am the guardian and that is mine. I am its territory. Even though we learn quite a bit about the narrator's parents and grandparents in this novel, as we do in Tela de Cebolla, the more intriguing and therefore also more present character here is Tante Blanche, the great aunt of the narrator, the older sister of Victoria, the narrator's cantankerous and judgmental grandmother. Tante Blanche, we learn, had a secret lover 9 years younger than her. Just like the narrator, we get to know Tante Blanche through the cuchicheos, the whispering in Ladino of the narrator's mother and her friends, who shared family secrets without realizing that an inquisitive young girl was listening. Tante Blanche is an intriguing and seductive character who lived and died against the stream. Tante Blanche was also a marked woman in the family, the Madame Bovary of Sophia, united to Flaubert, another one of her favorite authors. Just like her grandniece, Tante Blanche is an avid reader and a gifted writer who expressed her joys and sorrows in several languages, one simply not being enough for such a rich life a contracorriente or against the stream. The narrator, who grows up with her grandmother Victoria's tales about all her sisters, who she remembers in Ladino as hermosas, but also hacinas, and el meollo of the mind. So when the narrator asks the grandmother if the sisters were simply mad, Victoria responds, well, they were mad, but not like you. They were mad in a good way. As already became evident in Tela de Cebolla, the narrator and her grandmother Victoria do not have the best relationship. In Tela de Cebolla, Moscona's first novel, the narrator describes the frequently flatulent Victoria as the sinister woman of her childhood, with the dirty underpants, and who told her granddaughter, shortly before dying, that there is no forgiveness for her. The narrator does not really explain Victoria's cruelty, avoiding the traps of the trauma plot. And so she manages to flesh out a character who is as intriguing as she is genuine. A specific time in Victoria's past narrated in Tela de Cebolla will resonate with contemporary readers. The novel was published in 2012, and there is one moment in the text that probably did not mean much for readers when the text first appeared. But in 2023, it has an entirely different significance. Victoria, like all the members of her generation, is a survivor of the 1919 flu epidemic that hit Bulgaria around the same time that her husband passed away, leaving her with 2 young children. As all of us did 3 years ago, Victoria shut herself up under lock and key to protect her family. Yet once the danger of contagion had subsided, she remains indoors for 10 more months. Victoria's recent widowhood coincides with the flu and the lockdown. But what really vexes her is the unfortunate name of the disease, the Spanish flu, as it stigmatizes an Espanolid-speaking family. Victoria, the custodian of her own rage, remains inside the home longer than she perhaps needed to, in a private and intimate sphere where Ladino is spoken, a language that in interwar Bulgaria and during a pandemic weaves itself in and out of the lives of Victoria and her sisters. The fact that Victoria stayed in lockdown more than it may have been necessary was not what turned her into, in the narrator's words, that 19th century totem who took on the task of making my life bitter from the start. Rather than reading Moscona's novel for that one catastrophic event that explains who the characters are, I suggest reading them in relation to the secrets that the characters openly and shamelessly reveal, and that at the same time point out that there are more secrets, some banal, some earth-shattering, where those already revealed came from. A look at the narrator's paternal grandmother instead provides further clues. The narrator describes her as mad as all the others, but still more normal than the most normal one of all the grandparents. She is the witty inventor of what probably is the best word ever, chingaderica, as well as a collector of coffee cups and feathers, a calligrapher, and a daring forger who once copied the expulsion edit just because, also in her own handwriting. Moscona's characters are united by family and by the today's standards increasingly precious and nostalgic practice of writing in cursive. Victoria, the cantankerous grandmother, regularly sends postcards to Bulgaria, written with letters filled with folds and bubbles, and that in the narrator's eyes become a charming and mysterious geography. Victoria writes her postcards in solitreo, and her granddaughter learns to do the same, mainly because it will allow her to cheat on her pointlessly difficult geography exams. Ladino, it turns out, can be a convenient language of secrets and a secret language, not just for a girl growing up in Mexico in the 1960s, but also for the same girl's uncle, raised in Bulgaria, where he went to school with none other than the Nobel Prize winner Elias Canetti. Emilio, the narrator's uncle, did not stay in touch with Canetti. In fact, he did not even know he would become an acclaimed novelist. But he does remember that as Sephardic Jews, they used to tell each other secrets at school using a language that nobody else would understand. Ladino, of course, is far more than a code that is useful for keeping secrets from teachers and classmates and for creating cheat sheets. It becomes a tool, a thread in the foundation to build a relationship with her ancestors, who seem to be writing in one language, even though they were writing in another one. As a child, the narrator used to believe that her grandmother liked to write in solitreo because she too was a cheater or simply a contrarian. And the grandmother had no right to scold her granddaughter for using the secret language to cheat on her exams, because she learned all that from Victoria's age-old postcards. Now, the funny thing here is that a postcard where the message is there for anybody to see really is not a very good medium to keep a secret. Again, secrets are to be shared, to be revealed, and so generating, in Portuando's words, a web of confidential information that invites us to turn to reflect on our own memories. As I mentioned, there's a lot more to talk about when it comes to the captivating Tante Blanche, even though La Abuela Victoria keeps on interfering. Like the other women in her family, Tante Blanche liked to write, mainly diaries in French and Bulgarian, yet most vanished in the uproar of war and displacement. Sometimes she writes in Ladino, that she calls Judesmo. Tante Blanche has not one, but many secrets. A lover that everybody knows about, a secret pregnancy that ended in miscarriage. The story of the latter is a secret that Victoria shares with her granddaughter in an ancient language, even though the narrator translates Blanche's secret into what she calls my speech, mi habla. So here we have the secret. Tante Blanche kept a large glass jar with a lid also made of glass that was sealed. Inside, a small body floated in liquid lighter than water, a body shaped like a question mark, almost without human form. Once the secret is revealed for the first time, it reappears now in Victoria's Ladino, in that beautiful language that she used for all her cursive. Now the text appears in italics, and we learn about the woman with many dark secrets who kept the child she could not have in a glass bottle. Victoria then shares her sister's secret that really is not one, because everybody seems to know about it, with her 10-year-old granddaughter. establishing a bond between the women of the family, those present and those absent. The narrator listens to what the cantankerous Victoria has to say about her sister. She was mad, unleashed, she did not cook for her husband, she broke all rules and did not fulfill her duties. And so her belly swelled only once. Because, as Victoria declares, women more concerned with the pursuit of pleasure and with taking care of their homes lose their children become heir. So this is how the text appears in Ladino in the novel. For Victoria, Tante Blanche deserved punishment for all her transgressions, listed here, embodied in the creature stored in a glass jar that was once used for pickled vegetables. I'm not going to discuss Victoria's sense of moral superiority or her cruel condemnation of her sister. Instead, I'm interested in what the granddaughter does with Blanche, or the grandniece rather, does with Blanche's secret, once she understands it, if she understands it. Victoria does not use Ladino to conceal the many secrets of Tante Blanche, but to reveal them and to build a relationship between past and present. Victoria may want Tante Blanche's story to become a cautionary tale for her granddaughter, but she achieves the opposite. The narrator grows up utterly fascinated by Tante Blanche, so much that she makes her grand-aunt's secrets her own. She admires Tante Blanche, she plays Tante Blanche, filling a jar with water and putting a little doll inside. The child even names the doll and feeds it with seeds, imagining that one day it would wake up and grow, become Pinocchio-like a real child. Yet the game stops when Victoria spies on her, even catching her granddaughter pretending to breastfeed the doll with her barely visible butt. Having inherited her great-aunt's subversive ways, the narrator becomes a custodian of memory, of language, keeping it alive, keeping it burning. Now, how am I doing on time? How much more time do I have, Kyle?
I would say 10 minutes.
10? Okay, perfect, thank you. So, as mentioned earlier, both Tela de Cebolla and León de Lidia are texts that defy many of the rules of modern fiction and autofiction. And in both works, Moscona does something that every creative writing 101 instructor would tell their students to avoid like the plague. She writes about her dreams. Towards the end of the novel, we learn about the dream that Tante Blanche describes in Ladino, of course, in one of her journals. The dream's description is even accompanied by a photograph, but nobody seems to know where the image came from. So here is Blanche's dream about a man staring at her, just like the man in the photo we just saw. The man is staring at her with thirst, for sure with desire. There is a lot going on in this passage, but let us briefly stay with the linguistic richness and texture. The men stare at Blanche, but somehow lack the politeness to take off their hats. Then one of them, the smallest one, begins reciting a poem in a Slavic language, probably Bulgarian. She responds in French, and then knowing that she is on stage and expected to perform, she recites in Ladino El Cántico de la Novia y del Novio. Del Novio y de la Novia, sorry. This dream is as much about destabilizing gender roles as it is about language, about voice, about desire, about the delightful Tante Blanche and the despicable Abuela Victoria, about stories and words kept alive in Moscona's novels. A great aunt who dreams in several languages is just like her secrets are now part of a novel published in Mexico in 2022. There are many more stories, many more secrets to tell here. I just hope that all of you pick up the novel if you haven't read it yet, because as I said, it's a novel that needs to be read several times. Now, as I conclude, let me briefly dwell on another moment in the text. The narrator, now in her 60s, attends a violin concert in Mexico City's Sala Nezahualcóyotl in the campus of the National Autonomous University of Mexico. The program for the evening includes Sibelius's violin concerto. Outside the concert hall, the narrator sees an elderly man she recognizes. It is Dr. Arturo, not only her mother's psychoanalyst, the man who knew more about her mother's secrets than anyone else, but also the narrator's own analyst. She ends up wondering where in the mind of the exhausted and aged doctor the memory of her family ended up. And the little he may have cared about all these family secrets. And yet, none of the family secrets are lost or have vanished. They are very much alive in this and in Moscona's other works. Now, let me mention one more thing about the concert. The narrator's memories of Dr. Arturo are interwoven with a description of the music and of the performing violinist. Even though he is not mentioned by name, the artist she describes clearly is Agustin Hadelich, a very accomplished player. Hadelich was severely burned at a fire at his family's farm in Italy when he was a teenager. He recovered and, against all odds, returned to the violin, and so becoming the famous virtuoso he is today. Moved by the music, by Hadelich's story, and the unexpected encounter with Dr. Arturo, and so with her mother's secrets, the narrator ends up in a complicated and uncomfortable place, and yet it is the only one she can inhabit. A place where she feels vulnerable, orphaned, misunderstood, where the rash that burned her child's skin threatens to return, and to write in red letters on her 60-year-old body. This is what happens when past and present, secrets and lives collide. And one more thing. I have tickets to see Agustin Hadelich play, not in Mexico City, but in St. Louis, Missouri in about 2 weeks. At the concert, I will probably not run into my mother's analyst because my mother never had an analyst, even though I kind of wish she had. I wish she had had the chance to share some of her secrets. But if she had had an analyst, it would be weird if said analyst ended up living, as I do now, in a Midwestern city in the United States. I do know, however, at least a few of my mother's secrets in letters, never mailed, that I found after she died, and that somehow I think she wanted me to find. So if I had had the chance to participate in Portuondo's installation, Secreto, I know exactly what secret I'd want to share. Because like Miriam Moscona, we keep our loved ones, our past, our languages alive if we make the secrets of others our own. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Professor Linhart, for that beautiful and very, very thoughtful talk. I learned a lot from it. And so now I'd like to give you all a chance to write your questions in the Q&A. I'll look at those and repeat them to Tabea, and we can have a short discussion. And while you do that, I suppose I have a first question for you, Tabea, and listening to your talk. I was always reminded throughout your talk of this refrain of Miriam Moscona that she was reading in her own poems, "Más mejor ser que parecer." So that it's much better to be than to seem or to appear, right? And throughout your talk, I'm hearing a lot about this fragile tension between being and seeming, or being and appearing, right? And I was wondering is this problem or is this tension ever resolved in the fiction? Or is the resolution itself language, or Ladino, and a willingness to set oneself free into the language itself?
Yeah, and thank you for this, Kyle. And I must admit, I had not thought all that much about the way in which the poems connect to the other part of the presentation, but you put it there really well. I don't think the tension is ever solved, because this novel, León de Lidia, and also Tela de Cebolla, both are so much about family conflicts, family tensions that do not get resolved. And she just puts them there, you know, and that's, I think, also, that's how they stay alive too.
Great, yeah. Does anyone have any questions? Would anyone like to write their question in the chat function? Yeah, Kara, please.
Yeah, and a logistical thing. If is it possible for the participant, the attendees, to be unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. Just because I don't see a function in the chat for everyone. It seems to be directed towards individuals. So Tabea, lovely. Thank you so much. What a pleasure.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask about dreams. You had your phrase of what did you say, that in a creative writing class that would be the most demeaned, the most degraded to speak about our dreams. So I'm curious if you could speak about the degradation of dreams in relation to Ladino, and what that means for shifting out of linear hegemonies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, Kara. I think this is exactly what is happening in both of Moscona's novels. I think also very much in her poetry too, but if we stick to fiction for a moment, right? So I think if you look at the publishing industry, in the Anglophone world, even in the Hispanophone world too, I think we do not have too many works that look like Moscona's, which are, I don't want to call them experimental, but they are very free from certain, rigid standards. This is what you should write. This is what you should not write. So she challenges all of that. And I think dreams, both the narrator's own dreams and then the dreams of the other characters, is in many ways what unites past and present in a way that is non-linear, that is not rational, and that challenges all of these conventions too. I also get the sense that, again, in both of her novels, Moscona thinks about dreams as a form of knowledge, and as a form of knowledge, especially of her family, mainly about the women in the family, even though she also writes about the men in her family. But I think dreams are what makes it possible, and writing about dreams makes these connections possible. There was one other point I wanted to make about dreams that I just forgot. but I think that's what she does. She challenges this linearity. She challenges this notion of rationality. And I think this is again where language comes in, because all of the dreams that she writes about in both of the novels are in several languages. And they also come to the reader in many layers too. So the one I just mentioned, this is the dream that her aunt, Dan Blanche, wrote down in her journal that somehow makes it to Mexico in the 21st century. So there are many layers, and many layers, like the onions layers in the novel, right? Like the tela de cebolla, that are part and parcel of these different dreams.
And a quick follow-up question. So then does that knowledge then become a kind of political agency? One question. And the second is, how does magical realism, I don't think you mentioned magical realism, and how would that sphere fit into this discussion?
Oh, these are really good and really difficult questions. I have to think some more about them. But when it comes to the kind of political statement she makes about those dreams, I think I have to think about that. I think more than anything else, I mean, she certainly challenges, gender roles. The multilingualism of her works goes far beyond any notion of, for example, literature tied to a specific nation state. I'm not quite sure if that's where you're going with, but that's what I think she's doing. And your question about magical realism, I had not thought about that, but that's an excellent question, because if you think about magical realism, yes, it is so many about, these different worlds colliding, what is imagined, what is real. And maybe there is no other way to telling family stories like the ones that Moscona tells without thinking about dreams, without thinking about the unconscious, without thinking about, what is confusing and messy and
that which has its own logic, a dream logic.
exactly. Yeah. It's a great
Wonderful.
question. Thank you. I have to keep on thinking about many of these issues.
Thank you.
Rachel Bordnick, please. I see that you have your hand up, so by all means.
Okay. Thank you very much. I was very interested in everything you said, and I listened to you very carefully, and I still have a little question. I'm a native Ladino speaker, and I know Miriam, and I have collaborated with her on the question of Ladino. In one point, you said something that takes place in the novel, that the ant, I believe, spoke in one language and wrote in another. Can you explain that one? What were those two languages?
So let me get to that moment in my text here. Give me 1 second.
I'm just wondering if it was the script that was different or the language that was different.
She is referring to writing in aljamiado. So
that's what I wanted you to explain.
Yeah. So I didn't want to get into the whole complexity of aljamiado, which I'm sure that all of you are very aware of that. But this is what she's doing. So the grandmother and then also the aunt in Bulgaria, they both use aljamiado, and which then becomes, how does she put
what
it?
is called today soletreo.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, and this is these letters with folds and bubbles, and that then become this charming and mysterious geography.
Rachel, I believe that your chat is muted.
Yeah, we lost the last part of your comment.
I just want to say I don't know how to lower the hand. So just ignore it, please. I'll try to find out.
Not a problem.
Thank you very much, Tabea. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Wonderful. So, Leah, please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Tabea. Thank you for touching upon Bulgaria. It was music to my ears. But it's a small question I wanted to ask you. Would you know whether Miriam has been to Bulgaria at all? Yeah.
Yes, so I mean, I don't know Miriam personally, and Rachel just mentioned that she knows her. But in her first novel, in Tela de Cebolla, she writes quite a bit about the journey to Bulgaria. So she has been there, I don't know how many times. In this second novel, Leon de Lidia, she also writes about journeys to Bulgaria. She writes about encounters with Bulgarian diplomats. She writes about other, characters who are from Bulgaria, writers, artists. So she certainly has those connections.
Thank you, because in my research, I've drawn upon. Can you see the book? Mm-hmm. This is a book by Isaac Moscona, the same family name, who was born in 1904, and he's an authority on Ladino and Sephardic Jews. And also recently I met his son. So I was wondering whether the connection is still alive, but I'm going to find out. So thank you very much. But this is a book by Isaac Moscona called Language, Life, and how shall I say, the soul, maybe, of Balkan Jews.
He also has a dictionary, a Ladino dictionary.
Yes, yeah. So thank you, Tabea.
And thank you for this too. Yeah. So I guess, and I have not met Miriam Moscona. I just read her novels and her poetry, and Bulgaria certainly plays a very important role in that, in her writing.
Michaela, I think that you had a question, did you not?
No, I was just trying to figure out for Rachel how to lower the hand.
Oh, okay.
And all you do, she found out, all you do is click on it again.
Okay. Yeah. Wonderful. And any other questions here? We're currently checking the Q&A function, but in the meantime, I do want to communicate to people who are watching this event that there is supposedly a Q&A function on which they can click and ask questions and type in there. Apparently, it is open to the public, and I do want to encourage anyone who's viewing this event to participate and to get their voice heard, because that is quite important. So, are there any other?
Yeah. First, I was so impressed with the persistence of the language. You know, and this is not that long ago that these novels were written by a living author. And that makes me very happy. My question had to do with, maybe I didn't understand so well, but at one point there was mention of use of Ladino as a secret language in school. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking, is this in Mexico City in a Spanish-speaking environment? Because I had a similar, not experience, but I was very aware. I grew up in the Bronx, New York, with the Ladino-speaking parents. And of course, that was our private language. And when Spanish-speaking people started moving in, it was no longer our private language. And my mother would say, "Callada estate, don't say anything. What do you, people can understand us." So I was wondering what that was with Miriam Moscona.
So thank you for this. And this also is going to help me to be more precise in whatever the next version of this presentation is going to be. And first of all, as you were saying, yeah, Moscona in many ways keeps the language alive. And the most recent novel is just from last year. So it was just published not even a year ago, which I think is, a wonderful thing. The secret language, yes. So there are two instances, one in which the narrator's brother in the other novel, De la de Cebolla, writes about using Ladino in Bulgaria in the interwar years as a secret language because nobody could really understand them, or most people could not understand them. And that's where he encounters Elias Canetti. You're absolutely right. Spoken Ladino would not be a secret language in Mexico in the 60s. But this goes back to Rachel's point that she is writing in Solitreo. And this is what the teacher could not read. And this is why she can create her cheat sheets using that language. And then at some point in time, the teacher finds the pieces of paper where she had, written what she used to cheat on her exam. But then she says, "Oh, this I'm not cheating. These are prayers that I've written down on this piece of paper."
Ah, that's good.
She's smart. I wish I was that as a child.
Thank you.
Oh, great. Are there any other questions in the Q&A function? No? All right, well then, in that case, thank you so much, Professor Leonard.
Do we have time for one more question or not?
By all means.
By all means. Okay, fantastic. I'm so curious, Tabea, based on what you just said about the using prayer as an excuse, and what passing, the idea of passing, obviously in terms of secrecy, it's an unfoldment, passing, racial passing, ethnic passing, linguistic passing is an unfoldment of a kind of secrecy. And I'm very excited about the multiple tendrils of potential impact that could imply, if you could speak to that.
Right. Again, another excellent but difficult question. So I think I'm not going to be able to give you a very satisfactory answer right now. I think that may connect that to your earlier question about, the political meaning and all of this. I think it has to do with identity, with shifting identities, and how these then relate to different moments in history, the 60s, 70s, the contemporary period, So I think I would connect that to identity and to going back to Kyle's first question, what seeming and being. I think that is somehow connected, but I haven't figured out how. I have to think a little bit more about that.
Yeah, it does seem certainly like that autofiction as a mode of writing might mediate those poles or something like this. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, but this was extremely interesting and very beautiful. I would like us now to go on a quick 7 to 10 minute break. After the break, we will come back and resume our first panel. I look forward to seeing you all there. And again, thank you very much, Professor Linhart, for this wonderful and very informative talk. This was great. Yes.
Thank you for your questions, and thank you for being here. And the giant insect is still here, so
okay.
It is to be continued. Thank you very much.
It wanted to listen to you.
Exactly.
All right.
It's a Kafka-esque.
Yeah. All right. See you then in about 7 to 10 minutes. Thank you. Hope that you had a chance to take a quick rest, and I would like, if possible, now to launch into the first panel.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Simone. Let's see. Buenos días, buenas tardes. Qué placer vervos aquí. It's nice to see so many people, familiar faces, panelists today, those in the audience as well. Kyle, thank you for bringing us this conference. Also, the UCLA staff, as well as ucLADINO. All right, so the first panel is going to be on the topic of exegesis, and we have 3 panelists. We'll save Q&A for the very end. And we will start with Dr. Hannah Pressman, who we will be presenting a way of knowledge towards a theory of American Sephardic memoir. Dr. Hannah Pressman received her PhD in modern Hebrew literature from New York University. She has edited and contributed to books on Hebrew, Yiddish, and Sephardic studies. Currently, Dr. Pressman is the Director of Education and Engagement at the HUCJIR Jewish Language Project, where she promotes awareness and preservation of endangered languages like Ladino. And you can find her writings on Jewish culture and Sephardic family history at hannahpressman.com. I'll put her website in the chat in just a moment. Welcome, Hannah.
Gracias. Thank you, Brian. Okay, first of all, gracias. Thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to present at ucLADINO today. When I saw the theme of this symposium, Poetic Past, I knew that I had to submit a paper proposal. For the last several years, I've been at work on a memoir project entitled Belante's Daughter, A Sephardic Family Journey. This project has required excavating all kinds of archives, from the personal and familial to the national and institutional. As I write about my relatives from Rhodes and Turkey and their migrations throughout the 20th century, I'm writing myself into a new relationship with my Sephardic heritage, particularly with my matrilineal heritage. The creative process has evolved significantly since I first began working. The aspect that I'll be highlighting for today's panel is specifically the role of Ladino within the task of Jewish self-inscription. I'd like to give you all a map of my talk. First, I will describe how I've constructed the memoir, both as a vessel for the family archive and as a space to be playful with language. Then I will consider how writing about family history offers an opportunity to be in dialogue with Judeo-Spanish and Sephardic culture. And I will conclude with thoughts for the field of American Jewish literature at large. In deference to our symposium's theme, Poetic Pasts, my presentation will begin and end with a poem. Michael Castro, born in 1945, to parents from Salonika and Yanina, grew up in New York and became the first poet laureate of St. Louis. He described his life's path as an unconscious expression of the cultural heritage of being a Hispanic Jew, an ethnic distinction he was aware of while playing schoolyard games as a child, but which as an adult forced him to reckon with a huge swath of history and language beyond his ken. In Grandparent Poems, Self-Reflections in a Smoky Mirror, Castro uses the evocative imagery of smoke to symbolize the haziness of his perception of Sephardic ancestry, quote, the tenuousness of the connection to that older world, that source of who I am, unquote. Through this autobiographical poetic diptych, Castro inscribes himself into a multi-generational legacy of trauma and survival, one in which cities can catch on fire, identities can be abandoned, orphan children can become parents, and exile is the only permanent condition. I will now read an excerpt from Grandfathers, wherein Castro describes himself as the inheritor of this fraught birthright. The son worked in the smoke shop, handed over Turkish blend camels to hacking chain smokers. Old proverb of Salonika Jews, the camel doesn't see his own hump. Didn't think he knew his own grandfathers, but carried on, imagined them as incense smoke curled in the lamplight, wondered. Castro here plays with the ephemeral nature of smoke, which disappears into thin air, contrasting with the poet's act of penning thoughts and rendering permanence. As he imagines his Sephardic ancestors in their places of origin, Castro also writes himself into the narrative, which he acknowledges will continue with his descendants in the hazy future. For Jews operating at a geographic, temporal, and linguistic remove from familial homelands, exploring their heritage can be a tenuous task. Yet the creative process can mediate the haziness of Sephardic identity, allowing a space to wonder, to wander, and to build bridges to the past, thus making meaning where there was once obscurity or even shame. Castro makes clear that this art involves both work and reward, as he reflects in an essay introducing his grandparent poems for the anthology Jewish American Poetry, published in 2000, quote, asking questions, doing research, exploring what I found and felt in poems was a way of knowing, giving what was inside me, language and life. I'll start sharing my screen. As does Castro via poetry, I work in the genre of memoir as another way of knowing. Through the act of self-inscription, a heretofore mysterious or implicit aspect of one's own identity can be articulated, affirmed, and made explicit. For members of post-immigration generations, connecting with familial homelands is undoubtedly complex. How can you feel nostalgic longing for a place you've never lived? And how do you write about it authentically? And here I'll just briefly mention that my co-panelist Dario Micoli's work on nostalgia and immigration has been really helpful for my thinking about this issue. I myself am first-generation American, operating at a doubled diasporic remove. First from my parents' Jewish community in Zimbabwe, known in the colonial period as Rhodesia, and prior to that, from their ancestral homelands of Rhodes, Turkey, and Lithuania. Oops, hold on. In the face of so much that I don't know, I have turned to the archive to see what I can find, asking questions, attempting to dispel the hazy smoke that lingered over my Sephardic heritage. And that is how the Galante's Daughter memoir project came to be. Like Castro, I seek to write myself into the family story. My approach is documentary as well as literary. Here's just a brief overview of some of my archival sources. I search in Ladino newspapers like El Tiempo and La Vara, and periodicals from colonial Africa, like the Bulawayo Chronicle, to find traces of my great-grandfather, Haim Galante. He was born in Bodrum, Turkey, and immigrated to Rhodesia around 1908. Another source, thanks to the detailed record keeping of the Alliance Israélite Universelle, I have located correspondence pertaining to my great-grandmother Estrella Galante's employment in the Alliance School on Roads, and I've used the organization's online database to search for files of her fellow students and peers. To better understand the community where my parents grew up, I look at photographs, synagogue bulletins, cookbooks, as well as the commemorative website of the Zimbabwe Jewish community, ZJC. These archival sources are complemented by oral history interviews I've conducted over the last 20 years with people all over the world whose anecdotes bring valuable texture to my narration of family history. And there is the Family Archive, a collection of photographs, documents, books, and material objects that accompanied my mother on her journey from Africa to the United States in the late 1970s. Beyond archival excavation, in my project, I also try to articulate the drama of discovery in real time, exploring how roots research has impacted my identity as a part Sephardi, American Jewish, citizen, parent, and writer today. For example, when chronicling my great-grandparents' marriage, which happened in a Cape Town courtroom in 1922, I connected to my experience creating Shabbat rituals when I was newly married and living in New York in the early 2000s. A reflection on my mother's linen collection ties together themes of leaving home and having children. This dialogue between generational timelines is precisely the space where Ladino has, somewhat unexpectedly, started to play a critical and transformative role in my memory work. Let me explain how. At the beginning of my memoir writing journey, the language I was primarily concerned with was French. I was focused on Estrella Galante's intellectual and professional journey, and nearly all the sources I needed to analyze were in French, including family letters and the school notebook that she used for her Alliance classes from 1913 to 1916. This material was very fruitful, but I gradually came to the realization that something was missing. I needed to learn Ladino to really understand the world of my Sephardic family. So I decided during the strange and shattering period we all experienced during the pandemic to embark upon a journey of my own into the heart of the Ladino language. And it probably won't surprise you to hear that my teacher was Dr. Brian Kirshen, one of ucLADINO's original founders and coincidentally chair of this panel. It was in my writing compositions for Ladino class that the Sephardic imaginary began to take hold. For nearly every assignment, no matter the prompt, I found myself drafting letters and making up dialogue between my relatives in Judeo-Spanish. At first, I could only do this in present tense and with limited vocabulary. But eventually, I could use multiple tenses, modes of address, and points of view. Narrating my family's past in the language they themselves would have spoken with each other is very powerful and empowering. To return to Castro's phrase, crafting my family history, partially in and through Ladino, has become a way of knowing, a means of accessing the past and becoming acquainted with my relatives. So now I'll just share a few examples to show how I've turned the memoir into a place to be playful with language. For example, here's a letter I wrote fairly early in my Ladino studies where I imagined the voice of Behor Shmuel Leon, known to all as BS. The eldest of 8 children in his family and one of the first Sephardim to arrive from Rhodes to Southern Africa, B.S. Leon was a very successful businessman and philanthropist who sponsored the emigration of many Rhodesli relatives and friends. I set this letter in Gatuma, a town now called Kadoma, where B.S. Leon had mining and commercial interests. This is also the place in Africa where my Galante great-grandparents would end up living in the 1920s and where my grandmother Hilda was born. I'll just read a little bit. Mi querida Estrella, ¿cómo estás, mi hermanica? ¿Cómo está vuestra familia en Lodis? Aquí, en Gatuma, es julio, es el invierno actualmente. Yo te escribo porque quiero demandar Si tienes pensado sobre mi demanda de la última letra, ¿quieres tú viajar con barco de Rodis el mes que viene? Yo te puedo mandar un billete por partir en agosto. Tu hermano B.S. You can probably tell we were learning seasons and names of the month at that point in the course. This example is a completely fabricated letter. By contrast, I also employ Ladino to conjure possible circumstances around real items that do exist in my family archive, imagining interpersonal dynamics, filling in gaps in the story. For instance, I have a postcard that Abner, the youngest Leon child, sent to his older sister Estrella in 1916, while she was off on a 4-year course of study in the Alliance Teacher Seminary in Paris. You can see the front of the postcard on the left of this slide. As was typical of early 20th century correspondence, the formal portrait on the front of the postcard was clearly taken in a photographer's studio. Putting myself in 10-year-old Abner's very cute shoes, I imagine the perspective of the youngest Leon, who was watching his brothers and sisters grow up and leave the island for adventures in faraway places. So I'll read a little from that prose section here. The Ablastinas in the Judaria had started gossiping about how Behor had found gold in Africa and would be sending it home to Rhodes to make everyone richer. Was it true? Maybe after Abner's cumplimiento de mañana at Cal Grande, Behor would invite him to join the farm in Eiffel Flats. He was 10 now. 3 years was not a long time to wait, but no, Mama probably wouldn't let her youngest child go somewhere that risky. Chiquitico, she'd say to Abner, rubbing his hair. Abnerico, mi preciado, naturalmente te quedarás con mí hasta tu boda. Ya hay bastante para hacer aquí, en nuestra isla. In both of these cases, writing in Ladino is a way to supplement the historical record and provide a layer of emotional depth. And in the second example, I find it especially meaningful to honor the memory of Rivka, mother of the Leon siblings, who was among those deported from Rhodes and killed in 1944. Lastly, besides creating in the imagined voices of my relatives, I've undertaken some original autobiographical writing in my own Ladino voice. In one section of Galante's Daughter, I describe my 2006 visit to Rhodes and include a photograph of me standing on Calle de la Escola, the street in La Judaria where my ancestors lived. In the photo, I'm holding a picture of my great-grandmother, Estrella Galante, with her twin daughters. A Ladino meditation now frames this picture within the picture, adding a new meta-memoiristic layer to the family archive. Here's a short excerpt from that piece. Miro esta foto y me acuerdo del sentimiento de estar en la calle de mi familia. Mientras estaba parada, pude imaginar mi bisnono Shmuel viajando con su asno en la noche, después de un día largo en las viñas. O mi bisnona Rivka cantando y caminando a la panadería de la Malay. O mi bisnona Estrella corriendo enfrente de la calle para arribar a su lección de francés en el Lycée de la Alliance Israélite Universelle. Sí, en aquella calle me imaginaba, en facto, ainda me imagino que puedo sentir mis genitores hablando nuestro español y ahora graceo con todo mi corazón a entender. These are just some examples of an approach to Sephardic memoir writing that actively integrate Ladino. And I think it's important to note that mine is a learner's Ladino. It's not necessarily perfect. And in some cases, I'm using the memoir space to try out syntax and vocabulary that I'm still in the process of absorbing. At the same time, this technique has given my project a new sense of purpose. Conversing with my relatives via Muestro Español has unlocked a gear in my creative process. But voyaging into the Sephardic imaginary isn't easy. The reality is that even for Ladino students who are motivated, like myself, expecting anyone to write a memoir or novel that is completely in Judeo-Spanish is a tall order. For that matter, including or representing Ladino in English language publications has its own set of challenges, as Monique Balbuena documents in her 2015 survey of Ladino in US literature and song. Balbuena notes that authors who speak of Ladino and who consciously seek to preserve the language are writing for readers who can no longer read it, and who for the most part participate in a nostalgic identification with the language and what it represents. She provides specific examples of how writers such as Ruth Behar and Victor Pereira have engaged with Ladino in family chronicles, while for other authors like Emma Dato Schlesinger and Gloria de Vidas Kirchheimer, Sephardic songs and refranes, quote, are recognizable in English clothing, but are not provided in their original Ladino. And by the way, this was Michael Castro's technique in the poem I cited at the beginning of my talk. He says in English, in parentheses, old proverb of Salonika Jews, the camel doesn't see his own hump. This is a reference, of course, to the well-known Ladino refrán, el gameo no ve su corcova, ve la del de enfrente. Camel doesn't see his own hump, he sees the one that's in front of him. This popular saying about blind spots could also apply to the field of American Jewish literature, which still, even in the 21st century, has a blind spot when it comes to acknowledging Sephardic creative output in its literary canon, a discussion which is beyond the scope of my paper today, but which is well worth considering when we think about authentic Jewish narratives and representation. By way of conclusion, I'd like to ask us all to consider whether Ladino must continue to function primarily as nostalgic vehicle and symbol of lost heritage, or if there's another direction for Sephardic literature across genres. For scholars, writers, and readers who consider themselves Sephardic and or allies of Ladino, we face an inflection point as the language is both endangered and experiencing renewed levels of interest globally. I'd like to suggest that Ladino doesn't have to be solely a language in which to remember. It can also be a language in which to imagine, to create, and to foster contemporary Jewish identity. What would it take to create literature that resonates with layers of Ladino expression, even if the text is not completely in Ladino? Can we cultivate a mode of literary discourse which would position Ladino as a means of connecting communities today, not just bridging to the past? How, as a scholarly field, can we support artists, particularly non-native speakers, who choose to be part of this linguistic tradition? I've attempted through my paper today to consider the challenges and rewards of writing oneself into Sephardic identity via memoir, and specifically the role of Ladino within that personal discursive process. As the current generation of writers perpetuates the diaspora from ancestral terrain, there is rich material to be mined for the creation of new journeys into the Sephardic imaginary. As participants in Ladino discourse and activism, let us be aware of opportunities to support the potential creative flowering offered by this moment in Ladino's history. I promised that I would begin and end this paper with poetry, so here is part of a poem I wrote last summer when I was thinking about my place in Ladino. Siempre seré eleva de nuestra lengua preciada, malgrado que ainda me estoy ambizando. Mi voz estoy topando, agora estoy hablando y con la lengua estoy jugando. Y afilo agora estoy creando. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. And just a reminder to everybody, at the bottom of your screen, you should see an icon saying Q&A. So please feel free to enter any questions or comments that you have, and we will get back to them at the end of this panel. For now, moving right along, our next speaker will be Dr. Delia Agish, who will be presenting on poetry as life lesson, Judeo-Spanish and Italian tombstone inscriptions of Jewish women. Dr. Delia Agish was born in Ankara, Turkey. Currently, she is an independent scholar, and she was a research associate at the Hadassah Brandeis Institute at Brandeis University. She used to be a visiting scholar there in the summer of 2010. She has a PhD in Italian language and literature from Ankara University, and an MS in social anthropology from the Middle East Technical University, an MA in English linguistics from Perennia University, and a BA in Italian language and literature. She attended a postgraduate course in literary translation at the University of Bari, and she has taught several courses in the Department of Translation and Interpreting at Guernsey American University in the 2007-2008 academic year. Welcome, Delia. And please unmute, Delia.
Okay. Now I'm starting my presentation. I will talk about the tombstones and the types of poetry written in the inscriptions in the tombstones. Therefore, my presentation is titled Poetry as a Life Lesson, Judeo-Spanish and Italian Tombstone Inscriptions of Jewish Women. In this study, I intend to analyze Judeo-Spanish and Italian tombstone inscriptions written for women found in the Jewish cemeteries in the city of Istanbul in the region of Marmara of Turkey. I will refer to ecofeminism as a theory as proposed by Françoise Dauborne in her book Le Féminisme ou la Mort, Feminism or Death, in 1974. The main aim and scope of this study is to reveal the reasons for the death of women, their relationship with their loved ones, their professional lives, their cultural traditions, as well as the importance they gave to education. The reasons for their death, including illnesses, pandemics, domestic violence, old age, and accidents, will be analyzed within ecofeminist perspectives, defending how women are related to nature in Judaism, in the Ottoman Turkish Jewish culture, and after the establishment of the Republic of Turkey by Atatürk, who led to gender equality by certain laws in Turkey. In fact, Dauborne underlines problems such as gender equality, communism, capitalism, and negative sides of being a woman. And she explains that the agriculture can be associated with women. In addition to that, Donna Haraway proposes that humans create boundaries between themselves and other humans who have different physical characteristics from them in her work entitled Manifesto for Cyborgs, Science, Technology, and Socialist Feminism in the 1980s. And for this reason, several societal dualisms appear, among which one can count we, others, mind, body, culture, nature, male, female, and civilized and primitive. This study will analyze the dualisms. However, I can pass to the data source. The data are gathered from Turkish Jewish inscriptions from the online Goldstein Goran Diaspora Research Center's Jewish Cemetery Database at Tel Aviv University, prepared by Ferguson. And Jakob Ferguson has entitled the database as Jewish Cemeteries in Turkey. The digitized database of Jewish tombstones in Turkey, 1583 and 1990. It has several tombstones in different languages, in fact, also from the Ottoman Empire. Regarding the cemeteries, concerning the Has-Göçük-Salın Cemetery, an area was offered to Jews as a cemetery site in 1582 by the foundation of Sultan Beyazıt. A plague pandemic took place in 1809, and many Sephardim were killed by this plague. Successively, the cemetery area was enlarged in accordance with decrees in 1814 and 1836. Moreover, regarding the history of the Sephardic cemetery in Ulus Arnavutköy, according to an edict dated March the 17th, 1920, the 80 acres of land registered in the name of Isaac Crespi would be left for a cemetery, and the Galata Beyoğlu Kasımpaşa Şişli Jewish Sephardic community worked on the internal regulations on this issue on the 14th of June, 1921. Finally, the Central Committee of the Chief Rabbi put these regulations into effect on the 2nd of November, 1921. Alongside this, a Baroque-style Italian Jewish cemetery was constructed after the agreement of Sultan Abdulaziz and the Italian government. This cemetery is in the quarter of Şişli on the Rue of Abide-i Hürriyet, according to the foundation of the Turkish rabbinate. Then, regarding illnesses or natural causes, I can mention the following inscription. Signora Seloni, Mrs. Seloni. Baruch Agazer, this is found on several inscriptions. May the one who decrees be blessed, it means. Aquí Olga en la beatitude, here she lies in happiness, coronado de la virtud, crowned with virtue. Asus 85, fue desertada. She died at the age of 85. De hijos y hijas regredada. Her sons and daughters became unhappy afterwards. And bien que tevet perdió su reflo, she left her body and left as a soul on the 20th of Tevet. Familia no topó consuelo. Her family didn't find any consolation. Posé su alma el eternelo. Her soul left to the eternity and gone eden del cielo, in the sky's paradise. Therefore, regarding the nature, we can see that the woman can be associated with nature. As nature is pure, women can be pure and they have virtues. She was crowned with virtue. And as nature has winter, an aged woman can die at the age of 85. Then the left body is mixed with nature and the soil. And the soul lives as the plants and all the other creatures have souls. Then she left to the eternity, and there is a Gan Eden. Therefore, we can refer to the Genesis, for instance, and there is a paradise. The paradise can be full of green objects, and the nature can make the souls feel relieved there. Then, we have an Italian and a French inscription. The Italian one belongs to Felice Gershon Levi, a married woman who died on January 1882, who was born on January 1882 and who died in June 1954. It is so brief. Riposa in pace, have a rest in peace. It was written like that. And also for Esther Pardo, it was written like that. Have a rest in peace, therefore rest in peace. May her soul or be bound up in the bond of life. There is another Hebrew inscription afterwards. Later on, we can mention an illness, for instance, cancer. Baruch Agazer is also a Hebrew phrase that may appear on many inscriptions. Endesadat imeldat la poesia. Therefore, she could compose poetry pieces and she liked reading poetry pieces. Maybe. Sufrió murió a, que más día. She suffered and died a. She was young. Cáncer a, perdió su vida. Cáncer a, she lost her life. Therefore, the exclamations indicate that they suffer for their loss. Then, at the age of 64, de dos hijos se alezó. She left two sons. Tristes amargos lo desó. She left two sons unhappy and sad. Esther, mujer de Isaac. Esther, the wife of Isaac. Barocas llamada. She was called Barocas as a surname. Then she died on the 18th of Adar, 5717. Therefore, on the 21st of March, 1957. May her soul rest in the paradise. May her be forgiven. Therefore, then we can say that the woman can be associated with a family life as a wife. Then a woman can provide food for her offspring, as nature does. We can understand this. However, we see a woman as a wife, not a businesswoman here. Therefore, the nature can be regarded as a mother for all the human beings, according to ecofeminism. Regarding the general Hebrew words, Baruch Agazar, the one who decrees Agazar, may her soul be bound up in the bond of life, it means. Then Baruch Agazar, translated as may the one who decrees such things be blessed, in David Bunis's lexical elements of Slavic origin in Judaism on South Slavic territory, in fact. And the other Hebrew word also appears on the other side in Audrey Glickman. Regarding another Italian inscription, it belongs to Perla Guetta. Madre esemplare donna paziente, therefore there are no commas. Exemplary mother, patient woman. Al affetto dei suoi figli rapita, she was stolen from the love of her children. Dopo lunga penosa malattia, after a long painful illness, all'età di 54 anni, at the age of 54, on the 11th of November, 1887. Pregate per lei, pray for her, therefore. Therefore, we see that the woman can be associated with nature as well here. If we do not look after the nature's elements such as plants or animals, they can die. They can be feeling several illnesses, and they can be suffering from different diseases. And after an illness, long illness, also Perla died. Regarding another Judeo-Spanish inscription belonging to Vida Savariego, aquí reposa la muy regretata, here rests the much regretted Vida Savariego, murió, she died at the age of 52. On the 28th of Kislev, 5704, reposa en paz. It is written like that, may her rest in peace, therefore. This was found in the Haskell Cemetery as well. Then, as well, if the nature dies, humans can be left all alone without any nutrients, in fact. Then, regarding pandemics, we can find several tombstone inscriptions related to cholera days. Among these tombs, Il crudo cholera strapsa, this was incomplete as an inscription. Raw cholera took her away from the bosom of the Levi family. It is written, dal seno dalla famiglia Levi, il modello della madre, model for mothers and women. Therefore, she was regarded as a role model for all the mothers and women. Privandoli per sempre dal suo affetto e amore, deprived them forever from affection and love. Therefore, every woman is regarded as wives and mothers, according to this Sephardic culture or the Italian Jewish culture existing in Istanbul. Regina Levi de Nitta, Queen Levi of Nitta. She was 60 years old, and she lived in the best way of existence. Therefore, she lived happily. But she died on the 1st of August, 1865. Le memoria si cara I figli questa lapide. She left her dear memory to her sons. She passed away and pray for her. I think as the inscription is not complete. Therefore, we can say that as love is nature and as nature is love, also women can be associated with nature as mothers that provide food to children, in fact. And that is it. And regarding domestic violence, we can find this inscription. Baruch Agozer, may the one who decrees be blessed. It means, Signoro Ailion, Mrs. Ailion. That. The person died in 1943. Melda triste elogia, read this sad elegy. Yoralda por manzia, to cry being young. Desgracia de ser cuchiada, unfortunate to be killed with a knife. De mano de su marido matada, she was killed by the hands of her husband. Madre y hermanas lloran, her mother and sisters are crying. De continuo, they are unhappy. A sus hijos no les sale, for her sons her love. The Altino never gets out of her soul. Signora Ailion llamada, Mrs. Ailion, she was called. And on the 22nd year, she was buried. So alma reposa en paz. Let her soul rest in peace. Therefore, we can see that there was also domestic violence within the Sephardic community. And as men cut trees, they can destroy nature. They can destroy woods, and women can be associated with nature as well here. Regarding accidents, car accidents, traffic accidents were common. Camila Bahar. Aquí reposa, rest here, una mujer honorada, an honored woman. Que murió, who died at the age of 61, año de traffic kazası in Turkish, a traffic accident, due to traffic accident, and left her husband and 2 sons behind, sad. And we wish, rogamos, con todo maestro, with our whole hearts, que su alma, that her soul, reposa en los vercheles de Gan Eden, has a rest within the borders of the paradise, we can say. Therefore, there can be accidents. Also, there can be forest fires. One must be careful in this case. Regarding Esreya Levi, aquí reposa la defonda, the defunct has a rest here. Esreya Levi, que ansi se llamaba, she was called so, alle etat de, at the age of 17, de entre los vivos fue, when she was with alive people, alesada, she flew away, de un accidente de autobus in a bus accident, fue subitamente pismor, and we can say that she suffered, and she was young, some words aren't complete. Pray that her soul will have a rest in the paradise as well here. Therefore, bus accidents or car accidents are dangerous. And as well, jungle fires can be dangerous. So one must be careful about accidents as we associate women with nature even here. To conclude, tombstone inscriptions show that women would be regarded as mothers, sisters, or housewives in general. They weren't business women in the past. They could be victims of domestic violence or accidents. and they could be their families' appreciated members. They are liked, but they are regarded as mothers or wives. And if we associate women with nature in terms of ecofeminism, women should have had jobs and should have had organizations to defend their rights and to raise generations defending gender equality. As nature is pure, women are kind, productive, and good mothers can be regarded as food resources just like nature. We can say this, and I thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you once again, and for anyone with
welcome.
questions, please use the Q&A option at the bottom of your screen, and we'll get to them after our next panelist. So our last panelist for this part of the program will be Dr. Dario Micoli, who will be presenting on Sephardi foodways and the memory of Jewish roads. Dr. Dario Micoli is an assistant professor of modern Hebrew and Jewish studies at the Department of Asian and North African Studies at Tafoscari University of Venice. His research and publications deal with the history and memory of the Jews of the modern Middle East and North Africa, Mediterranean studies, and Israeli literature and society. He is the author of A Sephardi Sea, Jewish Memories Across the Modern Mediterranean, published through Indiana University Press in 2022, and Histories of the Jews of Egypt, an Imagine Bourgeoisie, 1880s to 1950s, published through Routledge in 2015. Welcome, Dario.
Thank you. So I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but I will start with a quote from a book that Hannah Pressman showed a few minutes ago, the Sephardi cookbook published in Zimbabwe. So, bulema, fritada, bollos, travados are words that bring to life the spirit of the Spanish Jewish heritage that is disappearing. The Spanish of Castile, Ladino, and the Sephardi cuisine are the sole living relics of the lost fatherland. The Lost Fatherland, which Stella Cohen is the author of these lines and a Zimbabwean food writer and cook of Sephardi ancestry, the Lost Fatherland she talks about is the island of Rhodes. And in fact, among the Sephardic culinary traditions, that of the Rhodesli, that is the Jews from Rhodes in Judeo-Spanish, is probably one of the best preserved until today, and cherished as a foundational aspect of the community's heritage. And as is also evident from this quote, there is a very strong connection, as I will try to show in my presentation, between the Ladino language and the Sephardi, the Rhodesli cuisine. So I should also say before starting that my paper is centered on food and food heritage, but I'm not an expert on food heritage actually, and my research also does not deal with that, or at least not as its focus. And what I'm presenting is part of a larger project that is dedicated on the history of the migration of Jews from the island of Rhodes, mainly to the Belgian Congo, and partly also to Rhodesia, but I'm mostly focusing actually on Congo in between the 20s and the 60s, 1920s and 1960s. And very few words on the Jews of Rhodes, although many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with their history. The Jews of Rhodes arrived, the Jews arrived on Rhodes already in ancient times. At the beginning, they were what is called a Romagnot community. Then in the 16th century, about the 16th century, Sephardi Jews started to arrive and became the dominant element of the community, creating a very strong Judeo-Spanish heritage that was centered on the nostalgia and longing for Sepharad. And so until the 1940s, the Jews of Rhodes lived mainly within the boundaries of the Juderia, the Jewish quarter of the old city of Rhodes. Rhodes, of course, was part of the Ottoman Empire until the early 1910s, then became an Italian colony, although it was technically speaking, it was not a colony, but let's not get into that. And then it remained Italian until 1943, when the German occupation started, and then in 1947, Rhodes and the rest of what had been the Italian Dodecanese was annexed to Greece. The Jewish community of Rhodes was relatively small, and also many started to emigrate from Rhodes in the early 20th century to countries as different as Egypt, also the Anatolian Peninsula, Italy, and then also in Africa, the Belgian Congo and Rhodesia, mainly South Africa, the United States, Latin America as well. So what I'm presenting today, therefore, mainly looks at the aftermath of this story and how to preserve a heritage the heritage of a community that is not anymore present in its original birthplace. So how to remember the Juderia, how to remember Jewish Rhodes from abroad, from the diaspora, and when also considering the aftermath of the Holocaust and the migration to different places that I just mentioned. And of course, remembering a lost homeland, a lost or disappearing heritage through food is not something that only happens in the case of the Jews of Rhodes or in Sephardic Jews. Is something that obviously many cultures have done since centuries ago, I would say, and also many anthropologists and historians have discussed this topic. Just to mention, for example, a seminal work by Claude Lévi-Strauss from 1964, Le Cru et le Cuit, that talks about food and some of the issues that I'll also try to discuss now. When it comes to Sephardic Jews, one should remember a very famous book from 1967 by Claudia Roden, a book of Middle Eastern food that was perhaps the first or one of the first book that talks about these issues, and a cookery book that is also, however, a sort of study or research on foodways, as nowadays scholars have called it. And so my idea is to look at some of the different contexts where we can find this connection between food and Ladino and the Ladino culture of the Rhodesli more generally. And so one of the first contexts that we can analyze is literature, and particularly the autobiographies and memoirs published by Rhodeslis over the last decades. And for example, Laura Varon in the Juderia, published in 1999, remembers the celebration of Purim in 1930s Rhodes, and she writes, "I arrived home for the Sueda de Purim. Tonight there would be music in the Kai Ancha. Mother had filled the table so full that the entire surface was covered. In addition to Uncle Rachamin's palamida, there was kapama, a baked fish dish, and tomat." Rebecca Matolevi in I Remember Rhodes, published in 1997, also recalls the atmosphere of the Juderia. "My eyes," she writes, "fill with tears remembering these beautiful childhood days when after finishing our course, all the neighbors would gather to have afternoon coffee with the freshly baked bread and bollos." The mother of Virginia Gattegno, who was actually born in Italy but lived for several years in Rhodes, is said to, and I'm quoting from the autobiographies of Virginia Gattegno, published in Italian last year, so her mother had learned to cook the recipes of the island. "We knew she was a good cook because our guests," writes Virginia, "after dinner often said manus bendicias, and in Rhodes you only said that if the meal was excellent." Apart from autobiographies and memoirs, several Rhodesli cookbooks, of course, have been published. Cookbooks, not just as books which contain recipes and tell us how to cook, but also, as noted, for example, by Barbara Kirschenblatt-Gimblet, as a way of eating by reading recipes and looking at photographs. So modern cookbooks as a kind of hybrid object that mixes narrative prefaces, anecdotes, cooking instructions, glossaries, and so on. And one of the examples is the one I quoted at the beginning, the Zimbabwean Sephardic cuisine, which is in fact a book that not only has recipes, but also a very detailed Ladino English glossary that is said to be, and I'm quoting from the book, could heighten your understanding of Sephardic cookery and your pleasure in sampling this historic cuisine. Because the dishes, the authors continue, still bear their Spanish names, baklava, maruquinos, bulucuño, and are held in high esteem in the Sephardi home. Many years later, in 2012, Stella Cohen published what has become perhaps the reference book for Rhodesli cuisine, Stella's Sephardic Table. And in the first pages, Cohen explains in bittersweet tones that whenever one of her children comes to visit her in Zimbabwe, the first question always is, and I'm quoting, "Nonna, where are the reshikas?" Sadly, the home cooking of our foremothers, handed down orally in the medieval language, Ladino, is fading together with its rich heritage. And this is similar to what Cohen experienced as a child in Rhodesia, when she would sit with her sister and listen to her mother and friend cooking, and I'm quoting again, recalling their childhood with nostalgia. They were adapted storytelling, contar consejas, of family legend and folklore, often singing in their beloved Ladino medieval Spanish romantic ballads, romanzos. If one moves from Africa, from Zimbabwe to Israel, where many Rhodeslis also moved after the Second World War, and then especially after the 60s from Congo and Rhodesia, for example, food that doesn't lose its centrality. For instance, in the pages of Achirodes, that was a magazine published by a Jerusalem-based Rhodesli migrant association, food and recipes are again frequently mentioned as a quintessential aspect of the community's heritage. For example, in one of the issues, we find a list of food-related Ladino proverbs, and just to give you some examples, which are also quite funny, por una cuchara de arroz me va a ir a Estambul, pan y queso un buen beso, come dulce para que hable dulce. Food is present also on many websites and social media pages about Rhodesli heritage that were opened in the last years. For example, the Facebook group Jews Abroad's Family Pictures contains many posts with recipes. And just to quote an example that I found some weeks ago, one of the users posted a photograph of her granddaughter, and then in the comment to the picture, she wrote, "My granddaughter making pastelicos. The tradition continues. She makes them with her parents. It skipped a generation, as I've never made them by myself." Another example is a food blog that was opened in 2009 by the daughter of Rhodesli immigrant to the US, and the food blog is called Bendichas Manos, that is entirely dedicated to Rhodesli and Sephardi cuisine. Home-baked bread, the author of the blog writes, always had a special place in my mother's house. With every baking, my dad would repeat in his old word Ladino, "Los panicicos di casa chi no manchi." Home-bread bread should never be lacking. The recipe for rolls and roscas is the same. It has been handed down through many generations. Nothing compares with that aroma. So, as seen, there's a strong connection between Rhodesli food and Ladino language and culture, not only because, of course, all the recipes bore Ladino names, but since they were prepared for specific holidays or family celebrations, still today, they often reconnect those who prepare or eat them with the language and landscape of their childhood, or with the memories of it that the older generations have transmitted to their children and grandchildren. Rhodesli foodways, similarly to what Gross recently found out in the case of American Ashkenazi Jewish cuisine, or for example, Joël Baloul for the case of Algerian Jews in her seminal book, Le culte de la table dressée, provide individuals with a sense of community and belonging across time and space, and places one in a nostalgic network of sacred relationships with family members, friends, and co-religionists, living and dead, historical and mythical. The act of cooking or writing, reading, and talking about food, and again, I just gave a few examples. There are, of course, many other books and even cookbooks that could have been mentioned, is endowed with an extraordinary poetic potential and triggers the reemergence of what is perceived as an otherwise lost homeland. In the aftermath of the Holocaust, Rodezlis disseminated all over the world remembered the Juderia through recipes, proverbs, and songs in Ladino. The language, writes Esther Fintz-Menashe, who had moved to Italy actually before the war, Ladino, the language spoken in the family, transmitted from one generation to the other por boca de madre, the language of affection and of the soul. So the Jewish road, remembered through food and Ladino, also has, as I think important to underline, a strong gender dimension. It is a world populated by loving grandmothers and mothers preparing the Shabbat meal, by women that gather to cook and sing before a bagno de novia. So if looking at the Rodezli past through food and its Ladino heritage inevitably signals the limited space that women often have in their society, nowadays it also allows us to discover more intimate aspects of that world that perhaps cannot be easily found in institutional archives or through institutional documents. In conclusion, from these poetic representations, Rhodes emerges as a magical and almost unchanging space that existed for centuries and that after the Holocaust seemed to have abandoned the realm of history to enter that of memory. But nevertheless, the Ladino language and Sephardic culture are not a degraded relic divorced from its rhapsodic past as they're being defined, but their echo can still be found in a Zimbabwean cookbook, in a Californian food blog, or more simply in the dishes prepared for Shabbat. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you to our three panelists, Hannah, Daria, and Dario. We have some time for some questions and conversation. So I'll first go to the chat where I see a couple of different remarks. And the first is Rachel Amado-Bortnick notes, congratulations on your advanced level of Ladino, dear Hannah. So thank you for using Ladino throughout your presentation. And as a reminder, actually, Rachel Bortnick was one of the, during the ucLADINO's first conference, 12 years ago, actually, Rachel was a keynote speaker at the conference in Los Angeles, along with Alicia Cisoraz for Hakatia. I know, Rachel, you have a question or comment, so would you like to go first for one of our panelists? And please unmute when you're ready. Yes.
I had a lot of notes as people were speaking. As you said, very impressed with Hannah's presentation and the idea. There, I wanted to note that Miriam Moscona, whom we heard a lot about, also, of course, uses Ladino, in, if you can consider her novels sort of memoir also, I think. But anyway, I want to go on to Daria. I just noted some mistranslations, and so if you're interested, I would like to help you do some translations correctly. With Dario, I noted again, I think that it would be nice, being a native speaker and also a teacher of Ladino, I would like for people who present to learn to pronounce some of those things correctly. That goes for everybody. And so, for example, in the names of foods, first let me say that Rodezli foods are very similar, if not in the case of Izmir, Turkey, almost identical to all Sephardic foods. There are foods, for example, that you mentioned, kapama and maronchinos. were just a couple that I noted. So if I hope I'm not being out of line by mentioning that it would be nice if you could pronounce the names of the words in the Ladino language more correctly. Anyway, thank you very much, though. Everything was very interesting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rachel. And just something that I observed too, which I thought was quite nice in regards to pronunciation, though, was Hannah and Dario, in reflecting the Rodesli variety, I noticed that Hannah used rodis with vowel raising, where E's often become I's and O's often become U's. We saw that in one of the words that Dario used for monkey also. So a lot of variation in that regard as far as Ladino goes. And just a follow-up to Rachel's comment too in regard to some of the names. What's so great about this conference and this panel is the names that you're mentioning are not just names that exist in books, but in many cases friends, people that are among us in the audience. Miriam Ascona, Dario mentioned Kay and Marsha Weingarten Israel, and those are people that are very familiar, especially to the Los Angeles community where ucLADINO is really based. So it's really nice to see all these worlds coming together. I see a question from Jane, and in the meantime, since we don't have that much time for questions, there are some Q&As in the chat or the Q&A section as well that are being answered by the panelists. So I'll also direct your attention to that. Jane, please.
Hi, I would just like to thank Daria for her charming presentation. It was really interesting to walk around the cemeteries, as it were, with her and read these inscriptions in various languages. I have a question, which I have a feeling Daria does not know how to answer, but I just wanted to put it out there. I think we've become very, very boring in our contemporary tombstone inscriptions. I remember writing one for my father and for my mother, and there was none of that poignant sort of family feeling that is so evident in the inscriptions you read, even though, of course, there was great family feeling as I wrote those inscriptions. I wondered about the people who were responsible for, writing in stone. When we say it wasn't written in stone, well, these were inscriptions written in stone, which is quite an art. And I wondered if you researched at all or would like to think about the people who actually did those inscriptions in stone. I have a feeling that the appetite for having more such wonderfully flowery, in some case, and informative inscriptions has gone out with the price of paying for inscriptions to be written in stone. And I wondered about the artists who were actually doing those inscriptions in the cemeteries that you so nicely opened to our view.
I have never thought about searching who wrote these inscriptions. However, for another study, I was researching some other inscriptions written in Turkish. They were all similar. They were also including some Muslim prayers. So I was shocked to see that. So I believe that there were some people who were writing inscriptions. However, these were writing Turkish inscriptions. There may be also others writing Judeo-Spanish inscriptions. I have to investigate this.
It would be interesting.
All right.
Thank you.
And please feel free to everybody to follow up with our panelists in the chat or in the Q&A, I should say. All right, maybe time for one or two more questions. I'll go to one by Nessie, which was echoed also by some other participants. And this is for Hannah and Dario to respond to whatever you're able to in regards to several questions here. It's in the chat if you want to follow along. Both mentioned the many Jews who went to colonies in Africa. How does Rhodesian and Congolese apartheid appear or get erased in the memoirs and cookbooks of Sephardim? Do we hear of, say, domestic workers who undertook the repetitive kitchen work, or this ominous mining interest mentioned by Hannah? Do we hear of the Black workers that the Sephardim are exploiting in the memoirs they write or are writing. So a brief remark maybe by Hannah and or Dario, if you're able.
Well, thank you for the question, Nessie. Hi, Nessie. This is definitely, excuse me, a tense issue, at least for me, being in the position of a first-generation American and hearing the experience of growing up in colonial Rhodesia, which is now Zimbabwe, filtered through my parents' experience, and particularly regarding the Sephardic community, my mother's experience. It is something I think about a lot, the ethics of writing about this community and knowing that a place of refuge for one persecuted people is, operates via systemic oppression of an exploitation of another group of people. And it's something I wrestle with. And I can't speak, collectively to the genres, if there is such a thing, of Sephardim from Zimbabwe. It's a pretty small field in terms of things that have been published by actual, presses. The level that I'm working with is more oral histories and communal memory. And so, I talked about blind spots. I wouldn't call the history of the Blacks in the Africans that the Sephardim encountered. I wouldn't call it a blind spot necessarily, but there is definitely a, what I know is what the relationships that my families describe with the people who worked for them in their homes, and it was complicated. So I'm still in the process of unpacking that history, both on a micro level domestically, and then also on a collective and national level. The post-colonial politics, though, is not something I plan to ignore at all in my work. So it's an ongoing conversation, and it's not something that everyone talks about with the same levels of awareness. So that's something interesting when I'm interviewing people to kind of try to tease out feelings regarding the colonial and post-colonial situation. I don't know, Daria, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, just very, very briefly. I mean, I pretty much agree with what Hannah just said. And in terms of memoirs, at least what I could see in the case of Rodezli, there are basically most of the memoirs, don't even of the Rodezli that moved to Congo and Rhodesia, talk almost exclusively about roads and very little about Rhodesia and Congo in the first place. And in terms of the oral history that I conducted, mainly with Rodezlis from Congo that lived in Elisabethville or Leopoldville, nowadays Kinshasa, they also in many cases tend to not talk too much about that. But I think, I would say that we also have to keep in mind the very different historical context of those days, both before and after the Second World War. So I'm saying this from a more the perspective of myself as a historian. We can't look at that with today's eyes. In those days, it was not inconceivable to live in, for example, a society such as the Belgian Congo in the 40s or Rhodesia. And so it's, of course, a very sensitive issue today, but at the time, it was considered not so unusual. It was the normality of those countries. Of course, not everybody agreed, but still, I think it is important also to historicize and to contextualize and therefore also to understand the silences in some cases of today when we think of the past in terms of past, and not as something that we look at from the present.
Okay, thank you both for your responses. All right, we just have time for one final comment or question, but again, feel free to go into the Q&A and just afterwards. But Rena, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
I actually wanted to make a comment on Hannah's presentation, and I want to commend you, Hannah, for being brave enough to write in Ladino. It's like I've been doing similar memoir writing and have not attempted to inscribe myself in Ladino, but I'm inspired now, because you have. But I wanted to also kind of make a comment about in my teaching of Latina literature in the United States, of course, we know that Latinos were on the forefront of code switching and bringing Spanish, Mexican Spanish or Spanish from whatever country they came from into the writing. And I found that I think that's particularly insightful and helpful to us because we're not native Ladino speakers. And so we're just trying, to inscribe ourselves in the ways that we can. So I think that experimenting with this and your talk has really inspired that, as well as Miriam Moscona's work. But of course, the relationship of Ladino and Mexican Spanish is so much closer than it is through English and Ladino. But I wanted to actually, Brian and Rachel, those of you who teach Ladino, about the possibility of having an advanced Ladino course that would integrate the idiomatic aspects of the language, the use of proverbs, the use of the metaphors that are used or that used to be used in the language. I have recordings of family members, and their Ladino is just so beautiful and so florid and so lyrical. And I can't imitate that, but I'd like to start to learn how to do that. So if there's a possibility of a space where some of us could begin to learn the structures of that more complex idiomatic Ladino, that would be wonderful. And also, I wanted to ask you, Hannah, the oral histories that you collected in Dario also, they were not in Ladino, I assume, right?
Mine were conducted in English, though in nearly every case I ask my interlocutor if they have favorite refranes or songs or sayings that they remember from relatives. So there is Ladino content, but no, we conduct our interviews in English.
Well, let's do them in Ladino. Anyway, those were just my thoughts, my random thoughts about the use of Ladino in memoir writing, and I'm very, very inspired. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it, and I'm inspired by your work, so we have a mutual admiration society, Rena. But I'm happy to talk more about craft anytime.
All right. So that will bring us to the closing of this panel.
Great. And hello again. Just a quick note before we go into the next panel. I just wanted to say that the images you just saw have been produced and rendered beautifully in a book, which I have here called Zazu Dreams. And it is a cautionary tale for the Anthropocene era, and it's told by Kara Judea Al-Hadef. And the paintings are done by Michaela Amatewa Matu, both of whom are present with us today and will be giving their talks. It has been an absolute pleasure to work with them and to get to know their way of going about creating art. So thank you. And during the breaks, you'll be seeing essentially their artwork, either by Kara specifically or Michaela. And I do hope that you enjoy that visual aspect and lyrical oral aspect of the conference as well. So let's move on to our next panel and proceed from there. Thank you. Simone, please take it away.
Hello, for real this time. My name is Simone Salmon, and I am writing my dissertation on Ladino music. And I'm actually currently in Istanbul, where I'm doing my fieldwork. And we have spinach boyos waiting in the oven when this panel is over. I wanted to introduce our speakers. The panel is called Place Names. First, we have Dr. Leah Dovcheva. She lives in Sofia, Bulgaria with her family. She's a coach, international trainer, researcher, and author of books and learning materials. Her latest book, Kaleidoscope of Identities, was published in Bulgaria, in Bulgarian and Spanish in 2021 and 2022. It is the outcome of 10 years of research on Sephardic lives framed by the use of Ladino.
Sorry about that. So I'm positioning my talk today in the Bulgarian context, and it will be a different Bulgarian context that is described by Tabia in many ways, but also in many other ways, you will recognize some similarities. And I'm very grateful again, Tabia, for your presentation, because we are making a connection which for me is valuable. I've chosen for the title of my talk this evening, I've chosen the title Kaleidoscope of Identities, the title of my book. And this is intentional because I believe it sends a message across of dynamics, change, play, performance, which I understand as quite different from a message of nostalgia. So, so this is the title of my talk today. And I hope that I will manage to convey to you the poetry of my experience with my research participants. And my research participants were and are Sephardic Jews from Bulgaria. And I do hope that their stories, excerpts from their stories will grab your imagination. And finally, I do hope that you appreciate the poetic nature of the time and space we have together managed to open up and enlarge. So the big picture is today is, I will say a few words about how my research began and how it began and what was wanted and then what I ended up with. And then you'll see the lyrical heroes of my research. Who and what are they? And as much as the time allows for us, we'll see what they're talking about. What I wanted initially when I started my research with a colleague of mine from the University of Manchester was to preserve in several languages, Bulgarian, Spanish, and English, the Ladino-focused stories of Sephardic Jews in Bulgaria. And later on, as I collected the stories, as I transcribed them, translated them into English and Spanish, I realized that although the storytellers were talking about their lives as framed by Ladino, and their stories were different, there wasn't the story that was the same as the other one, but there was something which united them. And from this realization, I developed a conceptual framework, which I called zones of interculturality. And we are not going to talk about this today. I'm just mentioning the development of my intention and my research, which lasted over 10 years. So who are the lyrical heroes in today's account? There are three, I believe: the storytellers and their stories, Ladino, Bulgarian, and other languages, and the researcher. And I apologize for beginning with myself, because I think this will add several features to the context. I'm not sure, can you see the map of Europe here? And I've put it here just to show, I'll move this, just to show where Bulgaria is. It is, the red circle shows the place of Bulgaria on the map. I believe that I started this research 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, as an insider to the world of the Bulgarian Sephardim. My parents, both Sephardic Jews. Nothing is known about my mother's family, but my father's family came to Bulgaria at the beginning of the 17th century. I'm also, so in my family, Ladino was spoken. My parents didn't teach me Ladino for various reasons. So, and my parents and I, in my childhood, the community that I knew was the community of the Bulgarian Sephardim in the city where I lived and where I was born. I'm also familiar with the Bulgarian context because I studied in a Bulgarian school. I had Bulgarian friends. My mother tongue, my first language is Bulgarian. And I then became a teacher in a Bulgarian school. I studied in a Bulgarian university. So I believe I'm quite familiar with the Bulgarian context. I also have experience with narrative methodology. My narrative research project with the Sephardic Jews in Bulgaria was my third one. So I believe I wasn't coming to the research as a completely innocent researcher. And I also have a sense of language. My education was in languages. I started my professional career as a teacher of English. So I believe I have a sense of languages. Now, just one slide about the Sephardim in Bulgaria. They came at the beginning, sorry about this, I'm jumping the slide. They came at the beginning of the 16th century, and there is a myth of the cordial welcome they received by the Ottoman Empire, because at that time, what is now Bulgaria was within the territory of the Ottoman Empire. And this myth, with its various variations, the common line is that they received a cordial welcome because they were clever, because they were rich, because they spoke different languages, because they had their different occupations. Anyway, the myth of a cordial welcome. Nobody knows how many Jews came from the Iberian Peninsula. Some research shows that says that they were 90,000 to 95,000. Could be more, could be less. But the fact now is that in Bulgaria, there are 1,100 Sephardic Jews. So we can see the nearly fatal drop. Why? Because in very large sketches, there were two ways of emigration. After the Second World War, and when Israel was founded, a huge number of Bulgarian Sephardic Jews left Bulgaria. Out of 50,000 Sephardic Jews and Ashkenazi Jews, actually, 45,000 went to Israel. And after 1989, when the communist regime fell and the new democratic, I believe, order was established, the rest of those 5,000 Jews who lived in Bulgaria, they left for Israel as well, and for other countries. This is a very large picture in very broad brushes to give you an idea of the context in Bulgaria. Now we come to the core of my story. These are the storytellers, 14 mostly elderly Sephardic Jews. I'm not going to to name each and every one of them. Most of them are not among us anymore. They died, which makes me think that the research and the stories I collected, I gathered, were very timely. And my intention was, and I'm repeating here, to preserve their stories for later generations. And only later, by reading, rereading, and analyzing the stories, I thought, there's something we can learn here about interculturality. So you can see Sophie is among us now. She's nearly 100. She is a biologist. This is Itzku Finzi. He is among us. He's nearly 100. He's an actor, musician, violinist. This is Reni Ligi, who was the first to give me her story, and so on and so forth. The youngest one was Solomon Bali, and he's now 50. They told me their stories in Bulgarian because I don't speak Ladino. Why my parents didn't care to teach me Ladino, I can only speculate. My dad did give me a reason. I don't believe this was the true reason, but anyway, so the only language we shared between us was Bulgarian. So their stories was told in Bulgarian. Reni Ligi, who was the first one to tell me her story, she started like this. And when she realized, I didn't know her before, we didn't know each other. When she realized I didn't speak Ladino, she switched on into Bulgarian. So after Hannah's excellent reading, and in Ladino, I don't dare read that. But I decided to put this slide because this will give you an idea how Ladino is spoken in Bulgaria. I don't dare read it. Forgive me for that. So, when I realized that although the stories were different from each other, they were unique because they were unique because these were the stories of the storytellers' lives. But not only for that reason, they were unique because they told me their stories. If it was somebody else, if it was you, one of you, or if it was somebody else, the story would have been different. But because the storytellers and I shared more than one context, the stories they told me was told to me, and in that sense, they're unique. And they were told in a given moment in time. If I asked Reni now to tell me her story, it would be a different story. So I think I have gathered unique stories. And when I started analyzing them, tempted by my researcher and interculturalist background, I realized that they were talking about the same spaces: the intrapersonal, the domestic, the local, the diasporic, and the international. And without telling you much about these zones, I decided to give excerpts from the stories as distributed in those zones. So Andrei and Aaron is a businessman. Andrei, he passed away recently. He was an artist, a painter. So Aaron says, I felt exceptional when I realized that I knew a language which wasn't typically spoken in Bulgaria. So I felt exceptional. And Andrei says, my sense of being an heir to this language is special. It infuses and empowers me with a kind of primary and fundamental force. We seek our sense of uniqueness and find it in this language. So he's an artist, and I guess it was important for him to be unique. And also Grady, who is also an artist, and he's still among us, he says, Ladino gives me a sense of belonging to something larger. Every so often, it emerges, and it gives me a freedom of choice. I can choose the culture I want to belong to, even though the language that I use now is, even though I don't use this language now, but it just pops up in certain situations. It is lurking there. And Andrei says, and there is here a hint of worry, which I think bears evidence of the times, and I was born and I lived in those times in socialist Bulgaria, when it wasn't such a good idea to be Jewish. And he says, I sometimes wonder about my Ladino accent or my intonation. They bear some Jewish traces, and these give me away. So, in this zone, what made an impression on me is that all my storytellers, for them, Ladino is a special marker of identity. It makes them different. It gives them a special voice. And also, happily, they acknowledge their multilingual capacities, their power of choice. This is like music to my ears, by the way, that we can choose what to be and who to be, depending on where we are, who we are talking with. And then, referring to Andrei's excerpt, they are aware of the risk of being identified as Jewish. And then Yvette, who died when she was 101, this is the domestic zone, the zone of the family. She says, Judaismo, no, the use, she really was unhappy when I used the term Ladino for the language. She kept calling it Judaismo for a very good reason, I believe. Judaismo is my mother tongue. At home, we spoke Judaismo. I spoke Judaismo with my aunts, grannies, everybody. And then Rene, she said, when I was 5, my grandma moved with us. She could not speak Bulgarian. So this was the 30s of the 20th century. My grandma moved with us. She could not speak Bulgarian, and she took it upon herself to teach me Ladino. She must have been a good teacher. In less than 3 months, I was able to communicate with her in Ladino. And this is interesting. I knew Andrei's grandma because we went to school together, and I do remember her. He says, my grandma always spoke to me in Ladino. When I was with my friends, and when my friends were around, she would still do it. She very well knew that my friends were all Bulgarian and could not understand the Ladino word. Invariably, my reaction was to respond to her in Bulgarian and thus demonstrate my disapproval emphatically and strongly. This kind of response destroyed the intimacy between us, and we often argued. So, speaking Ladino wasn't always a happy experience, and the memories were certainly not happy. So in the family zone, my storytellers talk about the different ways of being exposed to the language, and they were performing multiple identities depending on who in the family they were talking with. If you have read Canetis novel, language. I forgot the title. It was about his life in Rusa, in Bulgaria, and he says there that his parents spoke German, his grandma and granddad spoke Ladino, and they all spoke to their servants in Bulgarian. So this also happened in some of the families where my stories happened to be. And so they would choose which language to speak in the family. I haven't given you here a quote, which Grady tells me about, is that he spoke Ladino at home. Once he was out of the door, he spoke Bulgarian. So the door was the border between Ladino, the door to the outside world, Ladino and the outside world. So the local zone of the Sephardim in Bulgaria, so this was Sephardic Jews speaking Ladino to themselves. And Eli says he's the son of Yvette. He says, in Plovdiv, my father used to go to the Jewish club every day. He played cards with his friends. All their jokes, curses, and playful battering was in Judaismo. So Judaism was still the language of everyday communication in the days before I was born. And even in those days, maybe. And then Andre again says, when she was young, my paternal grandma Blanca regarded herself as a modern young woman and tended to speak Bulgarian only. In those days, they apparently believed that speaking Ladino was something that only the lower classes did, or just older women. Competence in correctly spoken literary Bulgarian was very highly valued. And I'm slowing down here because I believe, so Grandma Blanca was my dad's age. I believe this is one of the reasons why my mom didn't teach me Ladino. And from now on, I'm only going to show one slide because of time. In this zone, the predominant sense is that of the stories gave me a sense of nostalgia. And this is the only zone where nostalgia was present. The storytellers were nostalgic and were really sad about the times when Ladino was a language of communication. Why the cards turned, why it stopped to be the language of communication is perhaps the subject of another presentation. And also, they talk about efforts to rescue the language, but I haven't got a slide on that. The next zone is quite interesting. It is the zone of the Sephardic-speaking diaspora, the international community of Sephardic speakers. And here, there's no nostalgia at all. Here, my storytellers, nearly all of them, are proud of being able to communicate in Ladino and meeting other people who speak Ladino. And Solomon Bali, my youngest storyteller, he says, this is quite revelational, actually. I'm really moved when I read it. We became Bulgarian Jews only 70, 80 years ago. Before that, we were Balkan Jews. Should we find ourselves among Jews from other countries, there would hardly be anything to make us inherently different from each other. Except for the language, our passports have been written in. We do things in similar ways. Everywhere on the Balkans, I forgot here, I know them really by heart. On the Balkans, I feel at home. And this is really heartwarming. And in these zones, my storytellers construct themselves as competent users of Ladino. How competent they were, nobody knows. But they did business in Ladino, they communicated in Ladino, they felt kind of freed from the constraints of the Bulgarian society. They were using Ladino as a lingua franca. There was this sense of common Sephardic origin, and they were included in one international community. So they no longer presented themselves, performed as nostalgic losers. They were active members of the wider Sephardic community. And the last zone is that of the community, the global community of Spanish speakers. This is really interesting because many speakers of Ladino, many of my storytellers, I don't want to make big generalizations, but many of my storytellers, they attempted to learn Spanish. And from their stories, I could see a line emerging, a continuum where some of them chose to stay with Ladino. They never attempted to learn Spanish, like Eli. He visited Spain for business reasons, and he addressed, it was a conference or something, business conference or something, and he addressed the audience in Ladino. And he was really, really exalted that he was understood. On the other end of the continuum are some of my storytellers who learned Spanish to perfection, and they could communicate both in Ladino and in Spanish. And in between, there were people who, like myself, I'm learning Spanish now, who spoke a mixture, a concoction of Spanish and Ladino. So this is really enlightening how Ladino gives them access to modern Spanish. And Reni is exceptional, really, because all my storytellers, the narrators, they gave me their life story as framed by Ladino. And Reni was the only one who was able to include the viewpoint of Spanish speakers. And she says, she talks about a musician here from Chile or Argentina, I forget. He was keen to hear the language which he had never heard anybody speak before. The time we spent together made me aware of the special attitude the Spanish-speaking people have for us, Sephardic Jews. They find it truly amazing that we have preserved Ladino for 5 centuries. But we also cherish, and this is absurd really, and that we also cherish the warmest sentiments for Spain itself. Okay, so this is nearly the end. I hope I've kept the timelines, but inspired by the title of the symposium, the poetic nature of my talk is that, and of my research experience, which I presented, is that I have recorded and am voicing the personal experiences of the narrators which is very much a feature of poetry. And also, I've tried to capture the uniqueness of each and every encounter that I had, story gathering encounter. And then another poetic feature was that between each of the storytellers and myself, we created a space which was really intense and powerful. After each story gathering encounter, I was reduced to tears. I was really moved because I didn't say much so as not to disturb the flow of their stories, but as they spoke, I went back to my childhood and what my parents have told me. So this was a unique experience for me as well. And my research has a rigorous structure which doesn't show here very much, but also it is spontaneous. And I still, in the book, as I read and reread their stories, there's this beautiful rhythm of the storytelling. And like in poems, I believe, I've never written poems myself, but I do read poems. There is this sense of identity work. So I hope I have captured that. And I finish here, and I'm open to your questions, realizing that I have said really little. Yeah.
Thank you very much for such an enlightening talk. We're going to move on to our next speaker. That's Dr. Marcel Israel. So he was trained in industrial controls and telecommunications. He is Sephardic and was born in Plovdiv, Bulgaria, but lives now alternately in Spain and Bulgaria. He speaks Ladino as a native language, and as the former president of the Religious Council of the Jewish Communities of Bulgaria, he's a board member of the Bulgarian Forum for Interreligious Dialogue in Sofia and Religions for Peace Europe in Brussels and Berlin. For about 40 years, he has worked as an independent Jewish history and linguistics scholar, presenting multiple scientific contributions at conferences, seminars, and webinars in Europe, the USA, and South America. Welcome, Marcel. You're on mute.
Thank you so much. Rare Sephardic names, surnames, and nicknames. Here are the pictures of great Sephardic, great Ladino scientists, Matilde Tadja and Joseph Nehama, just to remember them. I want to start with gratitude, my gratitude to the organizing committee of this beautiful event. Thank you. So, rare Sephardic given names and surnames, and then explanations of their linguistic origin. We are talking about Sephardic Jews in the Balkans, 16th to 20th century, where beside Turkish, many languages were spoken. This explains the multilingual origin of some Sephardic names. We would like to add some examples. For example, a very rare surname in Salonika, for example, Straum or Strumsa. It's a Sephardic surname. I saw it in the Holocaust Museum in New York. This gentleman Strumsa is a survivor from here of Auschwitz, survivor, and his name is Joseph Strumsa. The origin could be from the small town of Strumica in Macedonia, or after the river Struma or Strimon area in Greece. Then a name of a big business. his name was, in the 40s, Raphael Nisim Kuyumjski. The surname is based on the Turkish word kuyumcu, what means jeweler. Or now, a very, very rare surname, Gurmisan. I found this name in a paper about the Sephardic Jews in Sarajevo. It doesn't exist in Bulgaria, but in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Now, Gurmisan is, the origin is unknown, but I talked to some friends from Israel, because my Hebrew is not quite good. It could be from gur, maybe gur. It's not Gurmisan from gourmet, from, you know, good food. Gur is the biblical small lion, gur. Or maybe Germisan. Ger is the converted, a Christian converted to a Jew. So I'm studying this name. It's very important, very interesting. So the origin up to there is unknown. Bichacho. We have in Bulgaria Bichacho. This family name is Bichachi or Bichache in France. A rare surname. It could mean a follower of the Jewish Karaite movement. Yilda is a female given name, comes from Turkish yıldız, means a star. Means a star. It could be also a nickname. Nickname of, for example, of Estrella is a star, and then yıldız could be the nickname of this lady. Other examples of rare Sephardic surnames in the Balkans emerging from countries of residence on the way to the Balkans. When they were expelled from the Iberia Peninsula, they came to Italy, and then to the Ottoman Empire. So surnames after flowers. Çiçek is flower in Turkish, so we have in Bulgaria this surname, Çiçek. Yulzari. Yulzari was the family name of my mother. 3 interpretations from gül, rose in Turkish, and sari, yellow in Turkish. Could be gül, sari, or gül is rose in Turkish, and zari, strange in Hebrew. Or gül, rose, Turkish, and zarif is elegant in Turkish. Surnames after profession. A lady, very important Ladino scientist in Serbia, in Belgrade, Drita Tutunovic. Tutunovic is Turkish. Tutun, commercial of tobacco. Tobacco is tutun in Turkish. Hocaoğlu, Turkish is Hoca Olu, the teacher's son, the son of the teacher. This is Hocaoğlu. It's an existing surname in Bulgaria. Then surnames after cities or countries. For example, Mitrani, Hebrew from city of Trani. Mi is Hebrew, mi, from, and then Trani, southeast Italy. A city in southeast Italy. Magyar, we have a lot of Magyar in Bulgaria. It's Hungarian. It's a Hungarian surname because he's an immigrant from Hungary. The literature sources I was using for this paper, and then let's go to the nicknames. The Hebrew word kinui means nickname. What does kinui mean? It's a secular name of a Jewish individual created in the environment of the country of residence. Is it possible to define certain categories of nicknames? Examples of Sephardic nicknames in the Balkans, their origin and meaning. First of all, the nicknames in the Ashkenazic world, this is a very good, is developed, but not in our case. In the Sephardic nicknames, we have to work about a lot. Nicknames describing some anecdotic, the first category, nicknames describing some anecdotic reality or behavior of the person. For example, we have in Bulgaria, we had a professor, a very important professor, and his nickname for the whole life, for life was Gevzo. We called him Gevzo, Gevzo, Gevzo. It comes from Turkish gevezelik, that means babbling, babbling. This was the nickname of a Jewish university. He was a university professor in Bulgaria, very important one. Pepino, we say pepino to someone who is always in a bad mood, like a bitter cucumber. Calavasa, we say calavasa to someone who is quite stupid. He has the head like pumpkin. Pechondriago, it's a typical, they don't say hypochondriac, they say pechondriago. That means a hypochondriac, a gloomy person. Nicknames from the was using usually Turkish words were used to create nicknames. Now in Bulgaria, now we go in Bulgaria for many Jewish artists, Sephardic Jewish artists, or also Ashkenazic, had artistic Bulgarian nicknames of pseudonym. And the pseudonym is something poetic, I would say. Examples, Jewish theater and movie directors. We had a very important theater and movie director, Buko. We said Buko to him. He was Bohor, but we called him Buko Danon. And his pseudonym was Boyan Danovsky. We had a Noah Weisberg. He came from Russia, Ashkenazi from Russia, and he became Numa Belogorsky. Weisberg in Russian is Belogorsky. So Noah Weisberg, Pesa Gabay. Her pseudonym or nickname was Dora Gabe. Valery Nisim Mevorach. His pseudonym was Valery Petrov. Jacques Nisim Melamed. He became Dragomir Asenov. So like this. The famous in Bulgaria born Jewish French painter Jules Pascal was originally Julius Mordechai Pinchas. And Jewish musician, we had Emil Levy, and then his nickname was Milcho Leviev. So I finished with that. Then first, some works about created during the centuries quite a lot of nicknames to the people of the community. Some of them are funny, others are naughty. In spite of all these nicknames, these nicknames are of great linguistic importance. That's why I think we should explore the Sephardic nicknames more profoundly. Thank you very much. Merci mucho. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
My question is for Leah. Thank you, presenters. My question is for Leah. You also agreed with your storyteller. You said that her refusal to use the word Ladino and only Judaismo. And that reminds me, my aunt, who's in her early 90s, Sephardic Holocaust survivor, when she recently read Stella Levy's 100 Saturdays, I think is the title. Several of you, is that correct, Michaela? 100 Saturdays. She only uses Judeo-Spanish throughout the entire book, not Ladino once. And so I'm curious if there's an overlap. Also, with your perspective, you seem to be in agreement or understand the motivation for not using the word Ladino, and I'm curious if there are other people who have a sense of why that would be.
So this is the question: why I use the word Ladino? The
No,
name.
no. My understanding was that your storyteller refused to use the word Ladino. She only wanted to refer to Judaismo.
Judaismo.
And I'm making a parallel to the Stella Levy's new book, 100 Saturdays, where the Ladino is not seen. I'm pretty sure, according to my aunt, I haven't read it yet. Michaela, you've read it. Maybe you noticed. Only Judeo-Spanish is used. The word Ladino is not used.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's some internalized oppression or some internalized fear that connected with Ladino, or what the rationale is.
No, she was a scholar. Yvette was a scholar, and she knew every bit of detail about Ladino and Judeo-Spanish and Spaniolite and Espanol. And she said, what we speak, the language we speak, is Judaismo. Ladino was the translation of texts from Latin. This is why it was called Ladino. But in my research, this wasn't in any way a theme I explored. I took the name from the official name of the UNESCO catalog of languages, and I left it there. I decided for convenience to use the word Ladino. In my family, my parents used the word Spaniol, not Judaismo. I didn't know the name Judaismo. So I decided this wasn't what I was researching. And for convenience, I'll use the word Ladino. But Yvette was really close with me. So when I was with her, I was careful to use the word Judaismo to make her happy.
Brian had some comments as well. He put them in the chat. Stella knew the language also as Spaniel. Michael Frank made some distinctions in his writing of 100 Saturdays. Are there other questions for the panelists? All right, I can pull one from the Q&A. Esther asks about the surname Assael, Assael. She says, I know it's biblical, but how did my ancestors get this surname and when? This one's to Marcel.
Okay, Assael he was a very important man. He he was a Jew from Sephardic from Bulgaria, and he created, he was quite, businessman, and he created a house for retired people in Israel, Jacques Assael. The origin, I can look here because I have a book here, but the origin, I was with this name, but I forgot it. And Assael, can I send you a mail? So I can give you a mail in the chat, my mail. Send me a mail, and I'm going to answer. I will investigate once again this surname, and give you. But I know this family because he was a very, very important man in Israel. He created this house for retired people. I think in Rishon LeZion was this house, and he's very beloved man in Israel. So Jacques Assael, I will answer you, but send me a mail. I'm gonna send you in the chat. I'm gonna give you my email address. Right?
All right, thank you. Any more questions before we move on?
I believe that Rachel Bortnick had a question.
Oh yes, Rachel.
I thank you for all the presentations. Just a quick answer, and not to, I really don't want to extend this discussion, but Judaismo in classical Ladino literature appears as the equivalent of Judaism. It is short for Judaismo, and therefore my father, may he rest in peace, was totally rejected the word, or refused to use the word Judaismo, and criticized people who did, because it did not mean, it was not the name, or shouldn't be the name of the language, but the name of our religion. That's all.
Thank you, Rachel, and a big thank you to our speakers. And I guess, Kyle, I'll leave it to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Simone, and thanks for our speakers in the second panel. We are going to take a very, very short break for about just 5 minutes to rest, stretch, so on and so forth. And we'll come back and we'll be moving on to panel 3, which is titled Testimonials. So let's take a quick break. See you in 5 minutes. And again, thank you so much, Simone, and the second panel participants for really enlightening us and giving us a good series of talks. Thank you. You can go ahead and take it away, please.
All right. Well, thank you so much for everyone who's presented so far. I have the privilege of hosting our next panel titled Testimonials. My name is Jason Rougeau. I'm a student of comparative literature at the University of California, Los Angeles. Thank you very much. And I am here to introduce the first of 2 panels. The speakers will be Rina Benmeyer, who is Professor Emerita at California State University, Monterey Bay. She is the author of Romances Judeo-Españoles de Oriente, an original collection of Sephardic ballads from Los Angeles and Seattle, archived online at the University of Washington. Her co-edited book with Dalia Candiotti, Reparative Citizenship for Sephardi Descendants Returning to the Jewish Past in Spain and Portugal, published in January 2023 by Berghahn Books, is the first book to study these laws. We also have today with us Rachel Amado Bortnik, who is a native Ladino speaker born and raised in Izmir, Turkey. She studied in the United States, earning a Bachelor of Arts in Chemistry from Lindenwood University in St. Charles, Missouri. Rachel has always been active in the preservation and promotion of Judeo-Spanish language and culture. In 1985, she founded and led the Ladino-speaking club Los Amigos Sephardis in the San Francisco Bay Area, and was featured in the documentary film Trees Cry for Rain, A Sephardic Journey, produced by Burt Productions in 1988. In 1999, she founded Ladino Comunita, the Ladino correspondence group on the internet, which still continues with over 1,500 members worldwide today. Rachel lives in Dallas, Texas, and is now retired after teaching ESOL, or English for speakers of other languages, for 35 years. Our 2 presenters will speak about their collaborative translation project. The title of their talk is, I will not speak the Ladino because I took the heed earlier and I am not a Ladino speaker. So Take Heed of This Story is the title of their talk. So thank you both. I leave the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Jason. Can I begin?
Yes, and I will be doing the technical side of things. So I will be organizing the slide presentation while our 2 speakers present.
Yes, thank you very much, Jason Araujo, for your technical support, which we greatly needed. Thank you. And of course, we would like to thank ucLADINO for the opportunity to share our project with you. I want to thank my co-presenter, Rina Benmeyer, for suggesting that we present our work here and for being a great collaborator. In this presentation, Rina and I will take turns to describe the group effort that we took part in to translate a recently published unique children's book of ballads, or romanzas, from Spanish into Ladino. Translation has always occupied an important place in Sephardic culture and literature, and we undertook this project in that spirit. In this presentation, we will give an overview of the book and of our work and discuss some of the editing issues and challenges we faced. We will conclude with a general assessment of our experience and the result of our efforts. In December, Rina will show the book anyway, so I was going to pick it up. In December of 2021, I received this book called Romances de la Rata Sabia, Ballads of the Wise Female Rat, as a present from my friend, Professor Juana Costaño Ruiz of the University of Murcia, Spain. The author was Dr. Paloma Diaz-Mas, a well-known specialist in Sephardic history, culture, and the Spanish romancero, also an award-winning novelist and a member of the prestigious Royal Academy of the Spanish Language. However, this is her first book for children, and it contains 16 short stories composed in poetic ballad or romanza format. The intriguing title of the book is explained in the first romanza, Romance de los Romanzas de la Rata Sabia, seemingly written by a child. It tells us that the romanzas in this book were written by a female rat who lived in a library, and having been tired of reading books, she, the rat, decided to write ballads, which the child liked so much that she memorized them and put them in this book. To give you a taste of the flavor of these poems, here is the first stanza of our translation of the opening ballad. You can see the original next to our translation on the slide. I'll read it in Ladino. Romanza de las romanzas de la ratona sabia. Había una ratona sabia que sabía meldar bien. Moraba en una biblioteca entre libros y papel. Meldaba en la de mañana y en la tarde también. Y en la noche meldaba aunque no veía bien. Ratonica de biblioteca que le placía empezar bien. Although I speak Ladino, reading a book in Spanish is usually very cumbersome for me. To my surprise, however, I easily read and understood this delightful book, despite the many unfamiliar words in it. In fact, I liked it so much that I thought it would be fun to translate it into Ladino as a project of Ladino Comunità, which Jason just mentioned. So in August of 2022, I posted a message on Ladino Comunità as llamada a participar a un nuevo proyecto de traducción, a call to participate in a new project of translation. I described the book and offered to give out one poem or romanza to each volunteer to translate. Within 2 days, we had almost enough people who had volunteered. One of them was Professor Dalia Candiotti, who suggested I recruit her colleague, Rina Ben-Mayor, a specialist both in the Sephardic and Spanish romanceros, to be a part of the translation team.
And I enthusiastically agreed.
After we had received all the translations, we invited everyone to a Zoom meeting to begin editing them. That is, Rina and I invited everybody. 11 of the 17 translators showed up, and from then on, they comprised our editorial team. Rina and I were always there, together with at least 6 or 7 other translators, as we met weekly over Zoom, editing one romanza per session. Because we hadn't explained the romance form to the translators in advance, these translations had to be heavily revised, line by line. Our team represented the spread of the Sephardic diaspora, stretching from Turkey, Argentina, Israel, Mexico to the United States. We ranged in age from our 40s to our 80s and had different levels of proficiency with Judeo-Spanish or in Spanish. We conducted our meetings and discussions entirely in Ladino. As you see, I'm using Ladino and Judeo-Spanish interchangeably. Our geographical spread also brought dialectical variations of Ladino to the table, which was highly instructive for the Ladino learners in the group. Those fluent in modern Spanish could offer nuanced interpretations of a word or image and help explain the author's intended meaning. Everyone shared my enthusiasm for these charming stories.
I too was captivated by this book, by its contemporary ballads in an ancient form and its very elegant edition. Written for today's Spanish children, each ballad or romance in the book is a dramatic story about some aspect of contemporary life, on themes like environmental pollution, multiculturalism, real estate development, the treatment of animals, the love of the land, gender roles, migrants and refugees, and so on. If the themes of Diez Mas's romances are contemporary, the form dates back to the 14th century. The traditional Spanish ballad has a strict form that Diez Mas preserves in her compositions, and that the Sephardic romancero, the traditional Sephardic romancero, followed as well. So as you see on the slide, each verse is composed of 8 syllables. The even lines, 2, 4, 6, and 8, must rhyme, but only the vowels rhyme. And the accented pattern of the vowels has to be preserved throughout. Within the editing group, my role was to play ballad police and ensure that the translations kept to the original meter and rhyme. More than once, I found myself exclaiming, the rhyme cannot be changed, or reminding us that the rhyme is in lines 2 and 4, not in 1 and 3. At some point in the process, others in the group caught on to the format. As Gloria Asher said, "Nunca no me olvidaré la importancia de la rima." I can say with confidence that the romance form is now ingrained in each member of our editorial team. But meter and rhyme were not the only challenges we faced. Our goal was to produce correct idiomatic Ladino translations, and at the same time, stay true to the author's intention and meaning. The editorial process entailed many and sometimes very long and loud discussions about which was the better translation. Sometimes we were stumped trying to find the best word choice that fit both meaning and the meter and rhyme of the original. Other times we found an adequate word in a dictionary, but no one had heard it before, sparking yet another debate. Very often we had differing opinions about a word since we came from different backgrounds. For example, is it poder, for to be able to, or pueder, as the Istanbulis say it? We ended up using the one that the original translator had preferred. Throughout this process, we consulted all available Ladino dictionaries, those with Turkish or English or Spanish or Hebrew, but mostly we relied on Joseph Nehama's French Judeo-Espanol dictionary, which had the richest range of options, though it is based on the Slavonic variety of Ladino. Sometimes we left the original Spanish word, as in the case of leer instead of meldar, and aprender instead of empezar, because we couldn't achieve the rhyme, but also because Nehama's dictionary let us know that these words were used in Old Ladino. The translator in this case, Daisy Braverman, used yene from the Turkish gene, which means again, because the Ladino de nuevo or otruna vez wouldn't have fit the rhyme. In keeping with the multilingual Ladino lexicon, in other poems, we use Turkish words like moabet for tertulia or gathering, or chop instead of isierco, meaning garbage. As translators into another language and cultural context, we were faced with instances that compelled us to introduce some adaptations of our own. For example, sometimes the rhyming word in Castilian did not have an exact counterpart in Judeo-Spanish. In Un País Imaginario, to give just one example, the word otero, which means knolls, like hills, does not exist in Judeo-Spanish. So we exchanged it for colinas, hills, a word that we found in the Hamas dictionary. But we also had to reverse the last two lines in order to preserve the rhyme in eo, as you can see on the slide. We crisscrossed, so we had to do some of that, in various poems.
Yes. Modern Castilian lexicon posed a challenge for us throughout. In some instances, we kept the original Spanish word, but added an explanatory footnote, as with the name of the bird, ave fria, lapwing in English, if you know what that is, which we could not find in any Ladino dictionary. Sometimes the lack of a word in Ladino inspired us to adapt the poem to a Sephardic cultural context. This happened, for example, with the plants in the Romanza del Huertelano Belardo, the Ballad of Belardo the Gardener. We didn't know the Ladino word for albahaca, basil, or toronjil, lemon balm. So in a final re-edit, Rina and I decided to substitute ruda y yasemin, rue and jasmine, which are plants that are found in abundance in Sephardic gardens. The plants in Belardo's garden were just one example of how we Sephardized or Judaized our translations. In fact, the traditional Sephardic romancero is replete with examples of reinterpretations to make the stories more relevant to the values and realities of Sephardic life. With us, in the Romanza que dice ladra perro, about an abandoned dog which had been bought as a present for El Día de Navidad. Its translator, Gloria, changed Christmas to La Fiesta de Hanukkah, which happily also preserved the accented rhyme in A. In another poem, La Romanza de las Tres Palabras, the young immigrant boy learns his words, rock, scissors, paper, for the game, in Ladino, not in Spanish as in the original. However, in other cases, we could not make cultural adaptations like this. For example, we left the formulaic reference to Mañanita de San Juan, a pagan and Christian holiday, in the Romanza de la Barca que venía de lejos, about an exhausted refugees arriving in a rudderless boat on that particular holiday morning. We learned from Rina that the rhyme patterns and formulaic phrases in these poems came from Spanish and Sephardic romanzas. Rina?
Yeah, I was unmuting. In reciting these modern ballads to children, adult readers are reminded of the traditional ballads through Diaz Mas's use of formulaic phrases. These lend authenticity to her creations and to our translations. Filler phrases like the title of our presentation today, Bien oyeresh lo que dirá, or listen to what he's going to tell you, is a common formula that appears several times in this book and is used traditionally to introduce something a character will say. Another common formula in both romanceros is to give lengthy enumerations, like this example from La Romanza de la Chica Guerrera, also known throughout the Spanish-speaking world as La Doncella Guerrera. As you can see in the slide, the young girl asks how she can disguise herself as a boy, in this case, not to go off and fight war, but so that she can play soccer. And her aunt enumerates the ways in which she can do this. Córtate los cabellos curtos, que parecerá mejor. Y los pechos a mi tía, ¿cómo los taparía yo? con camisica muy ancha encima del pantalón. Y mi culico, mi tía, que godrico lo tengo yo. Un pantalón muy ancho lo esconderá mejor. So we've shared here some examples of the most important issues of form and content that we faced and how we chose to resolve them. However, other challenges loom before us now that our translation work is concluded.
We were in correspondence with the author Paloma Diaz-Mas when we embarked on the translation process, and again at the end. We sent her the edited translations, and she was very pleased with them, especially with the Sephardic and Jewish elements that we had introduced. She also offered some minor suggestions and corrections, which we appreciated and applied. When we began this project, we just dove into the translation without giving any thought to what we would do with it once we were finished. We just enjoyed the entire process, all the while hoping that this would be published and used somehow to teach Ladino to children and maybe teach them the romanza form through entertaining and wonderful little stories relevant to contemporary life. Now that our translation task is complete, we're faced with the challenges involved in actually getting a bilingual Spanish and Ladino book published. That's what we'd like, Spanish and Ladino. To do this would involve things like securing a publisher, obtaining copyrights, dealing with distribution and sales, or alternatively opting for electronic publication, all of which pose significant challenges that we will need to resolve. We hope with the assistance from others more experienced in publishing and from the author, Paloma Diaz-Mas. Right now, we are still basking in the enjoyable experience we had of our group translation.
Indeed, the process of collecting collective translation and editing was wonderful for all of us. We looked forward to coming together, and through our sustained work, we created a familia of colleagues and friends. In evaluating the experience, several members of the editorial team offered their thoughts and feelings. And so let me share with you some of their words in Ladino, the language of all of our discussions. Highlighting the strong camaraderie we forged, Daisy Braverman said, "No solo vide a las que conocía, ma también personas que ainda no conocía y que agora hicieron amigas." Gloria Asher underscored the friendships we forged through our collective accomplishments, despite our unruliness. She said, "Lo más importante, nos hicimos todas amigas. Peleímos y gritimos, a veces todas en mismo tiempo, cada uno en su dialecto con sus opiniones fuertes. Ma a la fin, en juntos, resolvimos todos los problemas de la traducción. Maravilla." Liliana Benveniste from Buenos Aires underscored that podemos mostrar que la lengua no es cosa vieja y quedada en el tiempo y que se puede adaptar a la modernidad. Enrique Levy, the brave gentleman who joined us, agreed and emphasized that esta actividad debe continuar y es lo mejor para mantener el ladino corriente. Miriam Sherman wrote that during COVID, she studied Ladino. She said, "Mi corazón se enamoró de nuevo con nuestra lengua y sentí que debo participar en el laboro de difundir y preservarla cuando hay oportunidad." Connecting past, present, and future, Dalia Candiotti emphasized that este laboro es para las criaturas, que son las que van a continuar esta lengua. And referring to this particular book, she added, "Trasladar este texto particular nos hace un cupri más con España de hoy, visto que es un libro reciente de España, y un cupri más con nuestra cultura del pasado." So to conclude, the experience and the results of our project confirm, in our view, that reviving the Sephardic practice of translation ultimately strengthens the survival and perpetuation of our language. It will be a true maravilla to see our labor in published form. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I work on translation in my own work, so it was really interesting to hear. Already I have some questions. On that point, if there are questions from the audience, please don't forget to use the Q&A function here in Zoom. Maybe you want to jot it down just so you don't forget. We'll get to those after our next presentation. I'm really thrilled to introduce you to Michaela Amato, who has exhibited Amato. Fantastic. Who is an artist and academic, who has exhibited her hybrid works in solo exhibitions in New York at Cornbly Gallery, Betty Parsons Gallery, Bertha Urdog Gallery, Nancy Hoffman Gallery, as well as in Chicago at Marianne Deason Gallery, and in Los Angeles here at Acme Inc., Engels Gallery, Laxart. Also has participated in over 250 group exhibitions across the globe in places as diverse as Germany, Mexico, Japan, Italy, and art fairs in Basel, Tokyo Art Expo, Basel, Miami, LA Art Contemporary, Navy Pier Armory, New York City, and Chicago art fairs. The work is also collected by various private collectors, including Vera List, Lucy Lippard, Carol and Arthur Goldberg, Samuel Hoy, Paula Cooper, Marianne Dessen, E. Guggenheim. Public collections include Hessel Museum, Bard College, Chase Manhattan Bank, Museum of Contemporary Photography, Rose Art Museum, Brandeis University, Museum of Art and Design. In New York City, there's also SF MoMA, Denver Art Museum, Palm Springs Art Museum. As you can see, the work is in a variety of places all across the US and abroad. Also has appeared in various articles and reviews, including in illustrious Art Forum, Art News, Art in America, the New York Times, the LA Times, Women's Art Journal. Michaela was also awarded 2 major National Endowment Fellowships, a major Pollock Krasner Award, represented the US in the Luleå Biennial in Sweden, illustrated Alheff's book Zazu Dreams, Between the Scarab and the Dung Beetle, which we saw earlier, and is Professor Emerita at Penn State University after 35 years of university teaching. Very impressive, and I'm very happy to introduce you. Today's talk by Michaela is going to be Mi Corazón Suspira.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. And Kyle for inviting all of us. If my grandmother were here, she would, while you were speaking, she would have said, "Aide, you know, basta." Okay, so let's see. The first image, or the first 2 images are coming up. That's actually a self-portrait. Historian Americo Castro declared that Spain is 1/2 Muslim, 1/2 Jewish, and 1/2 Catholic. 20th century Spaniards reject this fact. There are no Jews in Spain today, I was told many years ago in Madrid by a museum curator. Not true, I replied. We were just in hiding. We are crypto Jews. Crypto Moriscos, Anusim, and the same thing actually happened in Mexico. We are mestizaje, hybrid peoples who are many things simultaneously, and that is our power. We are here forever. We are the ultimate multicultural nomad, migrant, refugee, traveling the crossroads that traverse the globe across the Silk Route, the oceans, uprooted, but carrying our roots with us. Over Spain, there had fallen a heaven of disgrace. Sobre Sepharad ha caído el cielo la desgracia. And with our diaspora, sobre el mundo ha caído el cielo la desgracia. This 12th century Hebreo-Andalusian poem laments the ruthless persecution, death, and expulsion of Jews and Muslims from our homeland, a diasporic middle passage that has undermined to this day the blasphemy of laws of purity of blood. This is a legacy that continues across Latin America, Central America, the Caribbean islands, and the Southwest US, with tens of thousands of descendants of crypto Jews. I don't know if you realize Walt Disney's mother, Morisco, migrated from Almeria, early part of the 20th century. Walt Disney's mother. Many early medieval Hebreo prayers and poems paved the path for Gypsy, Sephardi, Moorish laments that found ultimate form in the music, dance, and poetry of flamenco. Montañas lloran por aire. Árboles lloran por aire. Hablar quiero y no puedo, mi corazón suspira. We are, like all of nature, crying for air, for breath, needing to speak, not willing to be silenced. Our hearts sigh. Our absence defines our presence, and our presence defies our absence. Ladino is this Spanish of gypsy nomads and the language of the Mediterranean trade route connecting east with west. My voice calls out in neon or in paint. I breathe between the scarab and the dung beetle, where all the land is sea. We are fossils of exiles and migration. We are aljamas, moriscos, chuetas. We are anusim. Is anyone listening? I ask. I am awake inside dreams and hallucinations. Being between, I hear Iberian, Byzantine, Caribbean, Moroccan, Persian silver stories spiraling. I hear a gasp, a cry. Is anyone listening? No, no one hears you, I am told. Creating a kind of global family, my intensely colored cast glass, life-size portrait heads and figures are intended to undermine racist beliefs of purity of blood and resonate with the Greek Taoist Heraclitus's concept of a unity of opposites. Like flamenco's casitas, deep song, cantejando, there is a balance of austerity and hyperbole, saudade. My portraits have hybrid racial and ethnic physiognomies and are both male and female. Eyes are often downcast, as if in prayer, trance, or meditation. Milagros, or healing, or herbal healing poultices, are placed on physical and spiritual wounds. Like the traditional herbal healing practices of my family and of the Sephardim. My cast glass heads and my composite Cibachrome photographic portraits overlap my self-portraiture, or that of my daughter, with faces from Minoan art, Egyptian Fayum funerary portraits, Mexican Santos and Velázquez's Infanta, colliding the ancient past with a continuous present. Intensely colorful paintings are like patterned mosaics, the golden Haggadah or ketubas, and symbolize vast fields of spiraling life force, vegetation, wind, water, fire, the human spirit and soul. Illuminating darkened spaces of exhibitions, my neon text and neon sculptural knots, which you'll see in a moment, I think, cast expansive fields of color, violet, red, curry yellow, or acid green light. Sound pieces overlap multiple stories in Ladino of anguished nomads and exiles, all simultaneously heard. You can change the slide, thank you. Some as distant murmurs. This one says, Cuando sale la luna, nadie come naranjas. My titles sometimes quote Garcia Lorca's poems that emerge from Old Testament stories of Amnon and Tamar. Birds in her throat, she was dreaming. Pájaros en su garganta estaba soñando. I want my work to evoke intimate strategies for engaging cultural and spiritual healing, even reconciliation. As a Sephardic artist, curator, teacher, I see everything around me as interrelated and interdependent. Everything I experience, read, see, hear can potentially engage my sensibility, my Sephardic sensibility. My work is instinctively interdisciplinary, often combining painting, sculpture, photography, or video and sound of our many languages: Greek, Spanish, Turkish, Arabic, Hebrew, Bulgarian, Portuguese, French, often in silver text in neon light. Overlapping the ancient past with the present, I combine what is handmade with industrial materials and technologies. I believe in the efficacy and inevitability of contradiction, paradox, ambiguity, uncertainty, like nature itself, always in flux. My father told us many stories, fables of Montaigne, La Fontaine, always lamenting that translations from Ladino into English were diminished in power and meaning and passion. A Ladino song declares, I would like to write my remembrances, but I would need a sea of ink and a sky of paper. The soul returns home. L'alma se fue a su lugar. It is better to know than to have. Más vale saber que tener. And actually, a Spanish translation would, this translation is worth more rather than is better. That's for Rachel. From far from here, close at heart, lejos de aquí, más cerca de corazón. Forgive my Ladino pronunciation. When you remove and do not replace, you soon see the bottom. Quitar y no meter. El dip hay que ver. Bal tashchit, right? Today, together, we recover what has been broken. Tikkun olam. Thank you. That's my mother of mercy. And that's my grandfather. Aha, that might be the very last one. Okay.
Amazing.
Okay,
Amazing
forgive
work.
my pronunciation. I have to say very quickly that I grew up speaking English, and because we lived with our grandparents, Ladino in our home. So when I took Spanish in college, I thought what I was speaking was Spanish, and my teacher reprimanded me, and often with a smirk and a laugh, saying she had no idea what I was talking about. So I quickly dropped that course.
Very good. Yeah, that's amazing work, if I may.
Thank you.
I just want to tell Michaela that I think I have told you that I knew Albert Amato.
Yes.
Who lived to be 106 years old.
Yes, yes.
May
yes,
he rest in peace. I knew him very well. I used to call him Theo.
Well, I have some questions for you later about his the way he researched our family history. We won't discuss that now, obviously, but there is some question as to the veracity of some of his research, but not now.
Sure.
Fascinating. Thank you to both of our presentations, all the presenters for this section on testimonials, for this panel. Obviously, it's already started some conversation. These two were placed well side by side. Chapeau to the organizers for putting these two presentations in conversation. So I would really enjoy to hear from the audience, either from us here, panelists, or from the larger public, questions for our three presenters. And let me just check and see if there's Sema has encouraging words. Rachel and other translators, what a great undertaking. Definitely a work of love, and a thank you for that work. We also had some ideas for publishers that were on our side, but are there other questions? If not, I'll jump right in and ask. I'm curious, just in terms of, I think both papers addressed the question not only of testimonial but also of translation. Obviously, one literally in terms of language, the other maybe more in terms of the interdisciplinary, the artwork that's inspired, the translating of translating across media. So I wanted to start though with the technical for Rachel and Rina. If you could, it's already hard enough to translate, perhaps as a single individual working with a single text, but here we have many texts, many stories with perhaps various, obviously approaches to rhyme and meter, etc. And then you have many translators. My question is about the technology that you used. Was technology useful or a hindrance in terms of trying to...
Absolutely. I mean, it was Zoom.
Yeah.
We couldn't have done anything without the Zoom.
But even in terms of were you sharing like Google documents? Were you collaborating? How were you sharing
Yes.
across?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Yes. First, I received all the translations. Then we emailed them to everybody. No. I received all the translations, put them on Google Docs, I think. Correct me if I'm mixing the order, Rina. And then I scanned the book and also put it on Google Docs.
They were sent by email. They were email attached.
Oh, yes. But on top of that, because people couldn't access them, whatever, yes, I would send. And every week, Rina would initiate the Zoom session because she had unlimited time. And some of our discussions took close to 2 hours. We were and still working on one poem because like we said, everybody had an opinion, but we did it. And once we ended, people like started saying, "We miss our sessions." It was a wonderful experience, just fantastic.
Yeah, and for me, it was a real pleasure because, I mean, this is the first time I had the occasion to meet, these wonderful eminences in the Ladino language that I had heard about, for so many years, but never knew personally. And so now we're, I feel like I'm one of the family, which is really great. But the other thing was that we ended each session deciding, we didn't leave anything kind of like hanging or dangling. Maybe there would be one or two issues that would be, people would think, or Rachel would say, I've been thinking about this, and what do you all think about this other possibility, afterwards. But generally, we closed each session with an agreed translation. So that was the miracle of it all, that we actually could come up with something that was idiomatic.
Some of those things were really tough.
Yeah, because there were a lot, like the one I translated was about environmental pollution, and all the words were completely, what do you do with this? It's like, no.
Yeah, a lot of words that we just didn't have in Ladino. And so there's one dictionary online with Hebrew that's very comprehensive, but many words are just taken from Spanish. They just and so I would say I never heard of that. But anyway, we did it, and it's very good. It's very good now. Anybody? I see that we got one suggestion that we could have it printed in Turkey less expensively, but the problem there is the mailing and the handling. The mailing is extremely expensive from Turkey. It's more than the book costs usually. So we will find a way. I know that Paloma wants it done somehow, and we hope for her help. I know she'll give us the copyright to her book, but the book, for some reason, I don't know where I put it, just when I needed it. But anyway, it has wonderful illustrations, and we would like to use the same illustrations, so that involves the, permission of the artist, or maybe we could have Micaela draw it for us.
I'm definitely available.
This could be the result of a wonderful panel here at ucLADINO. This is fantastic. I love it. I love the energy. Cara, I'd love to hear from you and your question.
Yes, thank you. I'd like actually to expand your question, Jason, and highlight, Rena, what you spoke about, family, the kinship commons. Micaela, your presentation brought me to tears, not just tears, but a heaving, a saudace, a yearning, and very much connects, again, Jason's question with Rena, your idea of family and this kinship commons. Technology, the root of technology, techne, is to weave. And what I see, the three of you, Rachel, Rena, and Micaela, you're weaving the past and the present, as is our theme today. And the extraordinary vitality and imperative of taking, let's say, harvesting, utilizing, reanimating our ancestral technologies, including our language, with contemporary catastrophe, contemporary euphoria, again, the contradictions that Micaela spoke about. And I'm simply oozing with joy, and it is oozing because there's also a state of infection that's involved with that, because we are in crisis, obviously, in so many ways in 2003 in our contemporary interculturality, as Leah spoke about. And if anyone on the panel, in the audience, would like to speak to these issues of ancient technologies in the context of contemporary, what may seem like impossibilities, but when we actually are embodying these knowledges, these potential reminders, these poetries, whether it's through any of our senses, our relationship to what is beyond our senses, with our memories. I'd love to hear about these kinds of connective tissues that I think are critical and simply inherent in the practice of Ladino.
As you were speaking, Cara, I was also thinking about Micaela's knot, the neon knot, but also the knot. And of course, like the knot can be both, I think, a trying to recast the knot as something that maybe is a more hopeful, as things that bring us together. But the knot can also be a very tight in these contradictory ways, right? As you were suggesting, also the contradiction of the oozing that can be both a sign of excitement, but also of something that could also carry not necessarily always positive connotations.
The web, the positive web of interconnections, and then the anguish. Las tripas anchas. My ex-husband, I don't know if anybody's on here, I shouldn't be saying this. My ex-husband, Albert Aladef's mother, Rachel, used to say that he caused her las tripas anchas. And that maybe is where my development of this neon knot came from. Oh my God.
Well, in terms of the work that we did, we actually bridged all technologies from the oral tradition to the written book, to the electronic dissemination, to the electronic process of translation, and hopefully back into some sort of a product. So,
we did not mention, but I think maybe we can, the cost of, when we started investigating the cost of publishing, and all that it involves. So we'll also need money.
So we'll use one of those, what do you call it, those collective fundraiser things.
Oh, yes, the GoFundMe. GoFundMe. Absolutely. Use technology to help for the next part of the process.
Right.
I have to mention that my illustrations for Kara's book were at Fisk Planetarium in Boulder, Colorado, were projected on gigantic on the dome of the planetarium, and that also is where we used very high technology. Obviously, Kara had singers. Kara and others read from her text, Zazu Dreams Between the Scarab and the Dung Beetle, and a fable, a cautionary fable for the Anthropocene era. So it combined very many different cross-disciplinary subjects that are completely interrelated, with very high technology coming from song. I think she had Persian singers, et cetera, et cetera. It was quite extraordinary, and musicians as well. So that was a very beautiful example of how to move from our ancient sources, our ancient history into the 21st century.
Beautiful. Amazing. That sounds amazing. What an amazing.
It was fantastic. I'll send you images.
Please. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think we're
Projects are the best.
And I think we're now turning, I think, our eyes towards lunch, which is something more prosaic.
Yes.
And I wanted to thank you all once again for allowing me to facilitate what I thought was a lovely conversation. It was wonderful to get to know the three of our panelists. Thank you for those who are in the audience. I'd also like to say thank you more broadly because I will have to leave. I have to go teach right now, so I will not be able to stay for the rest of the conference. But thank you all so much. I learned an incredible amount.
Thank you, Jason. You were very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. And I'll turn it over to Kyle.
Great. Yes, and thank you again for this wonderful panel. Michaela, I found your talk refreshingly unacademic, and to speak of techne as a form of weaving, I think that your weaving, it blends quotation, oral narrative, and your own art, and into something that's genuinely, I would say, quite contemporary and very meaningful. So thank you so much for that. So I imagine that many of you are quite hungry right now, judging on the status of my own stomach. I am. So let's eat, and we'll take about 20. Yeah, Cara?
Do you want to finish your sentence? Or
well,
I'll
by all means, go ahead.
The term unacademic, I'd like to just simply challenge, particularly in the context of this symposium, because so much of what I think a lot of us are trying to do is to break down hegemonic categories that are implicitly oppressive when we are in compliance with them. And I think part of the joyousness of Ladino is that it expands the idea of academia and what is academic, what is scholar, and it breaks down these superficial borders. So I wanted to just throw that in there.
The personal and the political simultaneously.
Yeah. And I think that was more or less what I was reacting to in your talk. Yeah. Perhaps I need to expand my own lexicon, my own vocabulary. But yeah, no, I appreciate that. All right. Hello. Thank you and welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. I just wanted to address a quick question in the Q&A that was asked by Yitzhak Kerem. He would like to notify the participants of the recent passing of Moshe Shaul. At the beginning of this event, I actually dedicated this symposium to two figures, one of which was Moshe Shaul, who was the founder of the journal Aki Yerushalayim and the vice president of the National Authority of Ladino. And the other figure was Tamar Alexander, who is the current director of the National Authority of Ladino and who just left us a few days ago. I'll repeat an interesting fact. Tamar obtained her PhD from UCLA's Department of Near Eastern Literature and Languages back in 1977. And I do want to reiterate that the event is dedicated to their memory. Okay. And now I'm going to pass things over to a friend and colleague, Rachel Kaufman. Go for it, Rachel.
Thanks, Kyle. And a lot of gratitude to Kyle for making this event happen. I know that, can you not hear me?
We cannot hear you.
I'm unmuted.
Yep, there we go.
Is that fine?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Sorry about that. I was just thanking you, Kyle, for all of the work that it takes to put this event together. And I just said to Kyle, it seems, I was teaching this morning, but I joined for a bit of the last panel, and it seems like a warm and creative space, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. So thank you. Welcome to the ucLADINO panel Recitations. I'm really looking forward to the readings we're about to hear. I'll introduce each speaker before they recite, and then we'll invite questions at the end of the three presentations. I think all of the recitations will be in beautiful conversation with one another, so we're in for a treat. First will be Professor Jane Mushabak, who is one of 6 Sephardic artists whose work was showcased this past February at Nuestros Artistas, a 2-day University of Washington symposium in Seattle. Her many awards include NEH and Mellon Fellowships. Her writing has been performed on National Public Radio and at Jazz at Lincoln Center, has appeared in many noted periodicals and anthologies, and has been translated into 5 languages. Her acclaimed novel, His 100 Years, A Tale, is about an everyman, a Turkish Jewish peddler. Cantiga, which she'll present today, is a contemporary Ladino song of songs, a short story she wrote in 2021 for the distinguished Israeli Ladino journal, Aki Yerushalayim, and she'll be reciting for us in English and then in Ladino. So welcome, Professor Jane Mushabak.
Hi, I'm delighted to be here. It's wonderful to be reading my story to you today. A minute of background. In 2021, I was commissioned to write a piece for the distinguished online Israeli Ladino periodical that we just mentioned, Aki Yerushalayim. I had attended a Zoom for people like me with family roots in Çanakkale, Turkey. Both my parents' families were from Çanakkale. Everyone on that Zoom was speaking in Turkish. I was asked to join the conversation. I don't speak Turkish, so I spoke in Ladino. And that was how I met Nava Cohn, who's an editor at Ki Yerushalayim And who was at the Zoom? My short story, which I wrote for that issue, is Cantiga, and that's what I'll read today. It appeared 6 months after the Zoom. I'm going to read it now in English, but I'll say one other thing about it. It is a contemporary song of songs set in pandemic New York City in the spring of 2021 in an area some of you may know called Riverside Park in Manhattan. Like the biblical Song of Songs, it's comprised of 8 short sections. I'll read it in English, a slightly shortened version of the story, and then follow with a brief excerpt. Is question from somebody or no? Okay, so the title in English is Song, Cantiga, of course, song. Song. Give me the kisses of your mouth. They are as sweet as the water that runs from the Catskill Mountains to the city of New York. I am proud and beautiful. I am a young woman, and I have led you into the chambers of my heart. I was alone, watching a red-tailed hawk on a branch high up in a great tree. I could see it because the green of the leaves at the time was delicate. I stopped without a thought in my mind. I was like a new leaf resting on the air. I could see the bird, her strong chest, her wings drawn. I could see her strong chest, her wings drawn in. As I did all this year, I wore the mask that I was accustomed to, but I didn't feel the soft blue cloth covering my mouth and my nose. I didn't think about the terribly tragic winter, Corona. Tragic, but miraculous, because no one in my family died. And now May brings emotions of beginning. Don't stare at me, please. My siblings were unkind to me, but it didn't matter. I am brown and beautiful. I walk in this grand but narrow park, which is really a great road winding north. Stones of the road, each one a plain, flat hexagon, fit together like a simple puzzle. And the great trees lining the road, American elm, sycamore, oak, speak plainly. This walkway was made 100 years ago for the people then and for us. The hawk on the branch high up was big, so it was female. The early morning breeze was a gift like the road itself. I saw you, my love. You saw that I was watching something. You are strong, your eyes steady, your back muscular like a wall. You said nothing, like me. You stood silent. Suddenly a slender, long white ribbon left the bird, the ribbon gracefully descending through the air in a delicate voyage to paint a white stain on the ground. I am the yellow, shiny flower called the King's Cup. I am the shiny flower in the garden, on the side of the little staircase of stone, the stairs turning as they go down. I cherish the bench where I sit at your side. Amidst green leaves, for the first time, we see many of these shiny flowers. The winter is gone. Is it possible, I ask you? They say soon we can take off our masks. Tell me all you know, my beloved, you who protect the city from Corona. He took me by the hand toward the river where the cherry trees flower pink and gorgeous. The crown of each tree a mother's large, beautiful breast in the midst of a happy life. The Japanese gave these trees to this park 100 years ago. Suddenly, workers arrive in their small trucks to clean the walkway, and they do it with care. On the side, 4 of the workers are planting grass, working without speaking, an entire great square. They put up a sign when they finish. Watch the grass grow. You can do that. Slowly, bit by bit, the seed will grow, and we will no longer have a square of dirt, dry and thin, but a lush green carpet, the color of hope. Rise, my beloved, he tells me. It is the time of the beginning of time, of the birds whistling, the squirrels dashing, the doves flying and cooing. It is the hour of the sweet songs of Zuzu Zizi and will it, will we? I tell the young women, my friends, one must wait until love is ready in its proper time. On my bed at night, I sought the one my soul desires. I sought him, but did not find him. Now I get up to roam the city to find him. I will search the streets and the squares of the city, all in darkness, the city empty of people. I look for you in the far corner, in front of the Shanasi mansion of white marble. The watchman, the Russian, saw me. I asked him if he has seen the one my soul desires. Just then I found you, my beloved. I held you tight and didn't let you go. Walking through the darkness, I told you the story of my mother conceiving me in a faraway place. I warn my friends, the young women, leave love alone until it is ready. I remember that night in the dark cold of last winter, the sirens screaming through the streets in the Shanasi mansion. At the top of the white marble stairs is the bed made of gold and silver, with its purple cushions lovingly arranged, the bed surrounded by 60 screens to guard against the terrors of the night. But it was the corona that had come. In the street, the man left the car and slowly, methodically, changed his clothing into a moon suit in order to enter the mansion, the way you, my beloved, taught him. My beloved speaks. Your brown eyes are beautiful, he says. You are strong like the officer in his booth guarding the university, he says. You stand tall like the soldier in a cape, saluting the revolution with 25,000 onlookers. You are fierce like the firemen of old with their helmets and spears, their horses dashing to fires, straining at a gallop. Your throat, he tells me, is like the entranceway to the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue that was built more than a century ago by an army of men in prayer shawls. And your breast is like the shield made of pure silver to honor the scrolls of the Torah. He says, you have captured my heart. You are a garden locked with a key, a stream sealed with rocks, a fountain on a pedestal. My beloved says, the sickness in the world is without end. I was sleeping, but my heart was awake. Listen, my beloved knocks at the door. Open. Open, my love, he says. Let me in, my beloved, my dove. My hair is filled with the wetness of the night, with anxiety and wearing 2 masks today. I went to the healing place. Hundreds of people were waiting, brown, black, white, all standing, remaining calm. Because of an error, the nurse, young and brown like me, spoke to them with kindness and good sense, and many left quietly. They'll return another day. At home, I washed my clothing and bathed myself hard to wash the corona and the fear from my body. Must I get up? My beloved touched the latch of my door. My heart was stirred for the one my soul desires. I got up in my nightdress to let him in. My fingers on the knob were wet with my night perfume. My mask on the table, not on my face, I opened the door for my beloved. But he had turned and gone. I sought him, but he was not there. I shouted his name, but no reply came. I flew outside without a mask or shoes, looking for him. I met the Russian guarding the Shanasi mansion. He shouted at me furiously. He approached me and struck me hard on my face. I beg you, O my friends, should you see my beloved, tell him I desire him and am faint with love. The young women asked me why I love him above all the others. He rescues the city. The whole city knows him. He is steady and calm. He speaks to me, saying, "You are beautiful like the river Hudson, where the great barges carried petroleum to the north. You are powerful like the rough currents, where the two rivers meet at Spuyten Duyvil. You are beautiful, turn your eyes away from me, because they overwhelm me." 140 young women tell their stories on the sites, but only you are my dove. You are the joy of the mother who birthed you. You are the beauty of the dawn, beautiful as the moon and the sun, and powerful like the ship in the river, with its colors flying, the ship that fights for the purity of the river. The green of the leaves has burst open. The grass is plush now. He says, "I saw you in the sports field down close to the river. You run like a mythic runner, slender, bold, fast. Your leaps and dives. Your arms are as graceful as the wind blowing the clouds across the brilliant blue sky. Your back is like a tower of glass where 1,000 shields protect me while, with an army of others, I command the city. I didn't see you before. My friends were laughing about something, but suddenly I saw you. I tell my beloved, you are like the tall American elm, your legs strong as knowledge, your arms firm as wisdom, like the branches of these trees. I see the muscles on the trunks of these trees, planted by our forebears, and their bulbous, above ground roots sitting in tight knots with defiance and dignity. If you were my brother, I could kiss you walking outside at dawn. No one could stop us and ask, who are you? And who am I holding your hand so lovingly? Tell me the story of your mother. Who was she as a young woman, and where was she when she conceived you? I say, let me be in your heart like the promise of life in the cells of your blood from the moment of your conception. Love is like death, and passion is like a terrible wildfire in the paradise of our country. You understand, the rising waters of the seas cannot drown love. Don't make me laugh with scorn, nor can they wash love from our hearts. I say, set the seal of my love on your heart. Let me be a seal upon your heart. I have a breast like the hawk's, and large wings that in my mind's sky open wide 10 feet across. I have a secret garden with a pear tree flowering now, and in the summer laden with sweet fruit. I will take you there. The garden is high up, 30 steps up the staircase. You must enter on the street through a high gate that is locked. I have the key. We will climb up to where the flowers of every color bloom. Blue, yes, yellow, white, bright pink, and orange. The pond at the garden's end has a fountain. 5 goldfish, dappled with white, swim from one side of the pond to the other. I hear your voice, my beloved, I say. Let's hurry to the hills of spices. Thank you. I'll read a short excerpt now from my original Ladino text. Rachel, I think you're giving that to me and everybody, yes? Let's see if we can make it a little bigger. Yeah. 110 would be good. Can you get it to 110? Yeah, go to 110, and we'll have it all on one page. Thank you. Great. Let's see, I'll get closer. This is from section 5. Estaba durmiendo, mas mi corazón estaba despierto. Escucha, mi amor bate a la puerta. Abre, mi querida. Déjame entrar, mi paloma. Mis cabellos se hincharon del rocío de la noche. Con ansias y llevando 2 máscaras, fui hoy al lugar de las curas. Cientos de personas estaban esperando, morenos, pretos y blancos, todos en pie, quedando calmos. Achaques de un hierro, la enfermera manceba y hermosa, morena como a mí, les habla con gesed y ceja, y muchos salieron en confusión, sin confusión. En casa lavé mi ropa y me bañé vigorosamente para enjuagar de mi cuerpo la corona y el espanto. Cale que me levante, mi amor tocó la levadura de mi puerta. Mi corazón estaba emocionado por el que mi alma quiere. Me levanté en mi chemise de noche para que mi amante venga adentro. Mis dedos en la tranca estaban mojados de mi perfume de noche. Con mi máscara en la mesa, no en mi cara, abrí la puerta. Mi querido ya se había voltado y ido. Me sentí desmayada. Lo busqué, mas no lo tuve. Grité su nombre, mas no había respuesta. Volví afuera, sin máscara y chapines, buscándolo. Encontré al ruso, el bekshi del palacio Shinasi. Me gritó furiosamente. Se acercó y me ajarbó en la cara fuertemente. Vos rogo, oh mis amigas, si ves a mi amante, decidle que le quiero bien y soy hazina del amor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jane. A beautiful reading, and I'm putting in the chat a link to the entire text if anyone would like to read it. Thank you. A really beautiful reading filled with the sensual and the body, and I think we could hear it in the sounds, especially in your Ladino reading. I'd love to talk about that more at the end. So thank you. Next, we have Nessie Altaras, who is a freelance writer, journalist, and translator, whose work has been published in English, Turkish, and Ladino. A graduate of Tufts and McGill Universities, he is the author of 2 academic articles, an academic book, and a forthcoming picture book for children. He will be starting a PhD in history at Stanford University this fall. Originally from Istanbul, he lives in Montreal. That was a nice rhyme, Nessie. In his presentation, Bringing Back the Soda Waters, he will read for us in English and Ladino. Welcome, Nessie.
Thank you. It's great to be here. The person who introduced me to the text I'm going to read today is actually presented on this author at last year's ucLADINO, Michael Zalta. So before I get to the text itself, I'll say a few words about it. I'll be reading from the short story, or romanzo as its author Victor Levy calls it, titled La Agua de la Sota, which I've chosen to translate to English as The Ordeal of Jealousy, as the central ceremony is called that often in English sources. And I think it really fits with the theme of the story. Before I read you from the story, a few notes about the author himself as well. Victor Levy was born in Istanbul in 1865, and he almost certainly received some schooling in French, though we don't know exactly at which institution or for how long. As Michael Alpert relays, Levi was an editor and owner of various Ladino periodicals in the city, a novelist, and a translator of French literature. He was an outspoken activist for the abolition of sex trafficking, for which Istanbul had become a major node during his lifetime. And he died in Istanbul in 1940. The work I'll read today was first published by the Istanbul-based El Telegrafo in 1889. The story is set in biblical Jerusalem at the time of Solomon's temple. The high priest of the temple, who I render as Asher, but could be read as Asir, plants the seeds of jealousy into the mind of Ofen, a rich merchant, by heavily implying that his wife Izel is cheating on him with their adopted son Amiel, and that's the introduction that I'll be reading to you in English. This leads Asher and Ofen to use an old custom, the ordeal of jealousy, to test the fidelity of Izel in public, and their plotting is the part I'll read to you in Ladino. Asher had also proposed to Izel, the wife of Ofen, but the mother of Izel had refused his proposal, picking the rich merchant Ofen over him. And in a melodramatic twist, neither Asher nor Ofen know that the orphan Amiel is actually Izel's brother, who was lost in a shipwreck. Izel comes out victorious from the ordeal. The scheming high priest Asher is humiliated, and the husband Ofen stands by his righteous wife. This story, as Alberto explains, is part of a large genre of Ladino works centered on infidelity. The crux of the story is the test that gives the story its name, which is described in Numbers in the Torah and in the Mishnah of the same name, Mishnah Sotah. Levi alters the test from the original version to heighten the drama. So instead of just the wife drinking from a cup, we see the husband and wife be put into the test. At the time, works of historical fiction were not particularly common, though the purpose of this one is clearly to take aim at the corruption of the chief rabbinate in Istanbul by making a villain out of the biblical high priest. Levi's criticism was certainly noticed, and Chief Rabbi Moshe Levi proclaimed that the book not be bought and that those who had it burn it if you had a copy. And this information was relayed by Dov Cohen. It also shows that Levi was knowledgeable about Torah and Talmud, down to the names of different areas in Jerusalem that people would be living in at biblical times. I originally transliterated this text with Michael Zalta, who first brought it to my attention, and we have revised that transliteration to correct numerous errors from before. The translation into English is mine and is a literary translation. It is not a word-for-word learner's guide to Ladino. And I worked to bring more of a natural flow to the story in English, and I had help from my friend Sophie Levy, and that's why I thank her for that. I hope this translation makes it easier to show that Ladino is a language of literature, a fact that is still lost on an embarrassing number of scholars of Jewish studies. So without further ado, I'll start with section Aleph of the story. The chapters are not numbered but lettered. Aleph, the first suspicion. The evening Shabbat prayer had just ended. The 100 doors of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem gave way to the people. In little time, the floor was virtually deserted. Only one man, pensive and melancholic, remained, leaning against one of the columns. His clothes were made of rich fabrics from India and adorned in gold, increasing the effect of his high, grand stature. His noble and severe figure, his long gray beard. He had not yet thought to leave his spot when the high priest, Haham Gadol, Asher, who had just taken off his pontifical robes, came in front of him, greeting him with these words. The lucky Ofen has truly forgotten that his beautiful wife is waiting for him to eat. Ah, you are Asher, answered Ofen, who seemed to wake up hearing his words. My wife ate this afternoon at the home of one of her friends, who is ill. I won't keep you any longer, so said Asher, because doubtlessly you are going to go look for her, unless you hand this responsibility off to that young orphan boy you adopted 5 years ago during Sukkot. Yes, thank God, responded Ofen, smiling. Tell me you're excited about the touching pleas of your new wife. You should learn to listen better, Asher, said Ofen, as if he wanted to dispense with an annoying thought. The Feast of the Cabins, as you already know, takes place in autumn, the most beautiful season of the year. The season of flowers and fruits. This holiday is celebrated to bless the products of the earth, and thus the divine hand that makes them grow. Wicker cabins are made in front of our doors. It is necessary during the whole time that the feast goes on to have our meals together. How could I bring myself to partake in the pleasures of the holiday while refusing hospitality to a dying boy? That boy was Amiel, a child. And today he is no longer, said Asher with an air of indifference. Ofen said, I remember it was the first day of these grand celebrations, and the meal had already been prepared in the cabin. Held back at home to deal with a few religious needs, I had just gone downstairs when Izel came to me, her eyes glassy with tears. Sir, she said to me, a poor orphan has presented himself at your door. He is homeless. He is without a refuge. Ah, may the first year of our union be marked by a good deed, and made many the first holiday that I am celebrating under the roof of my husband be for his wife and his servants. Do not refuse me the first wish I have asked of you. Izel was so beautiful, so moving in the way she spoke to me, that I promised her to be the boy's protector. I returned to the cabin with her. A small boy was leaning against the outside of the hut. To me, he seemed no older than 12. He was 13. I took him by the hand, I invited him in, sat him down at my table, and called him my son. I have hoped that I will never have reason to regret this deed. I hope so too, for your sake, Asher said darkly. You say that in a peculiar tone, said Ofen, on whose face a lively redness was replacing the usual paleness. But this is my regular tone. I already know that you are my enemy, the husband of Izel repeated heartily. Me, your enemy, cried the high priest with an air of benevolence that sharply contrasted with his hard and severe physiognomy. Ofen, I might be your rival, but not your enemy, never. Hearing the beauty of Izel, the daughter of the widow Shiras of the valley of Hebron, from where she was, I believe the only daughter, I asked to marry her. I was refused, you were accepted. It's true that at first I hated you, but later I consoled myself as follows. The refusal of my proposal, my fortune, was lucky. It was lucky that this marriage did not come to be. Izel is 15 years old. She was 15 at the time. I was already 50. That's my age now, said Ofen. Izel is beautiful, while the years and worries have transformed my face. And also mine, said Ofen in turn. Izel is sweet, smart, but also young, lively. Asher, said Ofen. Like everyone her age, rushed at the high priest, without appearing to pay much attention to this pause. And I am suspicious, jealous, so Ofen sighed with pain. I have a younger brother at home, and I a stranger, murmured Ofen. A boy, 13 years old, but he's going to be 18 in 5 years, and Izel 20. The difference won't be so great then. The boy will be a young man whose blonde beard will put my gray beard to shame, and his words will seem sweeter and mine harsher, perhaps. Asher, yelled Ofen, losing his patience. In short, the high priest went on, seemingly without hearing nor seeing the anguish displayed on Ofen's face. My young wife would have pulled away, surely. Asher, repeated Ofen, his voice trembling with emotion. As I said, I'm jealous, and mercy, Ofen said. Jealousy would have poisoned my days and nights, Asher continued, emotionless. Oh, that I feel, murmured Ofen. I would have believed I was being cuckolded, and maybe I would have been. You terrible man, shut up, screamed the husband of Izel, shaking his clenched fist. I'm not saying this about you, of course, responded Asher with apparent delight. What? Said Ofen, his voice multiplying in echoes. What, you barbarian? Don't you understand that each of the words is a jab of the knife that you stab deep into my heart? Sure, unlike you, I do not have a brother. I have at home a stranger. But maybe he is not Izel's lover, the high priest responded. And who can assure me of that? Well, you are said to not be jealous. And who told you that I am not jealous, responded the unfortunate husband, his teeth clenched and his hand on the hilt of his dagger. None other than your wise conduct, which everyone admires, said Asher, his tone constant since the beginning of this dialogue. The liberty you allow your young wife to enjoy, the trust you have in this young man Amiel, who you let so close to her. It is a trust that neither one abuses. And who says otherwise? Asher said. Certainly, I have no doubts. But stop there, said Ofen, gripping him by his coat. Excuse me if I may, responded the high priest, wanting to get away. You may not leave me, sir, yelled Ofen without letting go. You will explain your words. Explain that but. Strange. I do not know anything, Asher said genially. I swear to you. Then again, I am like you, simple, trusting, and certainly I am not one of those who thinks your wife is cheating on you. Cheating on me, Ofen repeated, staggering from side to side like he had just taken a blow to the head. Cheating on me, God of Israel, am I losing my head? Could this be the truth? And others besides me have seen this. You must not upset yourself merely because of the talk from wretched people. There are many who have nothing better to do than probe into the interior lives of families. Many good-for-nothings whose sole occupation is to go from here to there, telling what they've seen, what they've heard. But what have they heard? What have they seen? Ofen yelled, sweating. I'm going to go mad, Asher. Speak or kill me with a single blow. That would be more generous. To be honest, Ofen, Asher responded in cold blood, which could not be more at odds with the irritation that Izel's husband was feeling. To be honest, it is not wise or prudent to listen to what they say. Amiel does not love your wife, without a doubt. He loves her as the wife of his protector. He loves her as a mother. And it is calumny, I swear to you, when they say that they spend the night together on the terrace. And tonight she was there, Ofen said. The orphan was surely not there. He too was there, and I was as well. Yes, tonight you were there. But the others? Asher said, throwing his words in Ofen's face. The others, Ofen repeated angrily. Are you a man, a snake, or a demon? What is it you want? That I kill my wife and this orphan, and you along with them? Asher, take back your words. Pull back from my mind these suspicions that you have brought. Have mercy on me. Your pain moves me, Asher responded, squeezing his hand in a pragmatic move of friendship. Come, come, dine at my help. I already have a solution for you, how we could ascertain that your wife loves you. How? With one of our sacred customs that has not been used much these days, but one I wish to reestablish. Which custom? I'm going to explain to you. Come, Asher said, putting his arm under Ofen's and pulling him out of the temple. That is the end of Aleph, the first section. And the shorter section I'll read to you is Gimel, Los Bodes del Kidron. And I'll also share the Ladino so you can follow along. Hopefully I'm okay on time. Is that visible to people? Yes, great.
Yes.
Antes de espuntar el sol, Asher y Ofen se paseaban poco a poco en los bordes del Kidrón. La prueba de las aguas amargas, ¿es ella infalible? Que no se puede errar, demandó Ofen. Infalible, respondió su compañero con una voz doctoral. Mi razón no me le dejó creer. La podestenia del Dios es muy grande. Sí, pero si Isel no era culpable, dijo Ofen, como hablando a él mismo, ella vos parecería más hermosa. Y si ella es culpable, su cuerpo inflará y después morirá. Asher, dijo el marido de Isel, echando una mirada de desconfianza sobre el derredor desierto, sobre las aguas del Kidrón, las cuales corrían a sus pies. Asher, cale que Isel muera. ¿Entendiste? La justicia de Dios se cumplirá. Asher, continuó Ofen, vos sos doctor de la ley, yo también, pero vos sos el prete, y yo no soy. Vuestro lenguaje, bueno para el pueblo, pierde su efecto con mí. Hablemos de un que con cara rasgada, sin velo y sin encubrir nada. Hablemos, no como habla un Han a un leví ignorante, pero como hombre a hombre. Asentámonos. Antes veremos si ninguna persona no nos oye. ¿Quién quieres vos que se levante antes del sol? Si no es un solezo o un escaso, respondió Asher, tomando lugar sobre el tronco de un árbol abatido de la tempestad. Ofen se asentó a su turno. Yo soy engañado, Asher, le dijo él con voz baja. Yo estoy engañando. Mi mujer y el huérfano se aman. Vos temblás. Ellos se aman. Yo estoy seguro. Vencido de la emoción que la causa de este serio, él se acalló un punto y continuó. Es ayer. Ayer tarde que yo me aseguré. The night before is the section I did not read to you, section bet. Si yo no matí con el mismo cuchillo la infidel y el ingrate, es porque yo quiero una venganza brillante, una venganza que sirva de ejemplo a las mujeres y que asegure el avenir, el reposo de los maridos. Yo quiero que Isel muera, no de noche a la encubierta, matada, asesinada o ahogada de mis manos, pero que ella muera al gran día, en medio del santo templo, delante del Dios de Israel, que ella muera de las aguas amargas. ¿Entendiste ahora, Asher? Estas aguas no son terribles, otro que por las mujeres culpables, Ofen respondió Asher. Si yo era sacrificador, ellas serían a mi voluntad, Asher. La harina que yo mezclo en estas aguas es tomada de sobre el parvés del templo. Se mezcla esta harina con hierbas quemadas. Yo aparejo 2 copas, una para la mujer, una para el marido, Ofen. Se mete un señal sobre la una de las copas Asher. Una luz de alegría salvaje brilló sobre los ojos del prete. Un penserío infernal pareció coroladear su frente baja y estrecha. Todo servicio demandó su recompensa, dijo él, con un aire helado. Ofen quitó de su cintura, su kushak, una bolsa labrada llena de oro y le remitió a Asher. Pero antes de hacer, dijo Asher, quiero asegurarme yo mismo, si Isel merece el suerte que le aparejash, yo deseo tener con ella una hora de conversación, solo, yo con ella. ¿Vos estás soñando, parece? El prete se levantó. Asher, le dijo Ofen, levantándose a su turno, demándame otra cosa. Cuando vos queréis hacer la prueba de las aguas amargas, según que vos lo decías, adresarlos a otros, y diciendo estas palabras, él se alejaba. Asher, le gritó Ofen, vos tenéis mi secreto. Regreto bastante y esté triste, señor, de no tener un otro a daros dentro aquí. Asher pensó un punto por matarlo, pero él dijo con un aire de un hombre violento, Asher, ¿cuándo queréis hablar a mi mujer? Cuando la oración de después de mediodía, la minja, será terminada. Bien, sea así. Y sin saludarse, sin trocar una hollada, ellos se espartieron. And I'll stop there. Happy to hear questions on the translation and either of those texts.
So you're not going to tell what happens.
I already spoiled this a little, but spoil more.
Yeah. For everybody's information, Nessie published this, and this was my first exposure to the story with Nessie's transcription of this drama in El Amanecer, which is the only journal totally in Ladino that appears. And I was amazed that we had such original literature at that time, mocking the biblical high priest. That was really weird.
Thank you, Rachel. Oh, sorry.
No, that's all. Sorry, I jumped in.
No, thank you. Thank you, Nessie. Really entertaining reading and personalities. And again, wonderful to hear it in Ladino. So thank you. Maybe you'll give away more of the ending in the questions. Okay. We next and last for our panel have Professor Rivka Amado, who is a visiting professor at the Department of Political Science at UC Santa Barbara. She is also a musician who specializes in Sephardic music and culture, and who focuses on the role of Sephardic women in preserving the culture. Rivka Amado is also a songwriter and composer who has produced 3 albums, Hija Mía, Stations of My Life, and Moments of Reflection. Her presentation is entitled Ladino Songs, a Performance. Welcome, Professor Amado.
Thank you so much. Do you see me? Oh, you see me? Yeah.
Yes, all good.
All right, good. I'm very grateful for the invitation. I'm actually new to this community. This is the first time that I get to know the people, and so far it was really fascinating to learn. I learned so much, so many new things that it's really amazing. So what I would like to do today, I'm basically here to perform music. However, I selected some songs that I found some poetic meaning in the song, which I would like to share with you, and it's related actually to 2 themes. One is about women's experience, Sephardic women experience, and the other one is about Jewish identity. And one of the things that actually I'm trying to get from this symposium is how we can use the Sephardic experience, heritage, moral messages to strengthen Jewish identity. And I think that's something that I'm very curious about. And if I can have some of the participants maybe help me with this, so give me some ideas, it would be wonderful. So, so as we know, that Sephardic women, actually the Sephardic culture, mostly the musical repertoire, has been transmitted orally from one generation to another, mostly by women. And the women, like my grandmother, that she was born in Sarajevo, and then she moved to Burgas in Bulgaria, and then married my grandfather, who came from Edirne, Turkey, to Bulgaria. So anyway, so this music, they expressed basically their, in the song, they expressed their collective memories. And of course, also their aspirations, and everything is through song. And we know that they lived in patriarchal society, and they were far from being passive, and they acted with agency, and they kept the language and the culture alive. In terms of their living experience, like what I'm talking about, the boundaries between the public domain and the private domain. So women usually were expected to have a good character, to have obedience and fidelity. And the ethos was of degrading women, especially among the rabbis who view women as the main obstacles to achieving ethical and spiritual perfection. Women even were described as stumbling block to a pure way of life, and that they were sort of like a threat to the masculine world. And the women who tried to show some independence, they were condemned, and this explains why there are many Ladino songs that express women's desire to break boundaries, and I'm going to present one of these songs here today, to step out to the outside world and to be an active participant in the public domain. So, so until the 20th century, basically, most Sephardic women were illiterate. And there is little documentation actually about women's experience and what they really thought about. By the way, it was different from the co-partner in the Ashkenaz world, which were much more literate. So one...
Rivka, I think you froze. We'll wait a second for her to come back. I'm happy to ask a question. I think it will be relevant to Rivka's work too, but I was struck, Nessie, in your work also, of the presence and the centrality of the body and the sensory, the face, the pale face that becomes reddened, the colors of the beard, su cuerpo inflara y después morirá, that the body just seems central to both your text and, Jane, to your text you wrote, your throat is like a synagogue, which is a pretty beautiful line. So I would love to hear both of you speak about the sensory, the sensual, the body in these texts, and maybe how it informed your process of writing or of translating.
I want to say, to begin, that listening to Nessie read, I thought, boy, and I felt this myself reading, it's so much easier to speak Ladino than English. Maybe it's that Anglo-Saxon thing that's at the root of it, which is wonderful, actually. But something about Ladino, it's easier on the mouth. It's easier on the face. It has a kind of a naturalness. If you think of French, that gives those fancy intonations. And the German attempt to...
I'm sorry.
Oh, here she's back. Good.
Okay,
Right?
I'm sorry. Yeah, all right. I don't know what happened here to the internet. So now I moved to my phone, which is actually in a different plane. So do you see me?
Yeah.
Yes. This is
all
great.
right.
We'll pause
let
the
me
sound and body.
Let me move to the song. I'm really sorry about this. I don't know how it happened. Okay. All right.
No,
so
no
let me go to the actual performance, and it's called ¿Por qué lloras, Blanca Niña?
porque ora es la niña, porque ora es lloro por caballeros. Hemos mereces niña y muchacha, si caeré por tengo niño allí. Lloraré mandane pan. Sire mane de su padre. Que respuesta no. Metió la mano en su pecho. Cien dolores le fue a dar. Pasó tiempo y no tiempo. Descariño a sentar a ventana la la que era para okay, so every time I sing this song, it brings, some new, I have some, as free association, as they say. And this, really the story remind me of Solveig from Peer Gynt's story. I don't know if you are familiar with this, but so the question that I'm asking is, does this woman, is she really waiting to her husband to come back out of her own deprivation, out of her, cry for love and security? Or she projecting herself onto him and wants to be released from, from responsibility? Or maybe perhaps there is another angle to the story, and maybe she has a deep wisdom to realize that she needed to help her husband to go through his own journey, and eventually will allow him to reunite with her after a long separation, and to be able to love her truly and fully. So, and also, so it might be a symbol of her presence to serve maybe as a healer to her husband, to help him accomplish his karmatic journey. Whatever it is a story of free thinkers and adventures. So that's one song. The other one, it's called Mama Yo No Tengo Visto.
Rivka, can I ask you to do one thing on your audio settings before you sing this song?
Yeah.
So that we can hear the piano better, which is if you go to near the mute button, if you go to audio settings and then audio profile, it's probably under Zoom optimize audio, but you can instead click original sound for musicians, and then we can hear your voice, but we'll be able to hear the piano better. I don't know if that makes sense.
I don't know if I will be able to do it. So I would go to voice, you say, to voice? Okay. So I don't know where to go here, because I'm doing it from my phone now, because I don't know why my computer, the Wi-Fi here is not working. So I don't know what. So you cannot hear the piano.
We could hear the piano when you weren't singing. We could sort of hear one or the other.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, but if it's too hard to change the setting.
Yeah, I really don't know how to, let me go to Zoom.
Rivka, I'm also wondering if it would be possible to just have you do like a vocal rendering of it without the piano as accompaniment.
Okay, I can do vocally. There is no problem. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So it's going to be only a cappella. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that could be quite beautiful, actually. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let me just. So I'm just giving myself the right key, and then so the other song is called "Mama Yo No Tengo Visto." And okay, let me sing it to you, and then I'm going to give some of my comments about this song. Mama, yo no tengo visto pasar con ojos mavis, rubio como la canela, blanca como el jazmín, rubio como la canela, blanco como el jazmín. ¿Quién es este pasarico que en mi salón entró, procuró hacerse nido? Aliento de mi corazón, procuró hacerse nido. Aliento de mi corazón, asentada en mi ventana, laborando en el bastidor, haber nuevo me trujeron, que mi amor se desposó. Haber nuevo me trujeron, que mi amor es el esposo. Desposates, mi querido, confíticos me enviarás, comer con amargura, también con mucho llorar. Comeré con amargura, también con mucho llor. I hope it's better. Okay. Okay, so here is another song that portrays Sephardic women who are trying to reach out to the outside world and to break the imposed boundaries between the private domain and the public domain. So it tells really a story about a girl that she's sewing by the window. And we know that a window is, it's a recurrent metaphor in many of the Ladino songs, which symbolize the outside world. So she's sewing her dreams and she's reaching out to the outside world. So in the first two verses, she expressed a joyful sense of optimism and hope, yearning for love, yearning for connection, that it's represented by the bird. She's talking about the bird with blue eyes and fly into her room, enters and building a nest in her heart. However, in the third and the fourth verse, the narrator, or the lady, the girl, she tells us that the girl's dreams are shattered because her lover is engaged to another one, and the bird is taken from her. So with a broken heart, she withdraws from the window, she accepts her fate, she returned to a secluded, protected space, and for comfort, she asked for some sweets to sweeten her bitterness and disappointment. So here is, I like this song because to me, even the attempt to break the boundaries or to reach out to the public, to the public domain or to the outside world, even though it was eventually ended with a big disappointment, but at least they are trying. So to me, it even symbolizes a sense of, courage and not to give up, to basically her fate. She's trying, and then maybe she's going back, but maybe she will try again and again and again. Okay. So these are two songs about the women experience. And then I have another song which called Esta Montaña. And I must say that Rachel Bortnik-Amado, she shared with me, I think it was a year ago, a letter that she got from the rabbi, which actually suggested that maybe this song is a lamentation song or a kinah, that was sang during Tisha B'Av, which was interestingly enough that the time that she sent it to me was exactly at Tisha B'Av. I hope you remember, Rachel. But anyway, Esta Montaña, okay, I'm going to sing it to you, and then we're going to talk about it a little bit. So here I have again.
Don't play the piano.
What?
The piano, I think, will interfere with your voice.
Yeah, I'm not using the piano. I wanted just to give me the right key. Yeah. Esta montaña está haciendo y va quemando. Ay, pediría mi amor, mas siento y voy llorando. Ay, pediría mi amor, mas siento y voy llorando. Arbolico de asteline, yo lo ensembré en mi huerta, yo lo crecí, yo lo engrandecí, otros están gozando, yo lo crecí, yo lo engrandecí, otros están gozando. Secretos quiero descubrir, secretos de mi vida. El cielo quiere por papel, la mar quiero por tinta. El cielo quiero por papel, la mar quiero por tinta. Los árboles por péndola para escribir mis males. No hay quien sepa mi dolor, ni ajenos ni parientes. No hay que sepa mi dolor, ni ajenos y parientes. Okay, so a few comments about this one. Again, it's a love song, which on the surface, as I said, laments the decline of love. But mystically, it's a reflection of the fate of the Jewish people for abandoning God, which eventually brought destructions on the Jewish people. And we know about the destruction of the first temple and the second temple. And that's why we commemorate it in Tisha B'Av. We commemorate the destructions of the temples. And the narrator is not clear whether it's a woman or a man, but anyway, the singer is heartbroken. He sits and cries for his loss. He agonized over the yasmin tree that he planted, but which others now enjoying it. And his sorrow is so immense that only God can witness. And the metaphor for God here, and I found it really just incredible in terms of the poetic, symbols, is the sky and the sea and the trees are quills or pens, which God writes out the fate of the world. God writes out the fate of each individual. And in Yom Kippur, the Judgment Day, these are the day that we try to ask for forgiveness and for our conduct, for maybe some sins. So, and these metaphors really come from a biblical text. And now the question here, again, I'm asking questions. Usually I'm not, I'm always curious to get more ideas about it, but whether really this is the poet who wrote this song was inspired by the biblical text, and he decided to write a love song, or maybe it's something else. I don't know. So, yes.
So just very, very quickly, we are running about an hour or so on the conference.
Finished. Yeah, all right. So in terms of I just want to conclude that what the song that I just presented to you, they manifest the experience of the Sephardim about separation, about departures, about longing, about mysticism. And eventually it is through the poetic expression and the music that they were able to express the treasure and the pearl of their culture and their constant reconnection to their historical roots and cultural heritage. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rivka, for those beautiful performances and glosses of your work too. Yitzhak Kerem in the chat is wondering how he can get your CDs, so perhaps you two can be in touch. I know we're running low on time, but I'd love to hear perhaps the answer to the question I had posed to give everyone a chance to answer. Jane, to have you finish, and then Nessie and Rivka. The question that I'd asked was about the role of the body, the sensual, the sensory, which is in your work too. And I'd love to hear all of your thoughts on sound. We've just had song echo through our homes. Sound is an essential part of translation. I'm sure it's at the front of your minds as you're reciting and you're writing and translating. So Jane, if you want to finish your thought, and then Nessie and Rivka, if you want to answer. And
thank you. Yeah, it's really the idea of separation of body and soul, which is objectionable or a problem or just the wrong direction to take. So that distinction and cutting into categories is probably a very Western idea, and it doesn't actually resonate in any great literature of interest, where the physical and the body is obvious and dramatic and constant importance. So it's trying to chop things in half, which is antithetical, I think, to what I mean. I can't do a quick rundown of all great literature and art, but I think, thank you for finding an emphasis on that melding of the two, which is reflected in the body having a centrality in a work of art. Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. I know we're running late. Nessie, Rivka, if you want to just each say 30 seconds of a response.
Yeah, I'll say, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry. There is definitely a lot going on with positioning as a way of sort of signaling the relationships between the characters in the story. And he uses the face as a reflection of people's moods and character constantly. And it's telling that he uses the word physiognomy because he clearly subscribes to the idea popular at the time in France specifically. And so he's being influenced by that like people's true nature are revealed by their faces, which is a precursor to eugenics. So he's kind of pulling from that.
Thank you. Rivka, did you want to say just a few words?
I don't know. I hope I understand your questions about the separation between body and soul. And what I want to say that the purpose, I mean, what I found in the Sephardic music that were sang again mostly by women is that they were trying to build a holistic I would say atmosphere, and through this holistic to bring more connectedness and basically to reinforce the unique values of Sephardic women. So I think music was a powerful tool to do it. And so I don't know if this is the question that you asked, but that's my overall impression of the Sephardic music, and eventually it's really touches the soul, you know, the deep roots of the soul, you know, when people listen to Sephardic music. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I know all of your works, it was beautiful to have these recitations be transmitted to us, to reach us through sound, through these beautiful sounds. So another round of applause, please, for our three presenters. And we can, of course, continue endlessly these conversations, but we can also continue them at the end of the conference today. So thank you, everyone.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Rachel, and thank you so much for to the members of this panel. What we're going to do now is move into just a short 5-minute break to collect ourselves before we go into the final keynote. I'm going to give us 5 minutes. We'll come back here, listen to the keynote, and after the keynote, we could, and I suggest that we do, gather for something like 10 to 30 minutes or so, just to talk about what we've done here and what's been said, and to kind of reflect, I suppose, on the event. So I invite you all to join us after the keynote as well. It is with great pleasure that I get to introduce Dr. Kara Judea Al-Hadef, our second keynote speaker. Dr. Kara Judea Al-Hadef, Sephardic Professor of Interfaith Transdisciplinary Collaboration, has published dozens of books and articles on interfaith climate justice, art, gender and sexuality, Jewish and ethnic studies, including the critically acclaimed Zazu Dreams Between the Scarab and the Dung Beetle, A Cautionary Fable for the Anthropocene Era, and Viscous Expectations, Justice, Vulnerability, the Obscene. Her photographs, performance videos are in private and public collections, including MoMA Salzburg and San Francisco MoMA. Alongside Archbishop Desmond Tutu and Vandana Shiva, Al-Hadef received the Random Kindness Community Resilience Leadership Award 2020. Al-Hadef's theoretical and visual work is the subject of documentaries for international public television. Former professor of performance and pedagogy at UC Santa Cruz and program director for Jews of the Earth, Al-Hadef teaches, performs, and parents a creative zero-waste life. It has been an absolute pleasure to get to know and to work with Kara, And the title of her talk today will be Quantum Entanglements, Reanimating the Embodied Language of Ladino. Please join me in welcoming Cara. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kyle. And everyone who is still here, that's fabulous. I'm delighted to be part of this process with all of you. Today, as you receive the juxtapositions between text and image, I invite you to step into the fluidity of Ladino consciousness, a dialogue that plays between the personal and the political. And you will see images of my and from the book on the Sephardic Histories book that's written on the Anthropocene, and those paintings by Micaela Amato, and also a few of Micaela's composite photographs. So let us make believe for a moment. Let's say we are in a progressive synagogue, perhaps somewhere in the Bay Area. It is Shabbat. The rabbi has just finished her sermon on racial equity and restorative justice. The congregation gathers to greet one another. Jonathan, Rebecca, Cara, Gut Shabbos. I swallow hard. My skin prickles. I feel woozy with a surge of familiar urgency and subsequent guilt at being disruptive yet again. Shabbat Shalom. Buen Shabbat. My family speaks Ladino, not Yiddish. I am Sephardic. At this point, with as much grace and diplomacy as I can muster, I feel compelled to express what feels like a contradiction between the rabbi's Ashkenormative, Ashkenazic dominant linguistic assumptions and the wisdom she conveyed during her Shabbat sermon. And please let me know if you can see these images as we continue.
Lo que se aprende en la cuna, 100 años dura.
What you learn in the cradle lasts 100 years. Now in real time. Children in my 4th grade class in rural Texas searched through my big curly hair, looking for horns. This is an image Micaela made of myself as a child with Velasquez Infanta. The kids in the school cafeteria would go into vomit-mimicking hysterics because they saw my yapracas and even bagels as dog biscuits, my colorful clothes and elaborate jewelry as gypsy-like and gaudy. My voice, gestures, opinions were too big, completely out of place. They encountered my Jewish otherness as danger and as a reflection of the abject. My mother and I were clearly displaced, seen as foreigners, trespassing on US territory. This was my first embodied understanding of the relationship between individual experience and the greater whole, the vulnerability of my ethnic body and the vulnerability of my natural environment, the private and the public, microcosmic interactions reflecting macrocosmic interconnections. I quickly learned both the extraordinary danger and vitality of difference, the lived intersection between cultural diversity and biodiversity. Moving beyond socially imposed binaries, my daily life as a writer, artist, writer, mother, and activist attempts to illuminate possibilities of inhabiting the fertility of seemingly contradictory interstitial terrain. As a minority within a minority, and yes, the category minority is itself problematic, reifying the ostensible majority as an illusory norm. Sephardic among Ashkenazim, I unequivocally traverse the topography of the uncanny. Julia Kristeva tells us the uncanny is the boundary of what is assimilable, thinkable. I have seen myself as a kind of invisible Jew in Christian North America, appearing Spanish, Italian, or Arabic. Sephardim and Mizrahim are often mistaken as Muslim or Catholic and pass into situations where anti-Semitism would have stopped a Yiddish-speaking person. For example, when I was living in Tunisia, for reasons of daily survival, I had to conceal that I am a Jew. In spite of the confusion and guilt I felt, I was grateful to be able to pass, mistaken as a Muslim Arab from the city. 3 years later, in 1992, while I was an undergrad at Sarah Lawrence College in New York, I attended my first Jews for Racial and Economic Justice meeting, JFRIG meeting. The guest organizers, Irina Klepfitz and Melanie K. Kantrowitz, asked us to draw our first experience with anti-Semitism of my paper and pointed arrows toward the empty space, titling the lacuna, The Spectacle of the Invisible. Across campus and across the US, oppression dominated how we choose to and choose not to interact with one another on campus. Judgment became the filter through which we engaged with one another. Many activist, ethnically mainstream Jews, i.e. Ashkenazic, particularly from New York, assumed that their white, quote unquote, white privilege demonstrated and represented the unchallenged privilege of all Jews living in the US. What these Ashkenazim failed to grasp is that Jews who do not live in New York or other large cities are considered as marginalized as many subaltern, and frequently even more so because of our spectacle of the invisible condition. Sarah Lawrence College, a politically correct hotbed, left me constantly in a position where I felt cornered, desperate to defend my experience as fact that I am, quote unquote, another. An unfoldment of simultaneously accessing privilege while being denied that very privilege, inherently predicated upon ethnocentric exclusion. Again, the both and. For example, my closest friend at SLC was Jewish from Great Neck, Long Island. She could not conceive of contemporary Jewishness in the context of oppression. She freely used the term Jewish American princess to describe a privilege that not only did not resonate with my experience, but demonstrated an illusion of power that I found perilous in our ever fervently anti-Semitic world. As a Jewish multicultural educator in 1996, I lectured at the San Francisco Jewish Museum during the exhibition of Too Jewish. A panel discussion ensued with museum administrators and exhibition curators from the Jewish Museum in New York City, as well as other prominent Jewish public figures who referred to Yiddish, Judeo-German, as Jews' mother tongue. I questioned this violating misnomer, citing that Jewish languages include Judeo-Arabic, Judeo-Greek, Judeo-Persian, Judeo-Italian, Judeo-Malayan, the language of the oldest Jews from those from Cochin, India. Here's an image referring to that. And of course, Ladino, Judeo-Spanish. Ladino, the language of both my maternal and paternal family, is the ultimate polyvocal, or an ultimate, I'll say in multiplicity, polyvocal language of cooperation, a hybrid of ancient Spanish, Hebrew, Arabic, Turkish, Farsi, Bulgarian, Italian, French, Greek, Bukharian, Iraqi, Syrian, Yemenite, and on, depending on where the Sephardim had fled when they were exiled from Iberia and Europe during the various expulsions beginning in the 14th century. 600 years prior to banishment and for centuries thereafter, Ladino had been the common international language of the East-West trade route.
Una mano lava la otra y las dos lavan la cara.
One hand washes the other, and together they wash the face.
Todo que tiene hambre, venga y comen.
I've chosen these proverbs in particular because they refer to conviviality and, as we were speaking about before, a kinship of the commons. A language of the mythological trickster, inhabiting the fertility of the interstitial, Ladino reflects diaspora, embracing difference and multiplicity. Rich with humor, songs, and poetic metaphors, Ladino has no set linguistic laws. Grammar laws do not apply. Like other indigenous place-based languages, Ladino embodies relationality, intuitively ignoring hegemonic rules. Like many indigenous languages rooted in oral traditions and intergenerational storytelling, Ladino is passed down through proverbs that embody domestic cultural values. Although I didn't delve into these intricacies of Ladino, I did call attention to the fact that the Too Jewish, exhibition neglected to include a single artist of non-Eastern European descent. And this is an image of Michaela Amato. It's a self-portrait with a Minoan mask in Crete. In fact, the curator, Norman Kleeblatt, had told Michaela Amato that her work was, quote unquote, too poetic to be appropriate for the Too Jewish exhibition. No one on the Jewish Museum panel responded to my critical observations. Although I had pointed out this omission several times during the course of the exhibition, few of the organizers or even viewers chose to address the ethnocentric omission. Finally, in response to my comments, a woman from the audience stood up in anger and tears. She explained that as an Italian Jew, she had never been accepted as an Italian, but always identified as a Jew. And in the States, she was not recognized by Ashkenazim as Jewish, but was identified instead as Italian. 15 years later, while I was professor of critical pedagogy at UC Santa Cruz, many of my students were baffled by my continual references to my Sephardic heritage in the context of institutionalized racism, colonialism, compulsory education, globalization, and climate chaos. They dismissed the possibility of ancestral memory, claiming it does not exist because they couldn't find it on Google. During COVID lockdown, while living at Earth Haven Eco Village in North Carolina, the only non-passing person of color, my son, who is half Black, often does pass as white. Ironically, this person's name was Golden, publicly on the community email listserv accused me of impersonating a person of color. But both the humiliation and impotency felt all too familiar. Like the misnomer Judeo-Christian that is institutionalized, legitimized, and disseminated to erase difference, Judaism itself is misunderstood as a monolithic tradition. Additionally, the plurality of Judaism gets lost in the Ashkenormative compartmentalization of Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox. As a multicultural people, we must recognize pluralism in radical cultural difference among Ashkenazi, Sephardic, Mizrahi, and Arab Jews, overarching sensibilities manifested in melodies, modes of prayer, ways of expressing humor, to name just a few distinctions. Again, the spectacle of the invisible resurfaces. The denial of Sephardim, Mizrahim, and Arab Jews as viable people of color is echoed in both fairly mainstream Jewish organizations, such as Aleph, Alliance for Jewish Renewal, and in Jews of color organizations that are popping up across the US. However, Earthseed and Radical Healing are two examples of nonprofits that explicitly define people of color as a historical term referring to the shared experience of racism upon people from the African diaspora, Arabs, Middle Easterners, Latinx peoples, Asian Pacific Islanders, Native Americans, multiracial people, as well as immigrants and those whose native language is a source of oppression, end quote. Which brings us back to Ladino, the language of poetics and praxis. Before we enter the decolonized realm of proverb and parable, let us examine one primary source of linguistic oppression, the construction of whiteness as a social norm, whiteness as the illusion of neutral. Jewish, Arabic, Sephardi, and Mizrahi histories and cultures are conflated and denigrated as second-class citizens in Israel. I too am acutely aware that I conflate my hybrid ancestry, Sephardim from Rhodes and Mizrahim from Turkey, and early Jewish Arabs from Morocco, that together have instilled in me the relational sensibilities that define my creative impulse and sense of justice. This awareness is essential in understanding my urgent compulsion to collaborate in unfamiliar and often liminal territories in order to build or renew coalitions of empathy and action. My impetus to focus on the criticality of transdisciplinarity was initiated as a Sephardic, particularly small child, growing up in rural communities in Colorado and Texas. Living in the intermedial is a familiar zone for all Jews, but especially Sephardim here in the United States. The multiple folds of being Jewish are collapsed into the homogenized stereotype of the Ashkenazic, Eastern European, and then distilled into the all-consuming category of white. Within the colonial legacy of anti-Semitism, I question what color is this white? James Baldwin tells us, no one was white before they came to America. It took generations and a vast amount of coercion before this became a white country. The Jewish community, or more accurately, perhaps its remnants in America, have paid the highest and most extraordinary price for becoming white. For Jews came here from countries where they were not white, and they came here in part because they were not white. And that's, again, James Baldwin from On Being White and Other Lies. The assumption that all Jews are white and have unequivocal privilege denies the complexities of whiteness, anti-Semitism, and particularly the multiplicity of Jewish peoples from India, Iran, China, Ghana, Libya, and Ethiopia, to name just a few Jewish homelands. Reductive, institutionalized categories such as Jew, Arab, Muslim, white, perpetuate divisiveness, racism, government-sponsored terrorism, and ecological calamity. The cultural complexities of racism and ethnocentrism emerge as Jews are seen as a monolithic category, in particular by normative white Jews. Ironically, simultaneously to Ashkenazi Jews, we Sephardim are often labeled as exotic. Orientalizing us makes us somewhat more acceptable, more palatable. Sometimes we are not even seen as really being Jewish, given that our physical characteristics, our language, our Hebrew, food, spiritual customs, and healing practices are both ancient and ever-evolving hybrids. This is a photograph of my grandfather, my Papu, in his Botanica Caribbean in Spanish Harlem, sometime between the 1930s and the 60s in New York, in Spanish Harlem. In the midst of this phenomenally rich multiplicity, many Ashkenazim dismiss Ladino as a dead language. In fact, according to UNESCO's Red Book, Ladino is a seriously endangered language. Reviving the diversity of Jewish spoken languages is critical to recognizing our global interconnectedness.
El mundo se manea, mas no cae.
The world shakes, but does not crumble. This reclamation is pivotal to embodying hybrid cultural identities and reflects the potency of biodiversity through our ecosystems. Hybrid identities ignite an ethics of difference, rooted in an investigation of how to individually and collectively dissolve the calcifying tyranny of certainty, that which obliterates the possibility of difference. In 1991, Wolfgang Sachs warned us that languages are dying out I'll say this again, languages are dying out every bit as quickly as species, end quote. Without language extinction, he says, entire cultures are vanishing from the history of civilization, never to be lived again, end quote. If Ladino happens to be acknowledged by mainstream Jewry as a vital part of Sephardic culture and Jewish culture in general, it is considered a bastardized version of Spanish. Similarly, Mizrahi pronunciation of Hebrew is frequently considered a bastardized version, when in fact it is the original. It is common for Mizrahi Jews to be mocked for their accents when they speak Hebrew. Again, we can find alliance with Black communities in the US in which Ebonics is degraded as faulty, uneducated, a distortion of the proper, le propre in French meaning clean. Elsewhere, I discuss the intersection between the proper, assimilationist hygiene, racial hygiene, and private property. And here is my grandfather Papu in the middle between the donkeys. The history of the expulsion of the Sephardim mirrors the histories of many indigenous peoples expelled from their homelands. It represents the tension between the fatherland, so not the fatherland referred to prior in terms of Rhodes, the home of my family, but the fatherland reminiscent of Nazi Germany, and homeland. It is the foundation for how brutal ethnic cleansing continues to be normalized. As with ethnocentrism and all myths of racial purity, racial hygiene, Spain's nation-state edict of sangre de puro, limpieza de sangre, purity of blood, had horrific consequences. It meant that Moors, Muslims, and Jews, alhamas, were systematically categorized. Morisco, a term for descendants of Muslims forcibly converted to Christianity. Anusim, the forced ones. Marranos, swine. And chuetas, peg eaters. And then eradicated, tortured, burned at the stake, and exiled because of the so-called contamination of our blood. The Spanish Inquisition's fear of the other within reflected the totalitarian tendency underlying universalism. For example, the island of Mallorca, history of 15 siglos de racismo, demonstrates how the legacy of the Inquisition continues today to infect the lives of the ancestors of those who were forced to convert to Christianity 500 years ago. International crypto-Jewish communities reflect this intergenerational trauma. Throughout Spain today, racist legacy survives in fairy tales taught generation after generation, in children's songs and rhymes repeated from the cradle to adulthood. Children are taught to recite the surnames of Jewish and Muslim families from Inquisitional 15th century, which subliminally perpetuates this hatred and preserves Spain's purity of blood law even today. Again, language dictates behavior. Following the historical atrocities of the Spanish Inquisition, crossing many terrains, La Chuetas Mallorquines have learned how to live in the interstices of society. And this is an image of my Aunt Perla, who I recently learned was also called in terms of nicknames, the Colossus of Rhodes, and her husband, the rabbi, sitting, and in between them, the bodyguard. Inhabiting the interstices of society in their personal narratives of family history, and as mythic spectacles of their own invisibility. La Chuetas mirror the transgressive trickster who attempts to resist integration. Integration bleaches us of our heritage. For Sephardim, integration, equality, more precisely erasure of difference, is founded on both the Spanish monarchy's xenophobia and the distorting Ashkenazi, Zionist, Israeli, European hegemony. And that's a quote from The Flying Camel. As I have written and performed in numerous settings from a young age, I embodied the knowledge that I am nature, that I gestate difference. Growing up in both unrestricted natural worlds and omnipresent anti-Semitism and racism, I have always chosen to live life in conscious, explicit relation to others. Marginalized through constructed social, geographical, and corporeal borders, the other includes ethnic, economic, and more than human beings, non-human ecosystems.
Montañas lloran por aire.
Mountains cry for air. Embodying the uncanny, the stranger within, nature within disables hegemonic hierarchies that institutionalize false distinctions among the sentient and the animate. For example, Tyson Yonkamporta reminds us, in this way of knowing, there is no difference between you, a stone, a tree, or a traffic light. All contain knowledge, story, pattern, end quote. Ladino trickster knowledge demonstrates this capacity to embody the other within. Ladino offers an activism rooted in nonlinear indigeneity, in which our ancestral technologies converge with the modern world. And so today, in order to reanimate the language of my family, I share two of my daily practices that embody the quantum entanglements of Ladino, art and social ecological justice. Both are rooted in the following questions. How can we live our lives without sacrificing the lives of others? How can we transition from our petroleum pharmaceutical addicted cyberculture to a bioregional economics rooted in symbiotic relationships? How can we decolonize our bodies and our minds by learning from ancestral teachings? Underlying these questions, I ask, what does Ladino have to teach us about social justice activism? How can our understanding of Ladino revive spiritual eco-intelligence? An ever-evolving practice that reinvigorates our most vital relationships. The ever-unfurling answer lies in the mythological trickster, one of the ever-unfurling answers, the spirit of the crossroads. My visual art, theoretical practice, and passions play at this intersection of aesthetics and action. Through proverb and parable, Ladino offers an exquisite example of multiple coexisting cultures, a defiant synergy of difference that embraces contradiction and ambiguity rather than adhering to familiar norms of hierarchy and cultural domination. Ladino is messy. Our historical and lived syncretic identities break down illusory dichotomies, threatening the distinction between us and them, East and West. Ladino demands that we question taken for granted assumptions about what it means to be normal. As she unravels us versus them, ideologies, ostensibly self-evident facts that perpetuate discrimination through unquestioned, ingrained, habituated obedience, Ella Shohat finds herself confronted with an ontological subversion, a profound and visceral schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is exacerbated as colonial rule manifests simultaneous divide and conquer along with erasure of difference. Resisting this interlocking stranglehold of colonialist nation-state thinking, Ladino offers a community-based orientation. My family descends from Sephardi communities that fled Spain following centuries of convivencia, referring to the symbiotic golden age of Spain, during which Jewish and Muslim literature, science, and arts flourished. These communities primarily dispersed throughout North Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Reminiscent of Martin Luther King Jr.'s declaration, unity has never meant uniformity. Ladino co-emerged from and is a model for convivencia, conviviality, hospitality, the stranger within. It is a language that reflects our histories as well as offering our future's alternative to colonial rule, divide and conquer ideologies, false choices rooted in false binaries. Utilizing the Sephardic Spinozan body, my surrealist theological visual art explores how socialized norms have become so deeply ingrained in us that our own imaginations contort our ability to think and to act.
Hablar quiero y no puedo. Mi corazón suspira.
I want to speak, I can't. My heart sighs. My photographic and daily social justice ecological practices explore and hopefully ignite Spinoza's quest for what a body can do. And this goes back to Rachel's question about the body. Deleuze identifies this political potency of affectivity. Quote, a body's structure is the composition of its relation. What a body can do is the nature and the limits of its power to be affected. Hence the ethical proposition, we do not even know what a body can do, Spinoza says. That is, we do not even know of what affectations we are capable of, nor the extent of our power. Stephen Hawking's declaration, everything we need to know is already within us, just waiting to be realized. Like Nietzsche's Become Who You Are, underscores that we are already infinitely capable. I'm proposing that what a body can do is to inhabit home, economics and ecology as an eco-aesthetic practice of coevolution. My portraits, again, next image, please, instinctively informed through Ladino sensibility, demonstrate how to access that capacity. In France, la réalité dépasse la fiction is an idiomatic expression that evokes E.T.A. Hoffman's exhortation in The Sandman, there is nothing more marvelous or madder than real life. The idea that reality transgresses fantasy compels me to demand that my viewers and readers interrogate their own corporeal imaginations. Like Ladino, surrealism is a manifestation of multiple simultaneous realities that cannot be reduced to non sequiturs. The supposed irrational is relationally juxtaposed with the quotidian. Surrealism is only beyond the real within the context of status quo normalcy. Like the poetics of the interstitial, my performative practices and discursive self-portrait photographs and video pieces figure the unfigurable by disfiguring figures, and that's from a text by Mark Taylor, representing the collision between rapture, ethnic cleansing, and environmental destruction. My body-mind offers a reminder of the potential to remap our symbiotic interconnectedness, the resiliency of home. The Greek for home or whole house is oikos, the root of ecology and economics. As a Sephardic Arab Jewish woman, in front of and behind my camera lens, I inscribe the morcellated body with unresolvable questions. I fragment it in order to expand and expose the body-mind. My body-mind is my family history. It is our displaced home. It is my identity of kinship and alienation. My family's stories of persecution, invisibility, and celebration are inscribed through my body-mind. Like Lital Levy, I explore the historical context of my family's experience. My family, Ottoman Empire immigrants, teeters precariously on the line between black and white, east and west, indigeneity and industrialism, the ineffable and the extractable. Our diaspora reflects a dialectic between cross-cultural indigenous wisdom and industrial extractive capitalist modernity. Rabbi Daniel Buskila tells us that the primary center for Sephardic learning is the home, oikos, economy as it intersects with ecology. Given our histories of longing for a home, implicit in the concept of Sepharad, as immigrants adapting to new host nations, the Sephardic body represents home in flux.
Cuando una puerta cierra, 100 abren.
When one door closes, 100 open. They represent la'om, simultaneously yes and no in Hebrew and Arabic, the interplay among multiple ambiguities. Sephardic spiritual healing practices are vital examples of a seemingly outrageous, but in fact delicate balance of contradictions, cultivating life from death. As in nature, there is no waste. Representing the both and the la'om, the Sephardic body repudiates the tyranny of certainty through microcosmic, macrocosmic interplay. When asked his religion, Albert Einstein replied, Mosaic. Through quantum entanglements that permeate contradiction and ambiguity, interconnections among the micro, the macro, personal and political, private and public, Ladino plays the trickster. The trickster disrupts totalitarian regimes of normalcy, taken for granted Western imperialism and the nation state. Trickster sensibility entices us to peer through the lens of the expected. Occupying this intermedial, we can generate ethical, individual, and collective eco-corporeal justice. My photographs animate this practice of promiscuous border crossing. This coalition building explores an interstitiality of difference to forge connections, articulating the intersectional questions rather than formulating and relying on manufactured supposed truths, rooted in the illusion of accessibility, certainty, and clarity.
Cuando sale la luna, nadie come naranjas.
When the moon departs, No one eats oranges. In addition to my photographs' exploration of trickster poetics, I wrote and perform my Sephardic Histories climate justice book about the search for home. Zazu Dreams, Between the Scarab and the Dung Beetle, a cautionary fable for the Anthropocene era. Zazu, the multiracial child-adult main character, shares, "Home, I now understood, was a lived and shared opening to global interconnectedness." Along with his multi-species travel companions, the character's search for home through language is an attempt to build solidarity alliances with other ethnic minorities whose languages have been systematically obliterated, thus stripping and eventually erasing their cultures. In the conclusion of Zazu Dreams, we learn, in search of kinship and connection, exiles of multiple diasporas gather holy sparks hidden in every bend of the globe to restore what has been broken, to repair the world. We learn that this light already exists within us and is all around us, just waiting to be realized. This is our shared tikkun olam. And this is my diasporic writing with light, my photography justice practice. Rather than storytelling as entertainment, separated from our daily lives, we must integrate as fundamental to community relationality and functionality. In his endorsement for Zazu Dreams, Arun Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi's grandson, and if you could, identifies my practice, so Gandhi's grandson, identifies my practice as edutainment. I explore mutual justice and shared consciousness that for hundreds of generations throughout the Middle East, the Caribbean, North Africa, and Asia have nourished coexistence between humans and nature. Henry Giroux writes, Zazu Dreams reclaims the power of language as both a poetic intervention into politics and storytelling, as a powerful force for reclaiming the radical imagination. It moves across disciplinary borders, collapses genres, unsettles how we think about the planet. It inspires and energizes a sense of individual and social agency, collective hope as it unfolds. Through form and content, storytelling, image, and resource guide, using Ladino, I play with this interface between fantasy and reality, science and the humanities. In the primary narrative, I write, I heard Joha the trickster, laughing, or maybe it was the sound of sand, shifting sand. Like salt, feces, water, and amber, other non-human characters in Zazu Dreams, the interstitial characteristic of sand represents unity and diversity, in which cooperation arises because one does not cling to a fixed position. In Woman in the Dunes, Kobo Abe writes, if one were to give up a fixed position and abandon oneself to the movement of the sands, competition would stop, end quote. And now I tease the reader with another interruption, another twist, a Brechtian zigzag on their elliptical nonlinear journey with Zazu in his dreams. Like Ladino, reminiscent of an eco-theological spirituality, the polytropic trickster defies conventional order. For example, Joha or Goha in Arabic, the trickster, and Al-Ghazal are multifaceted characters found throughout the Sephardic, Mizrahi, and Islamic worlds. In these oral traditions and folklore, the villain, fool, and wise man, polymorphism is the primary characteristic of narrative folktales. Goha's double face of Janus plays out in the both and. History is like Janus, it has two faces. Whether it looks at the past or the present, it sees the same things. Whether we hear the voices from the 15th century Inquisition or 21st century environmental racism, the message of resisting cultural domination is the same.
El prove y el rico, todo se mesura por un negro pico.
Whether you are rich or poor, you have the same grave. The trickster is both victim and victimizer, cheater and cheated, trapping others while falling into traps. The trickster does not differentiate between humans, plants, and objects. As with Ladino, transformation and shifting identities are integral to how the trickster engages with the world around them. The trickster is collective action. I conclude with an urgent call to reanimate Ladino, an urgent call for a transformative resistance that embraces collaborative transdisciplinarity and offers a model for integrating art with life, politics, and unapologetic complex thought in action. Ladino offers an eco-theological embodiment of difference. It is this cultural diversity that is key to sustaining biodiversity. Multiplicity embedded in the language of Ladino reflects the decolonizing, liberatory practice of nourishing interdependent, co-beneficial relationships. Tagore's famous conversation with Einstein, titled, "We think that clearly, but only because we don't think clearly," refuted, and so that's the title, "We think that we think clearly, but that's only because we don't think clearly." This was between Tagore and Einstein. Refuted the faulty assumption characteristic of industrialized humans, that the world we see is all there is. I engage this complex web as a process of multi-layered storytelling in which the concept of ambiguity is not a lack of clarity, but instead a multiplicity of clarities. By highlighting Ladino's trickster tendencies, Ladino's quantum permeable membranes that disrupt the violence of the closed border, binary-based illusions of our separateness from one another and from our natural worlds, we conjure the multiplicity of the imagination for our mutual joyful survival.
Quien mete cara, toma marido.
Those who take risks accomplish the most. And I'd love a collective ululation if we could unmute and ululate together, perhaps, if people are willing.
Yes. All right, great. Thank you so much, Cara. I think that I've always thought since I met you that to listen to you speak is to hear the drawing of new kinship bonds and perhaps the renewal of ones that are already there. And so I think that your talk really brings out quite beautifully the moral and ethical stakes of this whole conference. And yeah, all of that was brought out in your performance and in your talk. So thank you so much. I do know that we have, yeah, so everyone, round of applause for, yeah. I do know that we've run over time and we've been trying to keep things kind of more or less, according to the schedule. But I do want to do certainly a Q&A session with Cara, and then if you are not too tired, I know that some of you are calling in from Turkey and so on and so forth, so I appreciate you for being here. But if we are not too tired after the Q&A, I would like to go into a session where we all have a conversation, short but important, about what happened here. So does anyone have a question for Cara? Does anyone want to pose a question? You can do so either in the Q&A function or in the participant webinar chat. Tabea, great. Professor Leonard.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your talk, Cara. I have many questions for you, but I'm only going to use my time for only one. So, in your talk, you used the expression. You talked about Yiddish as being Judeo-German, and I thought, well, of course, that's what it is, But I think that's not often thought in that kind of way, and so I'm thinking of, and even thinking about everybody else's presentations too, how important precise terms are and how important, like when we talked about the different names, so is it, Ladino, Judeo-Spanish, Españolí, Judaismo, so naming languages is really important. But how can we negotiate the need for precise terminology on the one hand with a challenge to everything that is rigid on the other hand? Because I really think that your work and many of the other presentations we listen today have that challenge, right? To everything that's rigid, to everything that is binary. So we talked about the academic, not academic, East, West,
and even male, female. So how do you negotiate these two this tension?
Yeah, I love your question. And I find that it comes up in my daily life, actually, because of the violence of mind-body split that is continually imposed on us by our socialized, taken for granted norms. Iyengar, BKS Iyengar, the yoga phenomenal being, used the phrase, precision is freedom. So I'd like to distinguish between precision and rigidity. Precision as a molecular rather than minutia. Precision as absolutely poetry. That's the association I would make with, even when people, I'll use the harsh word, harsh verb, accuse. When people accuse me of using elitist academic jargon, I have to refute that by speaking about precision, that this isn't about rigidity. This is about when you're biting into something, like a sommelier, you know, there's the layers. Precision is different from rigidity because rigidity reduces, rigidity strips us, it eradicates difference, it annihilates difference, it obliterates multiplicity and diversity, both cultural diversity and biodiversity, every kind of diversity. But precision is almost an implosion of possibility. Precision embraces and amplifies, I would say. And it's that both and that I think the trickster embodies. So thank you so much for that beautiful question.
Thank you, this was amazing.
Right. Michaela, you want to say something very briefly?
No. Oh no, did you hear me breathing? I'm sorry.
No. I just thought that you unmuted yourself.
I'll tell you what my thought was.
By all means.
Rabbi Desola Poole came out of retirement to officiate at Cara's father's and my wedding at the Spanish Portuguese synagogue, because he was so excited about our two families joining. And I will tell you that at this moment, I think that he would be extraordinarily proud of what Albert and I have produced, Sephardic Woman. That's what I was thinking, and you must have heard me thinking.
Sir, I certainly did. It is very interesting, Car, because as I was listening to you talk, you know, there's this traditional distinction in moral philosophy between ethics and morality. Ethics pertaining to questions of like first person questions of action. I should do this, or I ought to do this, right? And morality pertaining to mores. So like questions of society and so on and so forth. But when I listen to you, it's almost as if that binary itself is becoming undone as well. That what one should or ought to do is dissolved into what we should or ought to do. You know, the personal and public, and I think that's a really powerful dimension of what you were trying to present to us. At least, I don't know. I know that you have training in critical philosophy, so maybe you could, in whatever way, reflect on this question.
Certainly, and that's one reason why I titled this Quantum Entanglements, because of the urgency to see, to witness the stranger within, to witness the we, and that we are simply by being here. That's one of the why I ask, being here on the planet is what I mean. One of the questions I ask is, how can we live without sacrificing the lives of others? Going back to Nessie's question to, I can't remember speaker earlier, but in terms of extractive industries and gold mining. To Hannah, his question to Hannah, that if we were to live as an actual family, in a kinship commons, how could we actually commit such violences on one another? If the stranger was really within, are we such masochists as to destroy our world rather than projecting it onto the lives, sacrificing the lives of others?
And I think that perhaps that question could take on a political dimension, or even a theological dimension, perhaps.
Yeah, and I would identify it as an eco-theological.
Yeah, eco-theological.
Eco, again, referring to home, that our home is our world and our domestic home, so that there's a constant interplay between the macro and the micro, which to me, Ladino embodies, embraces, and can infuse, if we permit it to, into our ethnic studies programs, our homes, on the street, when we are confronting anti-Semitism and racism, anti-immigration, for example.
And so in some way we've as it were, we've come full circle with Professor Linard beginning her talk on Ladino and the use of the language and its secrecy and its various the uses to which it can be put, and now you've just essentially ended with Ladino itself, with the language, which is, at the end of the day, I suppose it's what remains, right? So I think that if anyone has any other question that they would like to ask, I want to give them the chance right now to speak or to write in the Q&A section. But if not, perhaps we could just kind of move into the final section of this conference, which is just essentially an open conversation, a chance for us to talk and a chance for us to kind of reflect without any particular agenda on, what we've heard here and what's gone on. So I suppose that marks the official end of the conference, and now we're going into the after party, as it were. And so I'm just going to open this up to you, and I would just love to listen, if possible, and take notes and learn and continue to learn, as I have been the whole day. So thank you.
I would like to say that I am adapting Zazu Dreams to stage production and a screen production, and looking for collaborators. And also it has been translated into Spanish, and I am looking for a Spanish publisher, whether in Spain or throughout Latin America or the Caribbean. If anyone has any suggestions, I would be grateful.
When we had Muestros Artistas at the end of February in Seattle, there were 6 of us artists, and it was similar to this wonderful day. It was a 2-day symposium leading up to a public event in person, which was very dramatic. And after the 5 of the 6 of us artists, we were two musicians, 2 painters, a poet, and me, a prose writer, primarily. And after our public event with 250 people in the auditorium and a gorgeous Sephardic feast, the likes you have not seen since you went to the last wedding that was Sephardic with Sephardic food. We artists hadn't eaten really, because we had been performing, and you don't eat before you perform, even though you might eat a little bizcocho, which is what I ate, and they're very good. So after it, the 5 of us were famished. I mean, we had come through tumultuous fun and challenges and stresses and expressions of our art, and we were famished and absolutely wildly needed to have wine and mezzi, and which we found on the local Seattle University Ave. And we spent the next 2 hours in the hotel lobby laughing hysterically And it was such a buildup that Kyle, I think we all need some wine, some raki. We need to let loose, in a sense, after all of this, especially building up to Kara's talk. So it's hard to translate that huge sense of release, of accomplishment, of expression, of togetherness and connecting, and put it into sort of sober commentary when what we need to do is go out drinking or laughing or something like that. So in fact, that's another way to go with the trickster, is towards laughter, and it's sort of a long distance from a university setting in a sense, but not. So that's what I want to add to this, that I don't know how we do that on Zoom. I don't think we can, but I just had to present it as an alternative image for a very just desire for some sort of closure or some sort of looking over the day or looking over a lot of things, which is that at some point, let's go drinking and laughing and do a lot of that really deep release that so much thinking deserves in the final analysis, as they say. So I'm just very grateful for this wonderful day and all of the opportunities and all of the experiences that have been shared today. And I thank every speaker, and I thank Kyle. And I know also there were a couple of people I wanted to thank on my Ladino production of Cantiga, because Nava Cone was wonderful in seeing that I had something to offer in Ladino. And then Brian Kirshen went over my original Ladino expression, my short story, my Cantiga. And then Aldo Sevi, spectacular editor. So I get to thank, is this Zazu joining us? I think so. So anyway, many, many thank yous to on my behalf, but on all of you and Kyle. And thank you so much for organizing this splendid symposium. And thank all of you.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Yeah.
Kyle, it's been just such a pleasure to be working with you. Thank you, and
yeah,
to Bea.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for everybody. Yes, and it was really nice to see you, to meet you, most of you virtually, but I hope that our path will cross again, hopefully soon, and hopefully with that kind of wonderful meal that Jane was talking about.
Yes.
I think we all need that.
Yeah. My tequila, I toast to you.
I would very much like to address, not now necessarily, but Nessie's question to Hannah and perhaps that can be another manifestation at some point. But for me, it's an absolutely critical question that cannot go unaddressed. Like to highlight that.
Yeah.
No tequila in that statement.
I mean, in one way, one of the ways we could carry on this symposium, is certainly around drinks and so on and so forth. But another way is to ask, I suppose, the overly intellectual question of what next. What's the most adequate way to go forward? After what's been said. And so maybe we should, I think that UcLADINO should think about how to adequately complement an event like this for next year and how to bring this into the future as well. Because I think that I have the feeling that we've started something here, a discussion perhaps that merits some kind of following up. And
around race
think about
specifically?
how, yeah.
Do you mean around race specifically?
Yeah, around race specifically, but also just around some of the broader questions around orality, ethics, testimony,
indigeneity.
Yeah, that have been touched on, but perhaps not fully or adequately explored, throughout the conference itself. Yeah.
What about entangled histories too? I mean, that's quite a popular topic these days, but I think that certainly resonated in so many ways too. I'm going to apologize. I have a dog who needs a walk desperately. So I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. It was a real pleasure, and I'm so grateful to all of you. And my dog is going to be grateful to me because he really needs to go. But thank you so much. It was wonderful to see all of you.
Thank you.
So I know.
Wonderful. All right, great. Well, I suppose that marks the end of the event, and thanks for all of you. Thanks for your words and your kindness, and thanks for being here. This was very productive and very fun, and I hope to see you all soon in the future.